The night of landfall. Guys, it is upon us, and Hurricane Laura getting ever so closer. We're talking about 100 or so miles from the Louisiana coast. That's it. So we're a matter of hours now from the eye wall, which is likely going to make a landfall somewhere in Cameron Parish and then work its way up through Calcasieu to here in Lake Charles. That's where we are. Take a look at the conditions. I want to just kind of show you what's up, give you up to speed information as we're seeing things change. Rain has started. I would say that happened about the last 15 minutes. And this is the beginning of a persistent wet pattern through the eye and then on the whole backside of the storm until it exits and passes to our north. So a long night ahead. Take a look at the winds. Sustained probably around 25, maybe closer to 30 miles per hour in some spots, and then gusting a little higher than that. That's what we've been noticing here. Nothing that's causing too much in the way of power outages, at least at this point. That's all going to change here. It's going to change by the minutes, okay? Every hour, things go downhill so much more quickly and then even more rapidly as we get closer to landfall. And then, of course, the storm surge. You may have come across the National Weather issuing out that unsurvivable notice. That was for anybody who was in a mandatory evacuation, who didn't evacuate, and you are in one of those spots. The potential is for unsurvivable storm surge, and that's the fear. That water that you see, we're 30 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, okay? That water that you see is going to be filling all of this up with water. We, of course, are not going to be here in the heart of the overnight hours by any means. In fact, as the conditions go downhill, we keep working our way closer to the hotel. And if we need to, we'll be inside at times just for safety reasons. But we got a safe spot to ride out the storm, potentially on the border of a Category 5 hurricane. Not quite there yet. Either way, we're not looking at much difference, just a stat for the record books, a difference between 145 mile per hour storm, 150 mile per hour storm to 160 or 55 mile per hour storm. Not much difference. Either way, life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic, and likely will be higher than Rita. And this is a storm of a magnitude that southwestern Louisiana has never really seen in recorded history. Okay, so scary sights. I want to bring in Dr. McNabb, a hurricane specialist, a hurricane expert, and you've seen numerous storms. What are you most concerned about when it comes to Laura?
Wow, where do we start, Chris? Well, I think in general, my biggest concern is that there might be some people in harm's way, whether it's close to the coast or farther inland, that are still on the fence about whether or not to evacuate or to get to their safe place or to take this seriously, get off the roads. You know, if you're not in a safe place during this storm, you are risking your life, whether it's wind or water, whether it's near the coast or way inland. So, folks, this is the real deal. This is among the worst of hurricane scenarios when you've got a top-end Cat 4, and who knows how much stronger it might get in the last few hours before landfall, but it's already plenty strong enough. And the center of this 150-mile-an-hour Cat 4 is about 95 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. In fact, that was valid about an hour ago. So now it's probably within about 80 miles of Lake Charles and about half of that to the coastline. So we're only a few hours away from landfall of the center, but the weather is already going downhill on the coastline, and we've got hazards that are not just near the center, but extend a good distance away from the center. So let me move this along, see if it'll go. Now, again, if you haven't seen the latest track and intensity forecast, we still are on track generally for something to go near the Texas-Louisiana border, but it will still be near hurricane strength all the way up into northern Louisiana. So I know we talk a lot about the forecast up to landfall, but my gosh, we have a lot of people that are in harm's way for a tropical storm well into Friday, and then maybe even up in the Northeast. So we're going to be talking to all of you tonight. Now, again, you've got to be off the roads, in your safe place, done evacuating, getting all your supplies before those winds of tropical storm force arrive. And up in northern Louisiana, that's going to happen likely not too long after midnight tonight. It's already happening happening down here in southern Louisiana. So for most of you in southern Louisiana, it's already time to be off the roads, and I'll show you a number of hazards that are already occurring. Here's the water vapor, very clearly defined eye. Start to see the dry inside of the eye. It has become even more and more symmetric over the last several hours. Oh, my gosh, it's such a scary sight. And the really rough part of the hurricane is still offshore. So we are just in the beginning of the bad weather in Louisiana, but the winds are increasing, the water's on the rise. These are the last few visible images of the day, that stadium effect, the bicycle rotating kind of effect in the middle there. This is scary stuff. It is crunch time to get ready. Now, the eye wall on the northern side, and there's a lot of lightning in that eye wall too, by the way, that northern eye wall was right about in here, so we're only several miles offshore from the northern eye wall, but then the worst part will be the right-hand side. But look at what is already happening on land. If you go off to the northeast, look at north of Baton Rouge, south of Macomb, Mississippi, several tornado warnings. These outer bands in eastern Louisiana are nasty, and we've got several tornado warnings there. This is one of many, many more to come. Here's one in effect for Centerville in Mississippi till 8:45 local time. These will be upon you very quickly. You need to please take shelter, go to the lowest level, most interior room. Don't go outside to see if you can confirm the tornado. They're moving too quickly. Now, winds in land areas on the northwest side, Galveston, you're gusting to 32. Orange, Texas, gusting to 28. And then when you go east of there, Lafayette, Louisiana, already gusting over 20 miles an hour. And then over by New Orleans, we've got some gusts that have been above 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour at times. So, it is just beginning, folks. And when we take a live look at Cameron, Louisiana, now this is due north of where the center of the hurricane is. And this is an area that's going to be taking the northern eye wall before too much longer. I mean, if we look at where Cameron is, it is just a few miles north of the northern eye wall. So here's Cameron right here, and here is the very northern extent of the eye wall, but the winds will be on the increase here. So this camera view at Cameron is going to start looking a lot different and very, very quickly. This is relative calm before the storm. Now, you also notice, look at how much water is already on the roads. This is water rise that's already happening, and we'll keep that full. I'm going to take this very quickly on my graphics here to show you what observations we're getting in terms of the water rise at the coast. It's already happening. If we look at the area that's not far from Cameron, the observations are showing 3 feet above normally dry ground, and over by the Texas-Louisiana border, 2.5 feet above normally dry ground. So what these gauges are measuring is how high the salt water at the coastline is higher than normally dry ground when you incorporate storm surge, tide, everything. So this is storm surge flooding, and it's only the beginning. And it is far and wide, and it's inland too. Up in Lake Charles, we've already got observations 1.5 feet above normally dry ground. Inland a little bit at Port Arthur, it's nearly 2 feet. Over to the east, other side of Vermilion Bay, Eugene Island, over 2 feet. And even over in extreme southeast Louisiana, we've got 1 foot to 2.5 feet above normally dry ground. So this is the beginnings of what is going to be a major, major storm surge event. This is why the Hurricane Center is talking about potentially catastrophic and unsurvivable storm surge, because we could get 10, 15, 20 feet above normally dry ground. And Chris Bruin in Lake Charles, we know from past history, and we can understand why the Hurricane Center is saying unsurvivable storm surge, because 3 feet of storm surge flooding can be life-threatening. But when you're talking 10, 15, 20 feet, you're talking about storm surge that can wipe homes off of foundations and communities off the map. And that's what happened in Rita. And so I think people understand why they're saying if you stay down in that area, it is essentially unsurvivable.
Let's talk about that a little bit more in depth, Dr. Knapp. The forecast was made for the Calcasieu River. That's this waterway. This is Prion Lake, but it spills into the Calcasieu River, and that bridge off in the distance, that goes over the Calcasieu River. That's a direct access route to the Gulf of Mexico to here. So that surge comes up all that way in those low-lying areas and fills up and even Lake Charles, which is just up to my north. Okay, we're in the resort area with all the casinos, so we're about 2 miles away from downtown Lake Charles. We talked about the forecast, Dr. Knabb, and the historic crest for the Calcasieu was back in 1913, and I'm sure the area has changed a lot since then, even better precautions. But at that point, we had a 13-foot rise in Lake Charles, and that flooded half of the city. They're forecasting 15.6 feet in pockets. If that were to be a valid forecast and we were to get that high, what kind of flooding? I mean, and two, that doesn't even factor in the waves, does it?
No, and we again, when we talk about water rise values like you see on this graphic here, it's important to talk about, how high above what. River crests can be a little misleading in terms of how high the water is above normally dry ground at a nearby location. We know in Rita in 2005 in Lake Charles that in the downtown area, over normally dry ground, the water got to about 6 feet high above ground. And back in those crests way back in the day, it's hard to really know, based on how we measure things above ground today, how high that would be above ground, on land where people walk today. So I think, at least in recent times, what happened in Rita is the benchmark for Cameron and for Lake Charles, and we could see something even worse than that this time. But several feet above ground,
okay,
when 6 feet of water above ground means all of us are underwater.
Yeah, I mean, look at these palm trees, right? This large saw palmetto right here. I mean, it's probably about 8 feet at its height. Easily could get that high at times. And just imagine what that does to the resorts and everything at the water. You see the water where it is right now. And imagine all of that rising. Remember, it's not just a wave, it's a whole rise of the body of water that you're in. It's essentially the water just filling up and then unleashes once the storm passes by. Dr. Knabb, let's talk about timing. When do you expect that worst of the surge? To the best of your ability, we know the forecast changes, but based on the winds and the current track, we're within 30 miles of knowing kind of where we expect that landfall and things. When do you expect that surge to really be intense here? Near landfall, just before, after?
Well, you are going to get the maximum water level above ground when you combine onshore push and high tide. And we're going to have that high tide when we get to about 6 a.m. So here's a depiction of what it could look like around that time. So in the 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m. time frame, somewhere in there is when high astronomical tide, along with maximum push, from the Gulf of Mexico up the river into Lake Charles would be maximized. And again, it would be very, very location specific how high the water gets. But the Hurricane Center's depiction has really focused in on Southwest Louisiana as being the areas that have the greatest chances to get the highest values. And if you look in the Lake Charles area, at any one spot, there are reasonable worst case values of how high the water would be above normally dry ground that are above 9 feet. So that, in many ways, could exceed what we saw in Rita.
And for clarification purposes, for people trying to view those maps, we had that incredible display in depth of Lake Charles, kind of a 3D view, and it highlights different pockets based on the National Hurricane Center's storm surge flood maps. When we talk about a 9-foot surge, let's say, let's be in the midline. When we talk about 9 foot, does that mean everybody that has that red shading up to 9 feet is going to flood, or parts of this city? Hard to depend. It's certainly based on wind direction. We'll see that flooding.
Look at these depictions of potential storm surge flooding, like you see on the screen here. What you do is you pick any point on the map, and the value there is the reasonable worst case for what value could be exceeded, and it's what to plan for, and it's reasonably possible to get these values. So it doesn't mean that everybody in every shade of red here is going to exceed 9 feet, but it means that each of these spots, the reasonable worst case is to get 9 feet, and it's what we have to prepare for. So when it's all said and done, the map of what actually happened will look a little bit different than this, because we will be able to pick out, what hot spots, what values were maximized depending on the exact track and what happens. But this is what the potential is at any one spot. And so the potential is, as hard as it is to envision for people in that area, as bad as Rita was, it is possible in a number of locations that the water will be higher this time, but not everywhere.
And this is coming in stronger than Rita too. Kind of comparable in size, maybe even a little bit larger than Rita. When we look at some of the more notable storms, we're talking about, from width to width, diameter-wise, 350 miles. That's getting up there in size.
Yeah, interesting. Both Katrina and Rita peaked out at Cat 5 over the center of the Gulf of Mexico, and they ended up being very large Cat 3s at landfall. So Laura might not be quite as large as Rita, but it's going to be stronger. And so at any one spot, that might result in some of you getting higher water values than you got in Rita, and other areas might get lesser values. But regardless, we are talking about, again, what the Hurricane Center is saying, unsurvivable storm surge. This is not just water coming into your community quietly and making things wet. This is storm surge flooding that can wipe out homes off the foundation, take communities and basically take them off the map, have to be completely rebuilt. So this is the real deal, where people have to have evacuated to survive the storm surge. Follow every instruction that you get from local officials as this catastrophic hurricane moves ashore.
You try to stay ahead of the mess, but scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It's the faster way to clean as you go. Just spray, wipe, and rinse. It cleans grease 5 times faster. Dawn Power Wash. Spray, wipe, rinse.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. P3, because 3 is better than 1.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications in the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
What do? Your husband or father was just diagnosed with lung cancer after being exposed to asbestos while on the job. You've got your hands full with his medical treatments. People are telling you to find an attorney, but there's so little time.
Let me help. Just call Whites in Luxembourg. They've successfully handled thousands of asbestos cases and will put your mind at ease. They have achieved the highest verdicts for New York lung cancer and mesothelioma victims. Their clients benefit from the $30 billion in trust funds for victims, even for smokers. Your husband's case will have the support of one of the largest firms of its kind, and they know how to win. So many New Yorkers have made the right choice, so can you. Do what's best for your loved ones. Call Whites in Luxembourg today or visit asbestosLawyerNYC.com.
Call 800-303-9100. That's 800-303-9100.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 71. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane Laura already bringing some strong wind gusts and storm surge to the Louisiana coastline. You're looking live at Cameron, Louisiana. Small town here, but big impacts already being felt. Storm surge and water level rises around 3 feet above what's normally dry ground. And there you can see, buildings that are surrounded by this water. Now, this is nothing compared to what we're expecting just hours from now. Storm surge could reach anywhere between 15 to 20 feet here. So maybe that's the top, of that second-story building that you can see right there. So much of this could end up being submerged. So we're going to continue to watch this camera all night long with 24-hour coverage here right on the Weather Channel, and we'll watch this progress together. Cameron sustained a lot of serious damage from Hurricane Rita, wiped out towns near the Cameron area. There may not be much left of this once Laura is done with all of this. So thanks for staying with us tonight for our special coverage of Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We've got Dr. Rick Knabb, who is also with us tonight, and we've got a team of meteorologists out in the field covering this story for you. Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams are both in Lake Charles, Louisiana. They're going to join us live tonight at 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 Eastern, with live reports that will continue through the night. Of course, we've got our Chris Bruin, who is also live for us tonight in Lake Charles, and he will be wrapping up when Jim and Stephanie take over. So let's head out to Chris and get the latest there. Chris, Laura, about 95 miles from you, but we're starting to get into some of those persistent bands now, and the worst is coming in the middle of the night. The big window really between about midnight and 6 or 7 a.m. I always find it very scary when things are dark, when you're supposed to be sleeping, and the worst of the storm arrives.
Yeah, because you can't see anything. We just lost the sun. We had an amazing sunset tonight, and you'll hear noises overnight as the winds pick up, and you're not going to know what it is because it's dark and it's too dangerous to even open up your door to get outside once we get in that core wind. Now, let's talk about what we're noticing. Still persistent wind. It's coming in from the east and even northeast, so I haven't seen a lot of change here with the water, which, by the way, really warm. The water's been holding steady right about here. Sometimes it'll wave up to that debris line, but haven't noticed a lot. So because we're getting that push, at least here. Now remember, location means everything. That's not to say in other parts of Lake Charles, it's the same. It could be very different. We had a water rise report of nearly 2 feet in parts of Lake Charles. So it really depends on what side you're on and where the winds are coming from at that time. And things are going to change too, okay? And it changes quickly. Now, we got reports from officials. There's the 210 bridge. That's Interstate 210 on the south side of Lake Charles. There is not a car on the road. You can see headlights at times, generally, but not tonight. And we got reports that pretty much everybody in Lake Charles, at least from a road standpoint for the emergency crews, they are off the roads, and emergency crews are about to hunker down themselves, especially as the winds steadily and then rapidly pick up. But I want to show you the winds here at our hotel. This is where we're going to be riding out the Golden Nugget, a very safe hotel, fairly new in the last 5-6 years. Look at the winds, again, steadily picking up, wrestling through the palm fronds, and we're going to notice this turn pretty violent here in mere hours, okay? Remember, landfall expected after midnight, so it'll be a late night event. By the time you wake up, if anyone's even able to sleep through this night, by the time you wake up, the worst will have moved past Lake Charles. And when the sun rises, it is going to be scary to look out the window and see what the result is. We know what is possible, and we know what the forecast is calling for. So put the two together and just imagine. I've been out all day kind of sampling the scene here in Lake Charles. Beautiful city, kind of taking pictures before and hoping that they'll look just like that. But knowing how dangerous storms like Laura will be, it's hard to imagine them looking the same. A lot of changes about to happen for the landscape and for the structures. And unfortunately, we can rebuild. We can rebuild, but we can't replace a life. So your life is most important. Hunker down, be safe. It is a long night ahead, and it's about to get a whole lot worse, Dr. Nab.
Absolutely. And Chris, one thing that could be different in this event as compared to Rita is this is coming ashore stronger. And so the wind damage in the Lake Charles area likely to be worse than in Rita.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, and we keep talking about the surge. The wind is going to be a huge storm too. The rainfall, not as bad because it's a fast-moving storm, but that surge and the winds are what's going to cause the most damage here with Laura.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, check out this time-lapse video of one of the NOAA Hurricane Hunter planes that's flying into Laura today. This is one of the P-3 Orion turboprop planes, this one known as Kermit. Of course, the other one, Miss Piggy. These are the research planes that NOAA flies, and the Hurricane Center gets the data in real time, but also you have the Air Force flying in there. We're going to bring you data from both NOAA and Air Force planes as the night goes on. Time-lapse is amazing. And this belies how bumpy that ride is, by the way. Thanks to those men and women being so brave as to fly into these storms and give us the data. Now, take a look at the latest. Just give you an idea of the timing of when we're going to have landfall. It's about 75 miles off the coast. The center is moving about 15 miles an hour. So, maybe a little less than 5 hours away from landfall of the center. So that would put it at about 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central. And if you look at the forecast from the Hurricane Center, it's very, very close to that timing. So that line right there is valid at 2 a.m. Eastern. Now, there's some slush in there, but that's the timing. But realize that the winds are already to tropical storm force on the coast here, and they will be beginning to arrive in northern Louisiana in the same time frame that the center is coming ashore. So hunker down before the center of landfall.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, Dad.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed. It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Crest Gum Detoxify.
My gums are irritated. I don't have to worry about that. Do I?
Harmful bacteria lurk just below the gum line. Crest Gum Detoxify works below the gum line to neutralize harmful plaque bacteria and help reverse early gum damage. Crest.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out. Join in. And game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing special live coverage. Only coverage you can find here, of course, as we approach landfall from Hurricane Laura. Going to be a monstrous night, and this is a monster. Borderline strong, Category 4, almost Category 5, and there's still a little window of opportunity for it to strengthen further. Even if it doesn't happen, we're still talking the same amount of impacts, catastrophic, life-threatening, and in some cases, in those vulnerable areas that were under mandatory evacuations and for people who did not leave, unsurvivable when we talk about a 15 to 20-foot storm surge. Guys, do you know how high that is? That's high. I'm 6'4" and a half, okay? 6'4" and a half. When you get to 15 feet, that's like almost 3 of me. 15 to 20 feet, that's almost 3 of me, okay? And that towers over some of these palm trees. And southern Louisiana is filled with palm trees. These are likely going to be covered in some cases. Maybe not necessarily right here at a resort, but in locations, it will not be surprising. I want to take you south of here, live look at Cameron, Louisiana. Check this out. We're going to continue to check back in with these cameras because it's too dangerous to send anybody there. But we have put cameras out, and storm trackers have put cameras out to kind of monitor the situation at the coast to see what these smaller towns are dealing with right on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, this place may be unrecognizable by the time we finish reporting tomorrow morning. And right now, the water rise 3.2 feet, okay, above normally dry ground. And you can see it has covered the road. Getting under these buildings. Now, the homes here, they're built on stilts, at least a good story up, in some cases even higher. So that's encouraging. But when you talk a 15 to 20-foot storm surge like we could easily see in Cameron, Louisiana, that could put the second story, where most of the homes begin, in the water. And that's a danger. So right now, the latest stats for those watching in Lake Charles, we're doing good right now. But again, we haven't even really begun. It actually isn't raining at the moment. So the rain has stopped. It hasn't fully picked up yet. But you can see, looking at the radar, how close it is. Winds are sustained now about 26, 27 miles per hour. And they are gusting now closer to 36 miles per hour. That's just about tropical storm force. So it will steadily increase and then rapidly increase as we go in the overnight hours. Of course, Jim Cantore, Stephanie Abrams are going to be live as this approaches landfall, and that's what we're expecting. I mean, Dr. Knapp, looking at that wind forecast, you see the pinks, the blues go up from the coast right on into Lake Charles and then work its way up towards Allegheny. Alexandria, Nacogdoches, and getting in towards Shreveport. It is terrifying seeing those numbers, 3 digits, 110, 120, and in some cases 130 miles per hour sustained for minutes, if not longer, in that eye wall. It is scary to think about.
Yeah, and it's a wider area than that is at risk for gusts that are strong enough to bring down trees and cause damage. And you've got to shelter during this storm like you would for a tornado, especially if you've got trees in the environment, because those could fall onto homes and people can die in their homes with tree fall. So shelter during the hurricane as you would for a tornado, including for a tornado warning. Now, 150-mile-an-hour Category 4 is centered a little less than 75 miles offshore, so we're about 4.5 hours plus or minus away from landfall of the center, but winds of tropical storm force are already on land. And around the time that the center is coming ashore, the winds of tropical storm force will be arriving in northern Louisiana. So it is time throughout the entire state of Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas to get to your safe place and go to bed in that safe place and keep tuned to what's going on, because things could start coming down. Trees and power lines and damage could start overnight tonight, even in northern Louisiana, and the power will start going out. So be ready to deal with the power outages all the way up into Little Rock and Memphis as this moves inland. And we're going to talk about storms here in a second, but I want to highlight how heavy the rainfall is going to be, because this is going to compound the flooding problem in southwestern Louisiana, southeast Texas, because that water is going to try to drain into the Gulf of Mexico, but the storm surge isn't going to let it. So the storm surge values we're talking about, it could actually be a little higher than this in some spots, because this doesn't even account for the freshwater flood, the rainfall that could add to these values. And again, this is going to penetrate miles and miles inland, some places up to 40 miles inland, could go north of I-10. A number of these spots could have more than 9 feet, more than 10 or 15 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. And we talk about how, in a place like Cameron, that this could flood structures and the water could be above the roofs. But the problem is, especially in a place that close to the coastline, it's going to be moving salt water with large battering waves on top of that. We're not just concerned about these structures being flooded. It is likely that a lot of structures down here are going to be obliterated, wiped off their foundations. That's why people have to get out. We have a team of meteorologists covering this powerful storm from every angle. Jim Cantore, Stephanie Abrams are in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we could see a landfall in a matter of hours. They'll join us live coming up at 11 Eastern, 10 Central here in the West.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. We hear older Americans loud and clear, and that's why we fight for what they and their families need. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future, ending age discrimination, a healthy, financially secure, fulfilling life. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves. Join us in fighting for what's right.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just 1 pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. I love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Facing leaks takes strength. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make a grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese.
Teddy loves tug-of-war. In his lifetime, he'll pull hundreds of tons. That's why he needs a tailored recipe from Iams to help him stay fit. Iams who I am.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
All right, guys, it is go time. Winds are picking up, and we're starting to get reports of power outages. You got to take a look at this just a few seconds ago, okay? Cameron, Louisiana, we just showed you the storm surge rising a little over 3 feet already and about to get a whole lot higher. Look at this. Look at the power just went out. It was caught on this camera that you're looking at as we're watching the water covering the road. The power goes out in the street lights and the buildings in the distance. So, all right, that's early, but vulnerable spots right on the coast, you're going to lose power. I mean, everybody here near the center, unless you have a backup generator, you're probably going to lose power. Just expect that. Widespread, we're talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions, by the time this works its way up into Arkansas and then the Ohio River Valley and Mid-Atlantic. We'll get to that, and of course, we'll continue to follow. But right now, it is all eyes on Far East Texas, Beaumont, Port Arthur, the Sabine River, and then Southwest Louisiana. We're first up, all right? That's how it goes. We're in this war zone with the weather, and Hurricane Laura is bearing down less than 100 miles away from the coast, mind you, and rapidly increasing, not losing strength. And let's pull up the radar. I want to do a little comparison to what we're seeing here and looking at the radar and when things likely are going to start changing and getting much worse and heavier when it comes to rain. So take a look at the trees. They're blowing. We're just about gusting close to tropical storm force. Latest observation at the Lake Charles International Airport, 36 mile per hour gusts, okay? Sustained winds closer to 30, about 25 miles to 30 miles per hour. But look at that. It's almost like a wall of water, and that's about 10 miles away from Lake Charles, about to push into Hackberry, and that's what came into Cameron, okay? That's what just came into Cameron, and they just lost power. So these are likely where we're starting to get those gusts over 40, maybe 50 miles per hour, and could even be a little stronger. As we continue in those bands, you're going to get those stronger winds. And then you see on the radar we have those deep yellows, oranges, and even reds. Not the eye wall, but just north of that. That's when you start to get to those hurricane force gusts, and that's when it's, just starts getting so dangerous. As far as water level rise goes, when it comes to the storm surge, right now, South Central Louisiana dealing with probably the worst. Cameron, you got that push, that southwesterly fetch or southeasterly fetch that's going right into Vermilion Bay. And keep in mind, Vermilion Bay, it jets out in Louisiana, and it's almost like a capture basin. So the water comes in out of the Gulf and just rushes inland, okay? And it floods areas like Sippermore Point, just south of New Iberia. Those areas were hit so hard in Rita, setting the standard and just catastrophic damage that we may end up with worse conditions here with Laura. So right now, Vermilion Bay, even points east from there, getting that steady onshore push, Dr. Nab. That's where we're going to see likely the highest water rise now through, I would say, midnight? And then after that, we start seeing that continue to work its way up based on the wind shifts.
Yes, and again, storm surge flooding is maximized when you have the strongest onshore push around the same time as high tide. And in some places, it looks like those things are going to line up relatively closely. Center circulation is still, 65, 70 miles offshore, and we're looking at about a 1 a.m. plus or minus Central Time of the center crossing the coastline. But that's a little bit academic. the winds are already increasing on land, and we're going to then see, once the center comes ashore, places like Lake Charles and others have their weather continue to go downhill. Now check out this view of Laura from space. This is from NOAA's Ghost East satellite, and you got the lightning blended in there. We've had a lot of eyewall lightning and outer band lightning today. It's interesting to see sometimes how those eye walls light up at night, and the hurricane hunters, as they fly tonight, they may be able to see some of that lightning in the eye wall. They'll certainly see it in the outer bands. It's very common out in the outer bands. So again, here's the coastline. Here's the center of circulation. When it crosses the coast in about 4 hours and change, that would be landfall of the center. But we already have tropical storm force winds arriving on land. We already have water rises on land. We've already had tornado warnings on land. And northern Louisiana, your tropical storm force winds are going to arrive around the time that landfall of the center occurs. So here's landfall of the circulation center, probably is about as strong as it is now, hopefully not any stronger. And it's that around that same time that the tropical storm force winds are arriving in northern Louisiana. So don't wait for the center to get close to you to start hunkering down and getting into your safe spot for the night. The weather will go downhill way ahead of that. Here's a few more water level observations. This is the best way we can convey to you near the coastline how high the salt water is above normally dry ground near the coast. So this is abnormal flooding combining tide and the storm surge. And again, down southeast of Lake Charles, we've got that 3+ foot onshore push. Again, the center is here, so you're getting the onshore push in this direction, all the way over the Texas-Louisiana border, getting near 3 feet, all the way other side of Vermilion Bay, near 3 feet. So the water rises are going to be happening even inland up the Calcasieu River. And again, the timing is critical here. When you look at Lake Charles, their high tide will be around 6 a.m. local time. It'll be not too long from then, not too different from then, that the center will be going near them, and they could have the onshore push maximized around the time of high tide. Jackie, we've got lots of problems headed inland already happening. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and this is going to affect some major metropolitan areas down the line as well. There you're taking a live look at places like Port Arthur, Texas, Shreveport, as well as Little Rock and Memphis. And believe it or not, even Little Rock could be dealing with tornadoes as well as tropical storm force winds. So Laura is going to be working its way through Louisiana throughout the day on your Thursday, and then work its way across Arkansas as we head through the day on Friday. It will then be curving off towards the east through the Tennessee and Ohio River valleys, still likely as a tropical depression by that time, and then exiting off the mid-Atlantic coast late on Saturday. Heavy rainfall and inland flooding is a good probability here, as much as 5 to 8 inches in some spots, 2 to 3 across the Ohio Valley.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
My patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity and gum at home, it's giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon.
Oh, that looks good.
like an animal. Devour. Spectrum Mobile is now the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation, growing faster than Verizon and AT&T, and even growing faster than T-Mobile. It's easy to see why. Spectrum delivers the fastest overall speeds and is the most reliable mobile service coast to coast. There are no contracts, added taxes, or fees. Switch and you could save up to 40% and see why Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile provider. Learn more at spectrummobile.com.
If you're a healthcare worker, first responder, or an MTA card holder, Plaza has up to $750 off for you right now. Shop, buy, and take delivery all from the comfort of your couch. Honda, Toyota, Kia, Hyundai, and Acura. Plaza Auto Mall, Notion Avenue, Brooklyn.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
I'm freaking out. I can't stop thinking about using.
There's a voice in my head. Says I'm better off dead.
I thought I had it all under control.
It's time to get clean or die. Don't suffer alone. Call Addiction Hope and Helpline.
Call 800-437-8017.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 71. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We have a team of meteorologists covering this powerful storm from every angle tonight. Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams are in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we could see landfall in just a matter of hours. They're going to be joining us live at 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 Central. In the meantime, tonight we've got our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. He is going to be joining us in just a second. But we want to head out right now to Chris Bruin, who is currently in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And, you know, Chris, certainly Lake Charles no stranger to catastrophic storm surge and damage there. But this could even top what we've seen in the past with surge well over 9 feet, potentially.
Yeah, and that's going to flood numerous spots and homes. Unfortunately, businesses too. Downtown, we've been talking a lot of these reference points. The land you see here, likely going to be underwater. Certainly when you get over 6 feet, this is going to be covered. And again, that's something we're going to be watching for all night long. Downtown on Lake Charles, this is pre-in Lake, by the way. Lake Charles is just up the way, about a couple of miles. So this lake spills into that. It's all kind of one body of water, though. It's the Calcasieu River. And Lake Charles is very vulnerable. In fact, when Rita came through, it shredded casinos and even flooded I-10. There's low-lying spots of I-10 just below the bridge. And that area likely will flood. The Civic Center will flood in those usual spots. But even spots that maybe didn't flood in Rita have the potential to now flood. So don't just think, okay, Rita, I didn't flood, I'm good. That's not the case this time. Every storm's different. Every storm is different. All right, here we go. Guys, it is go time. We are within an hour now of likely starting to see those winds get high enough to start taking out power outages. It's about to get real here in Lake Charles. We already lost power in parts of Cameron. And I want to pull up the radar because I'm looking at this. It is just eerie to see. You've got the eye all able to be, I mean, essentially the whole structure of the storm can be seen now from the Lake Charles radar, 70 miles now from the coast of Louisiana. It's moving about 15 miles per hour. We're within 4 or 5 hours now of landfall, okay? And it's going to just go downhill so quickly. The next round of rain is about 10 miles to our south and east. And once that comes in, the winds are going to start getting much more ferocious. Visibility is something that we still have. Look at the oil rigs and all the, these are all the refineries. Look at all the refineries on the opposite side of the water. We can see them so clearly. Give it 35, 45 minutes or so, and that will all start to disappear as we start to get the low clouds, the heavy rain, the strong gusty winds, and unfortunately, that band, that really intense band, not the outer eye wall, but the band north of that has prompted a tornado warning there in far eastern parishes there east of Cameron. Look at that. That's a tornado warning, and those tell me we probably have some hurricane force gusts in that. Very unpopulated spot of Louisiana, Dr. Knabb, but if you're looking at the radar as I am, that band is really going to put down some strong gusty winds.
Absolutely, Chris, and this is going to be par for the course. You know, Rita produced 90 tornadoes back in 2005. Ivan, Katrina, other Gulf Coast major hurricanes have produced a lot of tornadoes, so no reason why this wouldn't be the same. And that northeastern outer band easily could have a lot of spin-ups in it, and you're going to make the transition from dealing with an outer band to dealing with the eye wall there on the south central and southwestern coast of Louisiana. Let me tell you another thing that might play out here, another kind of warning that we're going to get in a little while. Okay, so this is still kind of an outer band of the hurricane, but then once the eye wall gets closer in, maybe within the next couple of hours, it will be close enough that for the area that the eye wall is going to impact, the National Weather Service will issue what's called an extreme wind warning. And that will be like a tornado warning, but for a large area that's going to experience the extreme winds of the eye wall of a major hurricane. And that is similarly a warning to take shelter like you would for a tornado. Now, what I really hope is that wherever it is that this tornado warning and that eye wall comes ashore near the coast, that there isn't anybody there anyway, because they should have evacuated for the storm surge. But in any event, those really strong winds are going to get that special extreme wind warning, and you're going to have the tropical storm force winds arriving in the northern Louisiana around the time of landfall. So again, the weather goes downhill inland a lot sooner than the center crosses over your area. So Jackie, we're going to have hurricane force winds extending far inland over East Texas and western Louisiana, and that's just the beginning of the inland impacts.
Yeah, flooding, of course, is a huge concern. Most people die in tropical cyclones from the water, whether that's from storm surge or whether that's from inland flooding from all the rainfall. And southwestern parts of Louisiana could be seeing double-digit rainfall before all is said and done. Most of the heavy rain comes in right near and to the right of the center. So there you can see the track and where this is going to be going with time. We could be talking about 5 to 8 inches of rainfall across parts of Arkansas. Think about the hilly terrain, which also can make the rainfall even heavier because of that. Memphis and in Nashville, 2 to 3 inches of rainfall working its way through parts of the mid-Atlantic as well as into the Appalachians, which have already had a lot of rain already this summer. Now, here's a look at the timing of this moving forward through the day on Thursday. Now, as we head through tomorrow, we'll watch for that really heavy rain across parts of Arkansas with the remnants of the eye wall near Little Rock. This will head into Memphis and into the Boot Heel of Missouri then as we head through the day on your Friday and then track across parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, and there we go into the mid-Atlantic finally throughout the rest of the weekend. We have a team of meteorologists covering powerful Laura.
And we've upgraded her with the sonic shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference.
like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Laura. Things are about to get real in Lake Charles. This hour, you're really going to notice some bigger changes as we are watching now the bands start to come in, and they're persistent, and things are going to change drastically. In this band that's less than 5 miles away, not really raining right this second, but winds have really started to pick up, and the time is 8:58 p.m. All right, and we're getting gusts right around tropical storm force. Rain's going to pick up here quickly, and we're going to get gusts much stronger than that. When this band came through Cameron, Louisiana, it knocked out power. So start expecting power outages, start expecting tree limbs to come down in the next hour, and then it gets a whole lot worse. Guys, let's look at the radar and show you what we're looking at. Of course, we got live team coverage all night. Keep it right here to the Weather Channel for live, around-the-clock coverage from Beaumont, Port Arthur, to right here in Lake Charles. And then we're going to work our way inland, too, all day tomorrow as it heads up to Shreveport and Alexandria, and even getting into Arkansas and West Tennessee. Let's talk about the sky conditions and the trees. Look at the winds starting to pick up a lot of the palm fronds. So you're noticing the violent shake of the trees. Again, nothing that's really causing much in the way of any issues at the moment, but it shows you how things are changing. Still not a lot of rain, but I don't know if you can make out the clouds there in the distance. That's that band. You got a lot of low clouds, low moisture, and heavy rainfall. As that comes in, guys, we are going to see those winds really start to ramp up. And then from there, they get even stronger and stronger. By midnight, it's going to be hard to even be outside of safety from under the awnings. And then even at some points, as we get towards the heart of this, we're going to have to go inside. And that's what Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams are going to be doing overnight. We've got round-the-clock coverage, guys. Safe place to ride out the storm. And we may have technical issues. Remember, this is almost a Category 5. It's going to be, it's not going to want to work with technology the best we can, but we're going to get the reports out there as we can. Things are going to change so quickly. Thankfully, this is a fast-moving system, but with that comes drastic changes. So you may be at your home monitoring the situation, thinking, okay, we got some, we're okay at the moment, and we can get through 5-6 hours, but don't underestimate this, guys. It's really going to be a heartache for so many, and waking up tomorrow morning is just going to be a sad, sad tragedy here in southwestern Louisiana, eastern Texas, and then working in towards the state of Louisiana, even Arkansas. So we talk about winds. They could get over 120. I mean, the storm is measuring wind gusts now at still over 150 miles per hour. That's strong Category 4. And those are sustained winds at times that could be destructive for minutes. It's not going to be like, a severe thunderstorm where it just briefly comes in. For people who have never ridden a hurricane out, it's long and it is scary, and it's all happening late tonight. So you're going to hear noises like you have no idea what's going on, and you're not going to be able to go check it out, and you got to be safe. You got to treat this like a tornado warning. That's the best way to describe it. So you want to be in your home, lowest level. If you got multiple stories, get down to the lowest level. But if there's water, you got to go up. okay? You got to avoid the water. So you got to run from the water, but you got to hide from the wind. And that's why we always say evacuate when you can. Too late to evacuate now. Bridges are closing all over the place in the north central Gulf Coast. Thankfully, from officials who have been out the last few hours, they have said essentially the roads are literally free from traffic. And there's not any cars really out and about right now, and that is good news. And even officials now are hunkering down and getting to their spot. Even our security officer, we sent him home. He's got to get to safety and be with his family. So that's what we're looking at here across the board. Again, monitoring the radar. There we go. Cameron lost power. We caught it, about 30 minutes ago as that band came in, and we're going to expect those power outages to mount exponentially in the coming hours. Okay. So current time right now, about 9:02 p.m. this evening, winds picking up over 30 miles per hour sustained, gusting closer to 40, maybe even a little bit stronger. And we're going to get much higher gusts in the mere minutes here as that band starts to roll in here to Lake Charles. Of course, monitoring the storm surge too. We're keeping our eye on the water and this direction. Still no real change. And remember too, at least at this point, the winds have been coming from the north and the east for the most part in Lake Charles. That will be changing as we see this continue to move northward and northwestward. So that will shift our winds from the more southeasterly and eventually southwesterly as we get closer to the I-core. Once that happens, it's going to be near high tide, and we're going to be having the strongest winds. So that water is going to rise so quickly, guys. It happens in seconds. And that's what kills. And that's what we're most fearful of. We're already seeing roads covered farther south towards the coast, towards Holly Beach and Cameron. Latest gauge, at least at last check, was over 3 feet of water rise, okay? And we're seeing that in Vermilion Bay and areas well to the east, even hundreds of miles away, south of New Orleans. They've seen a water level rise as well. And storm surge tonight is going to be catastrophic and will likely, in places, beat out what we saw with Hurricane Rita. Guys, tragedy unfolding here, and it's really sombering just being in Lake Charles all day. Beautiful city, all communities here that are going to be looking so different by the time the sun comes out again tomorrow. And it's hard to think about that. We got a long night ahead, Dr. Knapp. Looking at the radar right now, you have pretty much the whole storm in excess from the Lake Charles radar. We can see well-defined eye wall, that north and northwest side just really bearing those dark, deep reds. That's where you have those Cat 4, even borderline Cat 5 hurricane force winds. Looking at the radar, what are you looking at now as we go into the next few hours, and who's expecting the worst of the weather to go downhill from here?
Yeah, well, it looks like the center of circulation is about 60 miles from the coastline. It's moving north-northwest at about 15, so we're about 4 hours away from the center crossing the coastline, but it's likely that northeastern eye wall that has the strongest winds. So that's where you would likely find those Cat 4 winds. It might not be quite that strong on the west side, but might be close. But the strongest winds and the worst onshore push in the storm surge are going to be on the right-hand side. That's where we're going to maximize these values. Now, in terms of timing, this is the updated position from the Hurricane Center. They're showing it still moving north-northwest at 15 miles an hour, and their advisory that came out back at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 Central, had landfall of the center at about 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 Central. It appears to be on track, relatively close to that timing. We can't pinpoint it, but it looks like we're about 4 hours away from landfall of the center. But it is so important to emphasize that this is not just a point on the map. The tropical storm force winds are already coming ashore. We're already getting water rises on the coast. We've already had tornado warnings over in eastern Louisiana. We have a lot more to go before the worst comes ashore. And then you have the backside of the hurricane. So this is going to be an hours-long event. And it's moving 15 miles an hour. Now, that's not stalled. It's not super slow, but it's not super fast either. It has slowed down compared to when it was over the western portions of the Caribbean. So again, here's the radar. So again, the strongest winds are probably over in here, in that eye wall. There's actually a tornado warning here on the coast. I hope nobody's there to have to take shelter from that tornado warning. This is an area that's in the storm surge warning. Hopefully everybody has evacuated from that area. So here's Cameron, Louisiana, right in here. So here's the northern eye wall. Got some eye wall lightning in there. Be interesting to see if we get some video from the hurricane hunters, because they'll see that lightning in their nighttime flights. Major hurricanes often have some lightning in the eye wall when they're peaking out in intensity. And so what the weather you're getting in Cameron now and this tornado warning is not the eye wall. This is the eye wall down here. Now, when this comes ashore, the Weather Service will just an hour or two in advance of that issue an extreme wind warning for that same area. And the action would be to do the same thing you would for a tornado, to take shelter. But I hope, again, that we don't have people that are in that area to take shelter, because they should be evacuated. We're gusting to 36 at Lake Charles, 25 at Orange. So again, you don't have the sustained tropical storm force winds being observed there, but you will before too much longer. And we have also, Jackie, that inland areas are going to start getting the tropical storm conditions here in the next 3 to 4 hours, around the time that landfall at the center occurs.
So Dr. Knapp, could we go back to that radar, because you were talking about the eye wall, and as we look at the structure of the eye wall right now, you can clearly see how intense it is, especially in the northern part of the eye wall there. But the southern part, I'm seeing an area where there's a little bit of separation. I know very strong hurricanes can go through those eye wall replacement cycles. Is there any chance we're starting to see signs that that could be happening?
I don't see really convincing signs of that yet. One thing that could be happening, and you know, it's hard to be completely sure, but part of this might be that the radar can't see through the northern eye wall very well. There's so much return on that northern eye wall that we're not getting, and at that distance and that altitude, we're not getting a full depiction of that southern eye wall. And when you look at the satellite imagery, it sure looks like that southern eye wall is pretty well intact. I mean, maybe it's not as solid as it was, but it looks pretty well closed up.
So a lot of times also, you know, it's hard to sustain this type of intensity for a long period of time, but we're closing in within just a couple of hours. But also we'll see little wobbles when storms begin to get this strong. Have there been any wobbles at all so far with Laura?
Yeah, I've noticed a few over the last 6 hours or so, but it always kind of gets back onto that north-northwest track. So, you know, when they put out the motion on these advisories, they don't measure it over an hour or two. They measure it over 3, 6, 9 hours to get a more consistent idea of what the motion is. So it's been wobbling a little bit about that north-northwest motion, but it is in the process of turning, so it still remains to be seen if it's going to come ashore just east of or right on the Texas-Louisiana border. But somewhere in there where that concave coastline is, that's where landfall is going to occur. And so I think, unfortunately for folks like in Lake Charles, that this is going to put them in the eye wall one way or another.
Yeah, or maybe just to the right of the eye wall, which actually would be worse, right? Because the winds and the forward speed work together, and so they end up being stronger in that right front quadrant.
That's correct. So, you know, Lake Charles right in here. So if the center takes a path kind of like this, then you end up on the right side, the strong side. And that's worse for wind damage, and that maximizes the onshore push of the storm surge up the Calcasieu River all the way up into Lake Charles. So if you're in Lake Charles, you want this to bend to the right a lot more to lessen your impacts. But, you know, what's worse for one person is better for another. So, you know, it's hard to root for anything except for this to weaken, but it's too late for that.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Dr. Now. We want to take a look at some of the more cameras that we have across the region as well, because we're seeing conditions changing so very rapidly, and we've got a lot of evidence of that happening here on our cameras. So this is Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we've got the clouds, where you're just kind of beginning to feel the impacts of those steadier rain bands that are going to be moving in. So Lake Charles, you haven't had much more than wind gusts around 30 miles per hour or so. Of course, evacuation orders have been issued, and so everybody should be out of the city at this time. We think conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, and this is going to continue to happen rapidly, and that main window of opportunity where the worst of the conditions are happening are going to be overnight. We're talking midnight till maybe 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. when the worst of the storm is going to be hitting that city, which will likely ultimately end up being underwater. Now, here's a live look at Port Arthur, Texas. Port Arthur, another city, an area under evacuation, and we've got a lot of issues in Port Arthur, and we just learned in the last hour or so that the bridges that lead to Port Arthur, including the Rainbow Bridge and the Jefferson Bridge, have been closed because those winds are now beginning to pick up enough that it's no longer safe to put traffic on those bridges, so those have closed down. We've seen plenty of wind gusts around 30 miles per hour or so, but we're also starting to see those sustained winds beginning to pick up, and that is an issue here in Port Arthur as well. Of course, Port Arthur very vulnerable to both storm surge and also likely going to be in that big zone where we could have really devastating winds because of Tropical Storm Laura. I believe we've got some other cameras that we want to share with you. I think we've got Grand Isle, Louisiana, and Grand Isle is one that I really want to show you because we have seen some big changes in terms of water level rises there already. Of course, Grand Isle is on the coast right now, so the sun has gone down, and we know that there have been some power outages too, so it might be difficult to see this. So Grand Isle, we're still talking about, the center of the storm is about 70 miles away from the coastline now, and we've already seen 3+ feet of water above already normally dry ground, and that's just going to continue to go up and up and up. Could see 15+ feet of storm surge in some of these spots. We want to go back to our Chris Bruin, who is live in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And, are you starting to get any of those rain bands where you are, Chris? Because it looks like you're just on the edge.
Yeah, it is raining. It is raining right now. We're about 2 or 3 miles south of downtown Lake Charles at the resort area here on Prien Lake and the Calcasieu River. Rain has started, and now it's probably not going to stop as we go through what is the heart of Hurricane Laura, and then getting into those banding features that eventually lead into the inner eye wall, and that is going to be just brutal and catastrophic. Again, even if we don't necessarily get the eye right overhead, we're likely going to be on that eastern eye wall where the strongest of winds will be, and they'll be enhanced, and we'll be in that eye wall for a long time rather than getting a break there in the center. Less than 60 miles away from landfall. We've got a long night ahead, and of course here at the Weather Channel we are going to be with you through it all, even with the incapabilities at times, given how strong the winds will likely get overnight. We will try our best to keep up to date with the latest and get on as we are safe to do so. Stephanie Abrams and Jim Cantore, they will be taking up the baton after me and are going to walk you through landfall here in southwestern Louisiana, where winds in Lake Charles are starting to gust to tropical storm force.
Burger King spicy nuggets. I got some serious doubts.
We'll see about this.
Wait till you taste these spicy nuggets.
Oh, the flames are there. Burger King definitely brought some heat.
Got a lot more kick than I expected it to have.
They're back. 8 Nuggets Spicy Original for $1. Also get free delivery on the BK app. Your way, way better.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Summer is here. So it. Here are the rules for summer this year. Lays are preferred. Pants are optional. Backyards, bathtubs, and patios are always open. And snack time? Snack time is anytime. Recipes are better with Cheetos. Tostito salsa goes with everything. And bedtime? What's a bedtime? Yeah, summer rules. Frito-Lay, let's summer.
From staircases supporting a grand entrance to floors kissed by bare feet, our all-new On Guard termite protection system keeps termites out to strengthen your home for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINIX.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks!
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Did you help build New York or New Jersey? Did you work in the building trades or military or do industrial or automotive work where you were exposed to asbestos that led to a mesothelioma or lung cancer diagnosis? If so, you are a real hero. And Whiteson Luxembourg wants to speak with you and help achieve justice and compensation.
Call 1-888-411-LAWS. That's 1-888-411-LAWS.
Guys come in all shapes and sizes. There is no normal for everyone, but there is a normal for you. If, like thousands of other guys, you find that your normal isn't so normal anymore, it could be an addressable medical condition called Peyronie's disease, or PD. A curve with a bump that bothers you isn't normal and should be checked out by a urologist, because you don't have to accept this as your new normal. Find a urologist at learnaboutpd.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late-night thunderstorms, low 71. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early, scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back in live from Lake Charles, Louisiana. We are awaiting the final approaches here of Hurricane Laura. Going to be a long night ahead, folks, and things are changing drastically. We got a tornado warning just to our south, and oftentimes those tornado warnings will spin up tornadoes, but they're also indicative of very strong winds being associated with those bands, and that's not too far away from here, guys. We're talking within 20 to 30 miles away, so be mindful. You want to start getting into your safe room where you're going to be riding out this storm. If you live in Lake Charles, if you live in Hackleberry, if you live in Holly Beach, Cameron, and all the areas in between, now is the time to get to that safe room because things are going to start changing. We're gusting now to tropical storm force. Officially, that is the latest gust up at the international airport, and things are going to ramp up very quickly from there. Sustained winds anywhere from 30 to 35, getting even closer to 40 miles per hour and gusting over 40 to nearly 50 miles per hour. That's what we're seeing here across parts of Calcasieu Parish. To our south, even stronger. We're getting reports of power outages and Cameron and very intense winds, and higher water rise is continuing to occur as we approach landfall. Less than 60 miles from the coast now, by the way, the center of circulation. Let's show you what I'm looking at. Let's pan down the boardwalk just a little bit. Power still in good shape. I can look across the water. I see all the refineries. I don't see any issues with lights right now, but look at the palm trees. See how they're violently starting to, sway back and forth. Winds are continuing to pick up. And we're getting on that threshold now. We're going to start seeing, palm fronds get ripped off, and you're going to start seeing, tree limbs start breaking off, and we're starting to near that stage of this hurricane. And then it gets a lot worse from there. Overnight tonight, guys, midnight tonight, we could be dealing with those hurricane force winds. And then how about winds that are over 100, 110, 120 miles per hour? We're only hours away from that. We're talking after midnight, overnight, and early in the morning. We're going to be dealing with that here, and it's going to be causing just incredible, absolute destruction. That's what we're going to see. So this is a wind event, but more importantly, this is a storm surge issue, and that is what we are going to be focusing in on. I mean, 15 to 20 foot surge. When was the last time we had storm surge values with that? Not going to see what we saw with Katrina, but for this area, that is going to be catastrophic. That's higher than Rita. If we were to get over 18 feet, that's higher than the highest report we had with Rita. Okay, and that was the last major storm to impact southwestern Louisiana. This will be stronger than Rita when it comes ashore. So Hurricane Laura, here's where we go from here. Lake Charles area, we are now gusting to tropical storm force. Rain has started, and it is here to stay through the duration of this, and will only get heavier. Rainfall rates are going to be much heavier than they have been. So far, they've been pretty intermittent. We've just really had showers. We had that one thunderstorm this afternoon. That was the outermost band. That was the strongest band we've had that produced quite a bit of lightning. And at times, you couldn't even see across the water. So what's going to happen with the storm surge, once we get those winds to start shifting, right now they're still coming from the north and the east, okay? So this essentially is northwest. There's north, there's northeast. So we're getting a, east to northeast wind right now. We're going to continue to watch that come more southerly. And as that does so, it's going to push that water up into Louisiana, through the bayous, up the Calcasieu River. This is Prion Lake. That then spills into Lake Charles. All of that's expected to fill up at times with over 9 to 13, potentially 14 and 15 foot storm surge. Now, it'll be different on different sides, whatever side of the shoreline you live on, but you know your zone, you know the dangers, and expect flooding. That is what we're going to be seeing here. Haven't noticed a lot of water level rise necessarily from our vantage point. That's encouraging news here, but just because it hasn't changed here doesn't mean somewhere else around town or the parish it hasn't already started to fill up into the yard. We're already seeing roads being overtaken by water. South of here, towards Hackleberry, they've already seen a water rise starting to cover up over the road. Same thing in Cameron, same thing at Holly Beach, and getting over into the parishes to the east of there. That has been indicative all day. Vermilion Bay, a very notorious spot because it sits in a unique position where it catches all of the water that comes in from the Gulf. And that's exactly what we're seeing, that flow right up into Vermilion Bay. So that's something that we're watching too. So again, if you're just joining us, maybe you finished dinner at your hotel in Texas or in Arkansas or Tennessee, you're watching, you're wondering what's going on back home in Lake Charles or areas nearby. Here's what's going on. So far, power's still up for most, but that will soon change. I think the next hour, we're really going to start noticing those power outages increasing, especially with that band. Again, pulling up the radar, we're at that northernmost edge of the persistent rain, but the heavy stuff is still about 20 or 30 miles to our south and east. That is where you have that tornado warning still ongoing, and because of that, that is where we expect those hurricane force gusts to begin and then ramp up much higher than that. Long night ahead, guys, and of course here at the Weather Channel we're going to be covering it round the clock. We have our safe spots. Again, every hour we're continuing to work our way back into more cover because of the exposure, and certainly the water is something we're watching. Right now we still got total sand, all right, and the water's been where it's been all day, so nothing from our vantage point that says imminent surge right this second, but that again changes. And remember, the surge comes in so fast, it really is shocking if you've never witnessed this. So stay right here at the Weather Channel. We're going to be taking a break, but when we come back, we're going to talk specifics about Lake Charles's vulnerability, past storms, and how this could exceed that, but also other areas and the latest on the water level rise already occurring in places like Cameron and Holly Beach, and here in Lake Charles, over a 2-foot water rise, by the way, at Lake Charles proper. So things are changing, and they're changing rapidly. Keep it here on the Weather Channel. We'll be right back.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration. how we come up with new ways to serve our customers and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Maomi, flavor forward.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
Hey, come on down to our Appliance Superstore. We have the best deals on refrigerators, microwaves, gas ranges, and grills. And if you're looking for
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However you healthy? Naked.
All right, breaking right now, we have several tornado warnings that are in effect, one of which confirmed on radar. This is in Cameron Parish. First of all, we'll show you the big picture where we have the tornado watch. This also just issued now. It's basically an extension of the previous watch, and this one now goes until 8 o'clock in the morning Central Time. This is just west of New Orleans, including Baton Rouge, Lake Charles, Alexandria as well. Let's zoom in and show you the area we're talking about. This whole line here is capable of producing some rotating storms. Doppler radar picking up many areas of rotation within that line. We've got warnings in effect for Cameron and Vermilion parishes until 9:45, and then the western part of Cameron Parish there until 9:45 as well. This is velocity mode on Doppler radar, and you can kind of see all these little areas within there of rotation. So those are swirling in and moving around on some of these bands, and we are seeing that strong rotation now very near the Pelican Island area, and I'm just going to take my max here for 1 second and move that. This is moving so quickly now. Just want to update the cone. This is moving around 65 miles per hour, so that's kind of a mind blower. You can't outdrive something like that, right? So North Island, that would be arriving at 10:01, and then Grand Chenier, that would be moving through at 10:31 local time. So just be aware that this is going to continue through the rest of the overnight, and if you are in any of these areas where we have the watch, you will need a way to be alerted while you're sleeping tonight. Tropical tornadoes can spin up very, very quickly. It's dark out, and they're likely going to be wrapped in rain. We do have the risk of these continuing through the day tomorrow as well. You can see torcons of 3 from Little Rock to Alexandria down towards Morgan City. Well, in Texas, nearly 500,000 people have been told to evacuate. We want to get an update now on conditions in Jefferson County, Texas. This is the home to Port Arthur and to Beaumont. And joining us on the phone right now is Allison Getz. She's a spokesperson with Jefferson County, Texas. Allison, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
All right, what is the latest? Let's start on the road conditions, because I understand winds are picking up and we're getting some closures perhaps on some of the bridges and the situation on I-10 as well.
Yes, everything is good right now, but I think things are going to deteriorate here pretty quickly. I know that the two bridges that we have here, the Rainbow and Veterans Bridges, were closed earlier, and I believe that the governor in Louisiana has closed down I-10 at the state line. But for right now, we're just kind of bracing for what's ahead, and hoping that everybody has taken the necessary precautions that decided not to evacuate and to wait out the storm here.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night ahead. What is your main message to those people who did decide to stay?
Well, I think they need to understand that these winds are going to be bad and they're going to be sustained. And so they're in a place where there are winds and leeway. And know that they're going to be on their own for quite a while, because the first responders are not going to be able to get out until the wind speed goes down back below 35 miles per hour.
Okay, so those people, basically, you were saying, we had a little bit of audio issue there with you for a second, but were you basically saying that, once the winds get to a certain level, that people are going to be on their own if they need rescue?
Well, yes. I mean, the first responders are not going to be able to get out until the winds get back down below 35 miles per hour. So we're looking at, possibly 16 hours where there's no help that's available for those that have decided to stay.
Are you most concerned about the wind, or are you concerned about the surge here as well?
The surge, we've gotten a little bit of a break when the storm moved a little bit more to the east. We shouldn't have the 20-foot surge that you're going to experience in Louisiana, but there's still a threat there, and the levee system in Port Arthur is a concern.
All right. Anything else you want to let people know about what's happening in Port Arthur and Beaumont tonight? Certainly no stranger to hurricanes or inland flooding. That, of course, is a concern as well.
Right. We're looking at, several inches of rain, and we've been through Imelda and Harvey, and so we certainly know what it's like to have hurricanes. But this wind event is something we've never seen before, so we're bracing for that.
All right, Allison Getz, thanks so much for being with us tonight. She is the county spokesperson with Jefferson County, Texas, the home of Beaumont and Port Arthur both. And there you can see the forecast wind conditions expected to just be extraordinary tonight, but also through much of the day here on Thursday. Could reach as much as 100 miles per hour, even into northern parts of Louisiana. Of course, we have a team of meteorologists covering this powerful storm from every angle tonight. Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams are in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we could see landfall in just a matter of hours. They're going to join us live, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, here on the Weather Channel.
Well, it's time for wrinkles.
Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. We've got the retinol that gives you results in 1 week. Not just any retinol, accelerated retinol SA, for not only smoother skin in 1 day, but younger looking skin in just 1 week. And that's clinically proven. Results that fast, or your money back. Unless you're attached to your wrinkles.
1 week, that's all it takes. Neutrogena.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Jumbo Smash! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking! It's Jumbo Snacks!
Tums versus Mozzarella Stick!
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Or get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
And welcome back in from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Weather Channel live round-the-clock coverage. Winds continuing to pick up, folks, as we head into the late night hours and certainly overnight. After midnight tonight, we're not going to be able to stand out here. It's going to be way too dangerous. Winds have now easily gusting over 50, if not higher. When we talk about miles per hour, we know power is out in places like Cameron, Louisiana. Water is on the rise to our south, but even here in Lake Charles. And it can be deceiving because if you're looking out your window and you look, it may not be 10, but on the other side, it could be a lot higher, or a different part of town, it can flood. So storm surge is continuing to increase, especially east of the center. So we're talking from central Louisiana, from Vermilion Bay, all the way to the Texas state line, the Sabine Pass. Now remember too, winds go counterclockwise around our hurricane. So depending upon what side you're on is going to be indicative of who sees the highest surge. But we know in places it may be historic levels, 15 to nearly 20 feet high. You know how high that is? Look at these light posts. They sit probably, 12, 15 feet? Imagine the water going higher than that, all right? And that doesn't even take into account the wave action, which if we're looking at the water now behind us, this is Prian Lake, and that spills into Lake Charles, but essentially is part of the Calcasieu River that flows directly into the Gulf of Mexico. The water comes up 20, 30 miles from the coast and floods all of this. And remember, it's not one big wave, it's a surge of water. And then you've got waves on top of that crashing because the wind is just whipping that water. At times, I mean, some of the buoys out in the Gulf of Mexico have reported 37-foot waves, 37-foot waves. I can't even imagine how tall that is. Now, that's over the open water. We're not going to have waves that high here at the coast, but even so, a 10-foot wave on top of a 10 to 15-foot surge, that's when you cause houses and homes and buildings to get knocked off their foundation. That's what we're looking at here across southwestern Louisiana. We don't want to forget about East Texas either. Even though you may have more of an offshore wind the whole time, the winds will be strong, and winds are going to be a factor. I can relate back to Panama City and think going into Mexico Beach the day after and just thinking the widespread devastation. It seriously is like a tornado, and we are going to see similar scenes. No doubt about it. We're going to see similar scenes like that with the wind damage, and then on top of that, the unsurvivable storm surge at times. The National Hurricane Center are calling that for anybody who did not evacuate and are in a life-threatening spot, especially near the coast. That is going to be what we're watching. Historic times, and especially when we talk about the strength of Laura. Strong Category 4, not far from a Category 5. Even so, what are we looking at, Dr. Nab? You think this could strengthen any farther, or you think we're holding ground at where we are at?
Chris, I think in general we are holding steady, but that's not good news because it's already so strong. But it doesn't look like it's getting any stronger. But it's got 3 or 4 hours left over water. I want to show you the recon data and show you the plane that we're talking about that's been collecting these data. I want to show you the time-lapse video of one of the NOAA Hurricane Hunter planes that flew into Laura earlier today. This is one of the P3 Orion turboprop planes. This is NOAA 42, known as Kermit. Now, this is from earlier this morning. They had a long time lapse, several penetrations of the storm. Well, that same plane is out there again tonight, along with their comrades from the U.S. Air Force. So we've got 2 hurricane hunters out there right now, and these data are critical to keeping tabs on how strong the hurricane is as it nears landfall. And these data will go into the Hurricane Center's next full advisory that will be out in a few minutes. So the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center are pouring through the data from these planes that the men and women of NOAA and Air Force are collecting. So let's take a look at it. So at the 9 p.m. Central Time update, maximum wind still at 150 miles an hour. Now let's take a look at what aircraft are doing. So this is Lakeland, Florida. This is the path of the NOAA plane. That's NOAA 42 as it went through its first penetration on this evening flight. And then the Air Force took off from Charleston. They're usually from Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. They got out before Marco and Laura. And now they've both been going through the storm at the same time. And you might be thinking, at some point in there, are they almost about to run into one another? No, there is smart air traffic control going on here. The NOAA plane is up at 12,000 feet. The Air Force plane is at 10,000 feet. So even though they went through the eye a little while ago, about the same time, they were not at the same altitude. Although if they peek out the cockpit, they might be able to see each other 2,000 feet apart. Now, what about the data that they're collecting? The NOAA plane went through a little while ago, and look at the measurements of the surface winds from that SFMR that sits on the underside of the wing and estimates the wind speeds at the surface. They got winds on both sides of the eye near that 150 miles an hour. And the Air Force just went through a little while ago from northeast to southwest. Now, on their surface wind estimates, they didn't get near 150, but their flight level winds, when you convert those to the surface, convert to about 150 miles an hour at the surface. So there's no indication that this has weakened at all. And I expect at the new advisory that the maximum winds will stay at 150 miles an hour. It's about 55 miles or so, the center from the coastline. And so we are, 3 hours, maybe 3.5 hours away from the center of the circulation coming ashore. So, Chris, I wish I had better news that this was weakening and falling apart on some level. It's just not happening. It looks like we're going to get the landfall of a Cat 4 here in a few hours. And looks like the right side is going to go over Lake Charles.
And that's not what we want to hear, guys. And looking at the radar, we've got tornado warnings heading at a beeline here in Lake Charles. Not quite in the warning, but that trajectory brings it to Lake Charles within the hour, okay? That band is going to have hurricane force gusts, absolutely 100%, and that's what we're most concerned about. That's the real beginning of what's going to be a very dangerous and historic night here in southwestern Louisiana. That brings us then into the eye wall. Mere miles now from the coast. We will be round the clock live coverage here from Lake Charles and Beaumont, Port Arthur, and even inland as Hurricane Laura barrels towards Louisiana.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just 1 pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real because you can't fake delicious. Special K.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
Do you know with Spectrum Mobile you can talk and text as much as you want for free?
I can afford that.
There are no surprise taxes or fees.
Even better.
And plans start at $14 a month.
$14? I spent $14 on this cup of coffee.
That's a lot for a cup of coffee.
Well, it's got 6 shots of espresso, so...
Why would you do that?
Because I'm a go-getter. I got big plans for this place. I'm gonna repaint, something softer. It's too bright. I'm gonna revarnish this table. You want some sandwiches? I'm gonna make you some sandwiches.
With plans from $14 a month and no surprise taxes or fees. Get Spectrum Mobile.
I'm making sandwiches and I'm sweeping.
Introducing Plaza Auto Mall's pickup and drop-off service for your vehicle. Oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job. Schedule us online or on the phone. We'll pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all your service needs. Plaza Auto Mall, Notion Avenue, Brooklyn.
You one-stop block for your auto shop.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. Call today for free information.
Call 800-867-0280.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 71. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early, scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe, high 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe, low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You are joining us live in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We are awaiting the worst that Laura will bring in the next few hours. And just in the last hour, we have gone from almost no rain and breezy conditions to now tropical storm force winds. Again, they'll let up at times, but they're starting to become more persistent, more pronounced, and the raindrops pelt you. That's what we're seeing. Not strong enough yet to really see significant power outages in Lake Charles. That is different, though, to our south. Now remember, we're in Calcasieu Parish. We're 30 miles or so due north of the Gulf of Mexico. So we're not right on the water's edge, but we are surrounded by water. And if you're familiar with Louisiana, it's covered in low-lying swamps and bayous. All that water, that storm surge fills all of that. So that's why it's able to go to places like I-10. Now, the governor of Louisiana closing I-10 from the Texas state line to west of Acadiana, okay? So that includes all of Lake Charles. That's about a 50, 60-mile stretch or so that is shut down. And we have seen it flood in the past, and we will see it flood again. It's no doubt about that. We'll see it flood again. Winds are only going to be ramping up from here. Every hour is going to look so different. And we went from no rain to now steady rain, but also persistent winds getting into that tropical storm force. I would say gusts have been over 50 for at least a couple of gusts in the last hour here in Lake Charles, even stronger to the south where we know in Cameron Parish there's about 150 people, officials say, that refuse to evacuate. That's 150 people in a very vulnerable area. Mandatory evacuation was ordered a couple of days ago, and now they are riding this out. They're going to be dealing with that 15 to 20-foot storm surge, and nobody's going to be able to come help. So hopefully those homes are, 25 feet high. I mean, to put a home 25 feet high, that's just unheard of. You don't see that very often unless you've been faced with a threat like Katrina or some sort of like that. So Laura really going to be known for a surge, but wind too. We saw what a strong Cat 4 can do. It can make scenes resemble a tornado. So you want to treat these like tornadoes. Now is the time. If you are here in southwestern Louisiana, now is the time to know that room that you are going to wait the night in. That's more interior, hopefully elevated, especially if you're near water, to keep you high up off the ground. But you also got to hide from the wind, because those winds can rip roofs off. They can open debris. Once a garage door opens, that's then entrance into the home, and it easily rips off the roof. So we're going to be seeing that type of situation probably 3 to 4 hours from now. Okay, it's going to go downhill very quickly, very fast, and it is a problem. And so we're hoping to save lives as best we can here at the Weather Channel. Hopefully everybody heeded the orders. For the most part, I think most have, and we're going to get through this together. But again, we are only in the beginning, and it's going to get a whole lot worse. Winds drastically change, and that surge happens even more quickly. We're looking at the water here. It's hard to make out from the camera, but we're looking at it, and you can clearly see some whitecaps, waves probably 1-2 feet high, which is pretty good size for a quiet, calm spot of the river here. Okay, so some of that come ashore, but not any significant rise in the water from our perspective. Don't let that fool you, though. Other parts of Lake Charles could see much higher rise already. It's hard to tell because what one spot may look like right now could look very different on a different side of the lake and a different spot of town and a different location in the parish. So be mindful of that. Areas, though, in southwest Louisiana are going to have that 15 to 20-foot storm. We know it's going to happen. This is a large storm. It's a monster of a storm, and it's not far away from a Category 5, even though that's just an academic stat ranking. 150-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to scoff at compared to 155. It's going to be catastrophic in the end, and waking up tomorrow after the worst of the winds died down and getting out and surveying what could be unrecognizable in many locations. It's crazy to see how quickly things have changed. Dr. Nab, I was amazed to have a sunset tonight. Typically, you'll have clouds come in well in advance. And we did have that one band, but for the most part, it was sunny today. And it's hard to believe landfall, 4, 5, 6 hours away or less.
Yeah, it's so typical, Chris, for the weather to be pretty good in the periphery of a hurricane with a compensating sinking motion, whereas inside the hurricane, everything's rising and is turbulent. Chris, I've got the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center that just came in here, 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central Time, as we expected, based on the recon data that NOAA and Air Force have been collecting. No change to the intensity. The max winds still, according to the aircraft, at 150 miles per hour, a solid Category 4. Now, it doesn't appear from the aircraft data or the satellite data that the storm is strengthening, but it's already so strong. As Chris said, it's somewhat academic at this point. It is inevitable now that this is going to cause catastrophic damage from wind and water, not just at the immediate Gulf front, but going a large distance inland when you have a major hurricane come ashore, it's going to bring hurricane conditions in a long way. These do not just go away at the coastline. Still moving north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. If you're in Lake Charles, the fact that it's still a north-northwest instead of making a turn to the north is not good news for you, because that keeps increasing the chances that the eastern eye wall, the right-hand side, is going to go right over Lake Charles. And when we look at the new track and intensity forecast that has just come in, it shows landfall here in the next 3 or 4 hours, maybe just along or east of the Texas-Louisiana border, and then continuing inland as a strong tropical storm all the way into Friday.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
At Heinz, every ketchup starts with our same tomatoes. But not every tomato ends in the same kind of Heinz ketchup. Because you can't be everyone's favorite ketchup without making a ketchup for everyone.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Ready or not.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
And good evening, everyone, from Lake Charles, a city that we've been advertising all day could easily be underwater from every corner of the city here because of massive water inundation. Compliments of Laura. Looks like it's going to be the strongest hurricane into southwest Louisiana history in terms of what we've got with storm surge and certainly the wind. Some of the wind, again, still trying to get up there, 150 miles per hour. So, you know, you're talking about damage from the wind and obviously unthinkable damage from the storm surge and the waves on top of that as well. This thing, again, the northern eye wall, about 40, 50 miles just offshore right now. It is on final approach to the Louisiana coast. It seems to be staying right in the center point of that track. It's been that way all afternoon. There's certainly a little wobble to the west and a wobble to the east from time to time, and that may obviously make the difference in where this thing eventually comes ashore. But it's essentially going to come right over or near Lake Charles, Louisiana, with just unthinkable damage. I hope that you evacuated it when you had the chance to do so. I mean, I cannot emphasize that enough. That has just been really the moral of the story, Steph. We've talked about this now for 2 days. You're talking about Cameron Parish in Cameron that got 20 feet of storm surge from Rita. This will be easily a similar situation, if not higher, because we have the highest tide of the month tonight.
Yes. All right, so Jim, let's talk a little bit more about Rita and how high the surge could get here, all right? Because I looked at the Calcasieu River, which is right behind me. That is the water. We're going to continue to watch it rise, and don't worry, we can easily get to higher ground where we are located here and quickly get in and go up. So don't worry about us when it comes to that. Trust me, we're going to be okay with that. But I want to talk to you about Rita and the surge and what is forecast to give you some perspective. Now, we don't like to compare storms here, but the Calcasieu River at Saltwater Barrier, which I was told by a local, that observation site, is just off in the distance there. The record is 13 feet from 1913. And the quote on the National Weather Service site says over half the city of Lake Charles was flooded. The forecast is 15.6 feet. The record where half the city was flooded was 13 feet. And Jim, Rita, this is going to shock everybody, Rita, which devastated Lake Charles, 9.43 feet, and they're forecasting 15.6.
Right. It kind of boggles the mind, Steph, when you think about how high that water is going to get, almost doubling what we had certainly before with Rita. So in the 1913 hurricane, actually, I think but either way you slice it, you're talking about more water than you've ever seen. You're talking about water that's going to come into buildings. All right. So I hope you have a second floor when you're talking about a 10 to 20 foot storm surge, because most first floors are about 10 to 20 feet per year. So record-setting surge, certainly very, very possible here. Steph, we are already on the front side of our casino here. We're at La Bear, so we're right, next door to you. You can retreat to the front side. You got another place to go. We're just going to hunker down right in through here for the evening. And of course, we're really going to see things go downhill in a hurry with this eye wall. It is going to, again, as I mentioned, coming ashore very quickly. We've already had some gusts to tropical storm force easily in Lake Charles, and that is only going up. There's buoys offshore that are gusting. There's already water rise that's going on here. And one of our meteorologists, Shane Brown, actually, and I tweeted this out earlier today, and you've seen it all over the Weather Channel, essentially took the Google Maps, Google Earth, and overlaid the storm surge forecast on top of it. And so what Stephanie's talking about with that water rise, you can literally see total inundation. All right, it's interesting too, because where we're standing, we're pretty much at 45 feet above the sea level. So we're obviously not going to see water that high, but there are other areas on the backside of the hotel that are lower, like where Steph is. That's obviously right there on the lake. All right, we're going to see I-10 underwater. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles will see inundation around their weather office, and that's why they have evacuated their office, and they are letting the National Weather Service in Brownsville actually take over the responsibilities. Everybody out of harm's way there. I mean, obviously you got to practice what you preach, and that's exactly what they're doing. So all in all, again, things aren't too bad right now in terms of the wind, but they are expected to get a lot worse, certainly as these squalls and bands come in, and you can't rule out occasional tornado spin-ups too, Steph, which, as you know, are going to make things a lot worse as we go on through the night. That we're on a tornado watch until about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and that could easily be continued, certainly for some spots, especially to our north.
All right, so Jim, I want to bring in a hurricane expert, Dr. Nab, to talk more about this. And Dr. Nab, even if you just look at the wingspan of this thing, over 400 miles across with tropical storm force winds, that eye, the diameter of the eye, around 35, 36 miles across. Look at the winds just picking up like this, and we are nowhere near the eye wall, the worst part of the storm. But Dr. Nab, being a storm this big, how long will it take to wind down as it goes inland, and people that live in northern Louisiana into Arkansas, places like that? What will they be feeling? Because this is not just a coastal issue.
No, it's going to take many hours for this to weaken below hurricane strength, and you're going to take hurricane force winds sustained inland about 100 miles. And even after that and beyond that, the tropical storm force winds with hurricane force gusts, over land, Steph, the gusts are a lot stronger compared to the sustained than the gust relative to the sustained over water. So they can remain very gusty over land. And in Rita, a lot of people died on the weaker side of the system in Texas from trees falling. So it's a very dangerous inland wind event.
And I want to to talk about the wind because Dr. Nab, I have an anemometer here with me. And you know, right now, obviously this is not official observation, but where I'm standing, our winds are, gusting around 20 miles an hour. So I want to give people some perspective on just how strong a wind is that's 150 miles an hour or 120. I think people really underestimate what a wind, if someone looks at this, they might say, oh, that's probably blowing at 40 miles an hour. But, where I am, again, unofficial, Dr. Nab, we're gusting around that 20 mile an hour range.
Yeah, and it's going to be up and down for a little while longer, but the center of circulation, whether it passes right over you or very close to you, is about 5 hours away. And so that's when you would get your strong gust winds, probably on the eastern eye wall, but it will be going downhill very quickly in the next 2 or 3 hours as you get into the northern outer bands. But then when the eye wall comes in, give it 3 to 4 hours, that northern eye wall, it will get really nasty really quickly. And I think, unfortunately, that this is going to take a path such that it pushes that water right up the Calcasieu River into Lake Charles.
All right, so that's where we are. So behind us is the Calcasieu River, and it goes all the way out to the Gulf of Mexico. Let's talk about that water rise, because that's something else that, this doesn't come in like a tsunami, like a big wave. That water goes up, but it does go up very quickly. And I think that's what really catches a lot of people off guard, Dr. Nab, is just how quickly that surge is going to be pushing up.
Yes, and it will start off a little gradual, but then in the last hour or so, it will come up very, very quickly. Now, it'll be a different kind of water rise in Lake Charles than it will be with the storm surge event closer to the Gulf of Mexico coastline, where you would have the open exposure to the full force of the battering waves. And that's where, down in Cameron, for example, you could have entire buildings wiped off their foundations. That's less likely to happen in Lake Charles, but still very likely to have many structures inundated. We had 6 feet of water in downtown Lake Charles in Rita. There's every possibility that you have more than that this time around.
And, the fact that not only you're going to have the surge, you're going to have the wind, and that we have never seen a Cat 4, Cat 5 in this part of Louisiana. This is going to be historic. The name will be retired with that coming in here. And we haven't seen anything this strong in Louisiana in 64 years or something. Going back to the 1800s was the last time we had a storm this strong in Louisiana.
Likes of Katrina and Rita and so forth. When you go by category, according to the maximum sustained winds, we haven't had something this strong. Now, Rita was a little bit weaker by the maximum sustained winds, but it was a little bit larger. And so in some places, we might have comparable storm surge this time as compared to Rita. But I think with how strong Laura is, especially in Cameron Parish and up the Calcasieu River and up into Lake Charles, some places will get worse storm surge. So it depends on where you are. Every storm is very, very different. And also, Steph, the other thing that is working against us here is that the timing of high tide in the 4, 5, 6 a.m. time frame where you are is also going to be about the time when the strongest onshore push will be realized.
Yeah, just after 6 a.m. is when we have that high tide, and then the sun will be rising about 6:46 tomorrow morning, and unfortunately, it'll look a lot different. Dr. Nab, how about that rainfall? It is moving fast. That is the one silver lining, is this is not going to be a Harvey with 20, 30, 40 inches of rain, but we're still going to see some spots with up to perhaps 18 inches of rain.
Now, there is a connection between the heavy rainfall and the storm surge. Yes, it is good that it's moving along. Now, it's not zipping along at 20-something miles an hour like it was in the Caribbean. It's down to 15. So it's, maybe a little bit faster than average, but it's still a large enough and strong enough system that the rain rates are going to be incredible. And you could easily get a foot of rain near the coast and inland. Now, here's the complicating factor, Steph. We're going to have tremendous rainfall in southwestern Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas. That water is going to be trying to drain into the Gulf of Mexico, and the storm surge that's not going to drain very quickly is going to back that up. So when you look at how high the water could get due to storm surge, it could actually be higher than that, because that doesn't take into account inundation from excessive rainfall.
All right, Dr. Nat, we'll check back in with you in a little bit. I want to go to Jim, though. And Jim, I want to put in perspective, what does 10, 15 feet of surge mean? A one-story building is around, 10 to 4. So we're talking literally the height up to people's roofs, maybe over some people's roofs at 10 to 15 feet. That's a one-story building.
Yeah, and Steph, you saw the same story I did about the folks. About 150 people decided to stay behind in Cameron Parish. The emergency manager incredibly worried about those folks. They refused to leave, but you know what? It's a free country, ladies and gentlemen. You got to do what you got to do, right? But that isn't necessarily saying that's the smartest move out there, especially given the fact that we know how high the water is going to get with this, and the waves on top of that make it a horrifying experience. Like you mentioned, a one-story building is about 10 feet, all right? So now you're on your roof at 15 and hoping the waves don't knock you off the roof into the storm surge. That's what we're talking about here, and that's not even sugarcoating it at all. And you're gonna, and if the 150-mile-per-hour winds don't knock you off the roof, then maybe the storm surge and the waves will. There's just a multitude of hazards. And the other thing that really upsets me about this is the fact that now you potentially put first responders in harm's way. We give you all the information we can to get you out of harm's way and get you prepared for the storm. And when you decide to do things on your own and things don't go exactly the way you thought that they'd go, now you put first responders out there. And they have families and they have livelihoods, and we need those people. They're a part of this whole thing that makes the world go round. So just keep that in mind. All right, when you think about when emergency managers and whatnot ask you to evacuate, that's exactly what that's for, to keep you safe, to keep them from not having to go in and get you. 937 millibars. This is really interesting when you think about it, because all the historic hurricanes in Louisiana history there's only, Rita was 937 millibars, and Katrina was stronger than that at, I think, 915 millibars. So it is up there with the elite, if you will, in terms of its rate. Interestingly enough, too, the wind's only 115 miles an hour. It was a bigger storm. All right, this one's a little bit tighter, and so the winds are a lot stronger at 150 miles per hour. Now let's take a look. Let's get some real-time data here. I want to look at the radar. One of the beautiful things about the radar is it can look up and tell us a lot of things. Are there hail? Is there hail with storms? Is there, what are the rainfall rates? What is the wind doing at different levels of the altitude where the beam is? And the radar at Lake Charles right now, of course, as most Doppler radars are at a half a degree beam width. So that's the angle the beam goes up. So as we look out now into the eye wall, you can see what kind of wind we got here. So this is about 6,000 feet up, I believe, right, Jess? And we're talking about, winds here that are well over 140 miles an hour. Now, those don't always get all the way down toward the surface. We know that. There's a stabilizing factor before you get to the ground that kind of dampens, if you will, that wind. There's friction and things like that as well. But still, that gives you an idea of what is in that eye wall. And once it gets on the coast and once it moves up into Lake Charles, now you're talking about very, very high likelihood of loss of power here. We may even lose cell phone service. And that's another thing. Steph and I will come with you as long as we can tonight, given the fact that we will potentially could lose cell towers. And right now, cell is what's getting us out there on the air, both in the way that you can hear us and also see us in through here. Now, right now in Lake Charles, the winds are out of the northeast. So I'm a little blocked. What I've played for with my crew is, A, to be above the water. That's first and foremost to start with. And then secondly, are to see the winds start coming around a little bit more easterly and southeasterly as the center begins to go to the west and we get into the eye wall. So that's going to present a whole different other issue here in terms of the wind. It's going to be howling through here. But we obviously can retreat and get out of harm's way, which we will do if it gets that bad, because if you remember what we went through with Isaias in Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach, even at 85 to 90 miles per hour, it was very, very difficult to stand up and through here. Plus, you've got a lot of trees around and a lot of roof shingles. So there's going to be flying debris everywhere out and through here. So again, we'll do our best to show you what goes on. I had somebody ask me one time, Jim, why do you stand out in these things? I said, honestly, because if I'm going to ask somebody to leave or be a part of that equation with the weather enterprise, I want to at least be able to take people through it and show them why they left. All right, to show them, just how strong the storm can be and the different aspects of it. So that's really it. Otherwise, guys, we will continue to watch Laura for you on final approach. There'll be a wobble this way. There'll be a wobble that way. But eventually, it is coming toward southwest Louisiana in what is going to be one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit this area, if not more than likely the strongest with record-setting storm surge and water rise.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Jake from State Farm. I can't thank you enough for getting me the Serena savings on my insurance. Can I get you 10 free minutes in the broth bath?
Serena, with State Farm, everyone's offered surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, sure. How about a complimentary wet moss wrap?
Here's the deal. These savings are for everyone.
Seriously? She's just jealous.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over. Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Lucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, Dad.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Hey, Pigeon here. You look tired. Time for a new mattress. Check out Mattress Firm. Their Rest Assured promise means you don't have to worry whether or not you got the right mattress at the best price. Us New Yorkers, we have enough to worry about. Now go. Tell them the Pigeon sent you.
The Pigeon sent me.
Find the right mattress for you with our Rest Assured promise at over 220 stores in the New York area. Only at Mattress Firm.
Summer. The one season that always leaves us wanting more. And you only have one chance to get it right. Here's yours. Summer On. Receive a credit of up to $3,000 plus 0.9% financing now through August 31st.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 71. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. Very dangerous Category 4. It's going to come in as a Category 4. No question about that. It's just how far inland and how high is that water going to get? That is something that's on everybody's mind. And as a matter of fact, I just got a text from my good buddy Rob Macedo, who's a meteorologist up in New England, and he works obviously with the Skywarn spotter group up on these. They're all the amateur operators, and they're when the cell phones go down, by the way, guys, you're going to wish you knew an amateur radio operator, okay? Because they're the ones that get out. But here's the deal. He talked about from social media here. Homeowner who was watching his home camera saw water across Brant Street in Holly Beach, which is in camera parish, as we talked about, before they lost power and the camera went out. So here comes the water. It's already coming in. We've seen water rise already close to 3 feet, I think, in some spots. Calcasieu Pass now sustained 46, gusting to 58 miles per hour there, gust to 63 as well with that as well. That was the peak gust. And no question about it here, guys. This thing's going to come in and things are going to go downhill in a hurry. All right, speaking of going downhill, let's see how things are doing in Lake Charles. Again, I'm at L'Auberge, so we're back here, near the, across the lake from the oil refineries, which, by the way, they evacuated. I was talking to a couple of gentlemen who were in the L'Auberge, and they were saying, hey, we didn't even get evacuated for Rita. So they're very concerned about the refineries back there. All right, they've got them evacuated as well out of there. So that's great news. We don't want anybody, obviously, in that area, but obviously bad news for the refineries because you're talking about a heck of a water rise over there. But here's Peak. He's at Lake Charles with his camera. I think he said he's got a max gust now of about 38 miles per hour. So with that in mind, certainly, we know even where he is, things are going to go downhill. And where he is, water could be up to the side of his car. Now, he's not going to be there when that happens, all right, because we know better. We know to get him back here. But we just want to show you what it's like out there right now. It's been raining now pretty steadily. We've had tropical storm force gusts in Lake Charles. We're still out of the northeast, so that's why we're a little blocked here from the wind, if you will. But when those winds come a little bit more southerly, which they will with the center going to our west, we'll get the full brunt of that here in the front of L'Auberge, which I can't thank these guys enough. They've gone out of their way to help us out, so they've been wonderful. And I hope, everybody is hunkered down. Everybody has heeded the advisories to get out of harm's way when they could. You could hear it when we talked to John Bell Edwards, the governor, earlier today. He was very concerned about the people that stayed behind, and I'm sure he just shook his head when he heard the fact that 150 people actually stayed behind in Cameron, Louisiana. So that's the big deal there. Again, just light rain here. It was actually a little dry, believe it or not. The grounds were a little dry in through here, so they could use a little rain, but we don't need 10, 15 inches of rain because, as Dr. Knabb was talking about earlier, the fact that you could easily get that kind of water, which is trying to get to the Gulf of Mexico, at the same time the surge and the wind are pushing in and pushing it up. That means we could even have a higher water rise as a result of that rainfall. So all the rain gets added to the equation here. Unfortunately, that's just not added to the inundation equation. All right, Steph, let's talk a little bit about this. So I talked about where we are in the front of L'Auberge, and we're pretty high up and through here. Tell everybody where you are and your plan, if you will, as that water starts to come up where you are, I think, behind the Golden Nugget, and then up toward the front.
So Jim and I, we could walk to each other. But in two separate hotels that are next to each other. And I'm on the back side of the hotel. The Calcasieu River is behind me, and I'm watching that, okay? Because we're expecting that surge to be about 9 feet here. And Jim, we do have very easy access to go right up. There's stairs right in front of me. My crew is already elevated, as a matter of fact. And so we're going to watch that water behind me with a very keen eye, and we will be able to get in and get higher with no problem here. I am more exposed than Jim is right now to the elements. He's a little protected by his hotel, and I'm right on the water, and so I'm very exposed. I've been taking wind observations. The highest gust I've gotten so far is 33 miles an hour. Now, again, of course, these are unofficial. This is just with my handheld anemometer.
Is that okay,
but I will continue to take observations and see just how high the winds are going to get for us. And I want to talk about how rare it is to see a hurricane like this in this part of Louisiana. There's never been a Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, there's only been 3 Category 4s to make landfall in Louisiana, 2 of those in the 1900s. The other was Betsy in 1965. You might remember that, but that was towards the mouth of the Mississippi and then up through central Louisiana. So this might be only the 4th time in history we have a Category 4 making landfall in Louisiana, and the first time it's in this area. And Jim, you know, a lot of people are talking about, oh, will it become a Cat 5? Will it become a Cat 5? Having that conversation. The truth of the matter is it does not matter. That's just going to be for historical data. We're at 150. A Cat 5 is 157. That is really not going to make a huge difference in the type of damage that we will get with a landfalling strong Cat 4 or a weak Cat 5. I might have lost Jim. I might have lost him. We can go to Dr. Nab if I've lost. I think.
No. We're still here. We're still here.
Oh, that's all right.
I was just wondering if you were going to take us to break because we only had a little bit of time, so I was talking to the producer. So if you asked me something, go ahead and do it again.
I was just saying, Jim, you know, strong Cat 4 to a weak Cat 5, we're only going to make that differential for the record books. It's not going to matter the type of damage you get with 150 versus 157.
Yeah, not much at all in terms of that. You know, obviously it's status. And, you know, remember, there's always reanalysis potentially after the fact where the Hurricane Center goes back in. And by the way, if you want a little good read tonight, go back and read the National Hurricane Center's description of what happened with Rita. Their full report on that, our very own Dr. Rick Knabb was a part of 3 meteorologists who wrote that.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell head over heels in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Unfortunately for him, it's more of a forbidden love. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze. Seriously good scent. And if you love Gain Flings, you've got to try the dish soap.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Domino's!
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
All right, guys, let me show you the difference between being on the northeast side of the hotel and being on this side where we're a little protected right now. Charles Peak back there. This is where we were this morning, right on the water, okay, and across the water, of course, are the refineries. But you can look, you're looking over to where Steph is at the Nugget, okay? That's how far away we are from each other, and that's why her shot, she's dealing with all that on the back side of this thing with those northeast winds right now. So no question, that's where it is obviously rougher, and it is not a true testament of what we're getting. So let's actually get an idea what that looks like being in it. Steph, we just showed Peak shot. He's looking over toward you right now. Looks like you're getting hammered back there pretty good. And we're not even remotely into the teeth of this yet.
Yeah, No, we're not at all, Jim. I mean, we're still several hours, and look what's happened just from our last live shot until now. I'm trying to get a wind observation. I'll be doing these. The highest I've seen so far is 33, but I've got to tell you, you can see the sheets of rain, whipping off the building with the wind. Behind me is the Calcasieu River, and you see that water, and the waves are starting to come up here, and we're watching this very closely, and I don't want anyone to be concerned about us. My crew is actually already elevated. They are up from where I am standing, and I can easily run up these stairs and we can get higher, and that's what we anticipate doing once that water is going to push in with this storm. And the winds, they've died down a little bit now, but wait until we get into that eye wall. I will not be able to stand out here. It'll be absolutely impossible. So things are going to continue to deteriorate through the night. Now is the time that everyone needs to be safe. For those people that stayed behind, hopefully that they have, axes and whatnot to get out on their roofs. We saw that happen, Rita, Katrina, where people were stuck and had to chop through and get out onto their roofs, because the first responders will not go out in the weather once you get those winds sustained. I've heard varying numbers from first responders, but anywhere from 40, 45, 50 miles an hour, they will not be able to go out in the wind. Now imagine how far we are. I mean, the center of this circulation is about 50 miles offshore. Now, as the crow flies, we're about 30 miles to the Gulf of Mexico as the crow flies, okay? If you go down, the river and the lake system that is here. And this system is about the center of it, about 50 miles offshore. Now, what's going to be, you're going to see happen for our live shots is we're going to get into that eye wall. That is the worst part of it. Conditions will go down quickly. They will be intense, and we will broadcast as long as it's safe to do so, and we can get a signal out. And then you'll get that eye to come in. Whoever gets in that eye will have calm conditions, incredibly calm conditions. But here's what you have to worry about. If you get that northern eye wall, that starts to weaken everything, and of course will rip some stuff apart. And then that second eye wall will be even worse, because that will then have everything flying twice as bad, because you've weakened everything with that first eye wall. And even just this rain coming now, pelting my face, it feels like someone is taking a bunch of rocks and throwing it at my face. That's how bad it stings with these strong winds. This will be historic, seeing a Category 4 making landfall. By the way, I-10 inundated with Rita. Rita's water got up to 9.43 feet. The forecast for this one, 15.6 feet. And portions of I-10 are shut down from the Texas-Louisiana border and the Chapalaya Basin heading this way. So, Jim, hopefully nobody is traveling during this storm. But the problem is that water, it could stay up for quite a while. It's not just going to go up and then go right back down.
Steph, let me ask you, Steph, you brought up a great point earlier about people that stayed behind and may have a one-story home that they have to get on their roof of because the water is so high. I want you to show me one person, just one, who can hold on with 150-mile-an-hour winds on their roof. I want to meet that person. I really do. So you're not in good situation here. You can't, exactly. All right, guys, I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knapp. Big difference, though, isn't it, between Steph and my shot? She's on the backside. She's exposed to the northeast wind. The hotel's blocking me for the moment, but the winds are going to come around a little bit more out of the southeast, which is going to expose us again in this area where I'm standing. So, Dr. Knapp, I think a few viewers are kind of looking at this and saying, okay, this is interesting. If the pressure now is 937 millibars with Laura, and the pressure with Rita was 937 millibars, why is the wind with Laura 150 miles per hour and the wind with Rita was only 115 miles per hour?
Yeah, pressure and max winds don't completely line up. Rita had been a Cat 5 over the central Gulf of Mexico with the winds 180 miles an hour. When it weakened, the pressure didn't come all the way back up, and what happened is Rita ended up being a larger hurricane. Its hurricane force winds extended out more than 80 miles as opposed to Laura's hurricane force winds about 60 miles. So Rita was a larger hurricane, one of the lowest pressures for a Cat 3 ever on record.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C, and time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain keeps coming back, tell your doctor and say yes to Linzess.
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
This is a view from our Charles Peak in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We recently got a gust over 50 miles an hour at the airport there, and the winds will only get worse from here. And this is just the first half of the hurricane. The center of circulation will go very near to the west of Lake Charles in a few hours, and bringing them perhaps the strongest winds of anyone that will be that far inland. And then the hurricane will continue to bring hurricane force winds even north of Lake Charles, and it will bring the storm surge up the Calcasieu River and we will have flooding in Lake Charles from a combination of the saltwater flooding and heavy rainfall producing the freshwater flooding. They will combine. And so you can see where Lake Charles is here along I-10, kind of on the northern end of the really solid rainfall. So now that it has started raining heavily in Lake Charles, it's not going to stop for a long time. The only thing it would stop for is if you were to be clipped by some portion of the eye and get a brief break. But here's the northern eye wall that is still offshore. So we are about, 4 hours from the center of circulation being near or over Lake Charles. We're only a couple of hours from it being near or over the coastline in the vicinity of Cameron, Louisiana. So this is the northern eye wall. That's just maybe an hour offshore. From there, we're already getting, again, those strong winds being reported, gusted to 61 miles an hour now is the recent report at Lake Charles. And it's certainly going to be stronger down near the coastline. So here's the northern eye wall right in here. In the northeastern eye wall, where you see that lightning activity, that's probably where the strongest winds in this hurricane are. The water rises continue to climb. Calcasieu Pass down there reporting about 4 feet above normally dry ground, and that will be rapidly rising. Lake Charles a little over a foot above normally dry ground, over 3 feet, even well to the southeast on the other side of Vermilion Bay. We even have some water rises way over in extreme southeastern Louisiana. So we'll be watching these values in Lake Charles come up around 5 or 6 in the morning when the onshore pushes the greatest and they reach high tide. Again, nearest the coastline, that's where we could maximize the storm surge flooding at 15 or 20 feet. This is not just going to flood structures, it is going to destroy structures. There will be buildings wiped off their foundations, entire communities perhaps, Cameron possibly being one of them, Holly Beach possibly being one of them, that will be completely wiped off the map in terms of the structures. Hopefully everybody gets out and will not be there to experience it. We fear some people were left behind. I sure hope that isn't the case. But Lake Charles here is one of the places where you could, even north of there, get saltwater flooding above normally dry ground from storm surge. It even goes north of I-10, so this could end up being 40 miles north of the immediate Gulf front. Now, not everybody is going to experience what you see here. This is a depiction of the reasonable worst-case scenario at any one spot. But the way the hurricane's coming in, it looks like this corridor, Cameron, Calcasieu River up to Lake Charles could get the worst. So when we take a look at what could happen and do kind of an aerial depiction of the storm surge flooding potential, this is what could happen at any one spot on the map. Saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. You don't have to do any fancy math here. This is how high it would be on the ground if you were standing at one of these locations. Now, this is not necessarily a depiction of what will happen everywhere. This is the reasonable worst case at any one spot. But these red spots, it could be more than 9 feet above ground. Now, in Rita, a lot of the area of Lake Charles had 6 feet of water above normally dry ground. So you can see how some areas could exceed 9 feet. And some of the areas will be less inundated than others. And depending on exactly where the hurricane goes and who gets the worst flooding, some spots might get worse than what is shown here. Some might get not as bad. But I think many people are going to experience, Jim and Steph, worse flooding, higher water levels in Lake Charles above ground than they experienced in Rita. So, Jim and Steph, I hope folks realize the magnitude of the storm surge flooding event. And it's even worse than this map shows, because that map that I just showed you does not account for the foot of rainfall that's going to happen that will add to the inundation in the low spots. So this is going to be a major water event. Plus, you're going to get stronger winds in Lake Charles than you did in Rita.
So I wanted to ask you about that, because with that water up and then our winds potentially 120, 30, 40, 50, what type of wave action will we see? We're in Lake Charles again. I'm about 30 miles as a crow flies to the Gulf of Mexico. But should we anticipate to see wave action this far inland, or will it be just at the coast?
Well, there will be some wave action on the river there. It will be nothing like the large and battering waves on the Gulf front and down farther south where there's more open exposure. And that's the area down near Cameron, Holly Beach, that area where we could see structures wiped off their foundations by a combination of the surge and the waves. I don't think we're going to see that kind of wave action and structures wiped off their foundation as easily in Lake Charles. it's going to be more inundation. But there still will be moving water. It's not just going to rise slowly and just be sitting there. It will be moving water, and water is heavy, and when it's moving, it can carry debris and take buildings out. So it just depends on how strong your structure is, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk to people that still have power right now, Dr. Knapp, because this is what I'm worried about. People that stayed behind that may have two-story homes, all right, or have a place to get to high ground. There's a very good chance that water's going to come in to many homes and businesses here. What do we say to people when that starts happening? Besides, obviously, you got to get to higher ground, get stuff that you can now if you're anticipating water coming in, right?
Yeah. Now let's say you didn't evacuate according to instructions, and or you are in a place that wasn't told to evacuate, and you're in your home during this event, whether it's from saltwater flooding, fresh water, or both, and you're in your home and your life is threatened by rising water. You still call 911. It's just that help might not be able to come right away. You just want to go as high as you possibly can in your home as the waters rise. But this is why we try to get everybody out as flooding it becomes an absolute reality.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor!
Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks.
Jumbo Fun anytime!
It's Jumbo.
It's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks!
Tums versus Mozzarella Stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Burger King spicy nuggets. I got some serious doubts.
We'll see about this.
Wait till you taste these spicy nuggets.
Oh, the flames are there. Burger King definitely brought some heat.
A lot more kick than I expected it to have.
They're back. 8 Nuggets Spicy Original for $1. Also get free delivery on the BK app. Your way better.
From staircases supporting a grand entrance to floors kissed by bare feet, our all-new On-Guard termite protection system keeps termites out to strengthen your home for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINX.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
This is Richie Bento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
Do you know with Spectrum Mobile you can talk and text as much as you want for free? I can afford that. There are no surprise taxes or fees. Even better. And plans start at $14 a month.
$14? I spent $14 on this cup of coffee.
That's a lot for a cup of coffee.
Well, it's got 6 shots of espresso, so.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm a go-getter. I got big plans for this place. I'm gonna repaint something softer. It's too bright. I'm gonna revarnish this table. You want some sandwiches? I'm gonna make you some sandwiches.
With plans from $14 a month and no surprise taxes or fees. Get Spectrum Mobile.
Making sandwiches and I'm sweeping.
This is Richie Bento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 71. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, looking at the action behind La Berge here with the wind whipping around a lot stronger back there. They're not protected. They're getting pretty much the straight winds there, which have gusted over 50 miles per hour here in Lake Charles. We've had a 70 mile per hour gust down in the Calcasieu waterway there that I just heard about, and also some incredibly strong words now from the sheriff's office in Vermilion Parish. Listen to this, and I quote, "For those that didn't evacuate, write your name, address, social security number, and next of kin. Put it in a Ziploc bag and put it in your pocket." End quote. That's a pretty strong statement right there, because that means they will, more than likely, they will not have the capacity to come after you if the water is high. So that's what their fear is, and that's why emergency managers and weather service folks and hurricane center folks work so hard on these forecasts to get you out of harm's way. And remember, we reported earlier in Cameron Parish that 150 people decided to stay behind for this. So, there's a lot of people still out there in where we are forecasting 10 to 20 feet of water, waves and wind on top of that. And this isn't going to be like Rita, because as Dr. Knapp talked about, the winds are a lot stronger here. We're talking about 150 mile per hour winds. This thing's coming in as a bona fide Cat 4, strongest hurricane ever in southwest Louisiana. Why would you ever want to stay through that? We've gotten good at this stuff, guys, and we're not just telling you to hear ourselves talk. All right, again, kind of keeping an eye out here in front of La Berge. You kind of look out into the parking lot. We're getting a little bit of a break from the wind, and it's kind of easy to predict what is going to happen every time we get a heavier rain squall. The winds are going to be gustier. So a lot of that rain actually transports down some of the stronger winds aloft, and they're real strong aloft, especially offshore, Steph. Looking at the eye wall on radar, looking at about 5,500 feet up now, we got 140 mile per hour winds. Now, those don't always get down to the surface, but sometimes 80% or 90% of those winds do, and that's certainly enough to cause intense structural damage.
Absolutely, and that on top of the surge as well. And Jim, I want to talk about the rarity. You mentioned this becoming Category 4. We've never had a Category 4 landfall in this portion of Louisiana. And in fact, we've only had 3 known Category 4s to make landfall in Louisiana, 2 in 1800 and 1 in 1965, and none of those were anywhere near this area. So this is a very rare occurrence. Now, what's going to happen as we go through the next hours? That's what everyone wants to know as we're watching this. Look how gusty it is. We are not shielded at all. This is the Calcasieu River right behind me. You see that water is going to come up. We're watching it very closely, and we are going to be able to get to higher ground very quickly. I'm about 30 miles as a crow flies to the Gulf of Mexico, and Laura will be the record 7th named storm to make landfall actually here in the continental U.S. before the end of August. That is a record. We've had 6 named storms. Let me look at my numbers here. I want to get them right. 1886 and 1916. There were 6 named storms that made landfall before the end of August. This will be our 7th. So it is a record-setting season. It is a record-setting storm. And unfortunately, that means a lot of destruction for people here into southwestern Louisiana. But Jim, it's not just at the coast. And I really want to emphasize this. Obviously, that's where we'll see the most destruction. But people that live in the parishes in northern Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, as this continues to go in, it takes time for these to wind down, and it will still have tropical storm force winds. It will be taking out power for people.
Yeah, it's a great point. We haven't talked about that because we've been focusing a little bit on Lake Charles, and certainly our amazement with the kind of inundation that's forecast here, and the height of the river, going almost twice as high as the record, which is just amazing when you think about that. So that just puts the inundation into a whole different perspective here and category. But yeah, Steph's exactly right. That's why the hurricane warnings go so far inland. And another thing too, Steph, is There are phenomenal amounts of cattle in these lower parishes of Louisiana.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there was no way to get them out. So we're going to lose a lot of cattle. There is a phenomenal amount of timber in this exact region that we've often referred to on the Weather Channel, the East Texas piney woods. Well, that kind of extends into Louisiana. There's a phenomenal amount of timber up in this area. So we're going to see tremendous loss in timber for the state all the way up into Shreveport, Bossier City. I mean, even the fact that we could get a Category 1 hurricane moving close to Shreveport with some semblance of a circulation center still left is just amazing to me. And then we got to push this across Arkansas, into Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Appalachia, central Appalachia, and the mid-Atlantic with a little injection from the mid-latitude jet stream where we could still see winds that could produce power outages. No question we have the chance to have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, without power before this is all said and done, and it will be far away from the coast. So, Steph, again, it's interesting where I am. I just want to give folks a perspective of this. I'm a little protected, certainly at the moment, on this side of LaBerge, but you're open to the river back there, so you're getting, whatever the atmosphere is bringing us right now.
Exactly. So I'm wide open now. This is looking awful. So the sun rose over here, so that's east. This is kind of northeast, and then, everything is blowing from basically east-northeast towards the west right now, and our winds are going to shift, and that will make a huge difference. When the storm is coming around, the winds will be going in one direction, then you get a different eye wall, and they're going to be shooting off in another direction, and that means the debris will start flying in different directions. We're going to talk more about those threats, hour by hour, your neighborhood. What should you expect? We have it all right here on the Weather Channel with live coverage.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Tums versus Mozzarella Stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At a place like this, you're never alone. I'm gonna walk through this with you.
It's loving, it's caring, it's everything the world should be.
To give and to care. If we can spread that, I think the lessons are enormous.
We're all here to help one another, because when you're together, you can make things happen.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
All right, guys, just got word that we are now under an extreme wind warning. And this, of course, is something that they reserve for the eye wall, in parts of the eye wall. And we're going to be under this for a while because the worst is still offshore, but we're going to get more and more wind. Winds are going to be gusting even stronger. So a large chunk of, I would imagine, southern Louisiana all the way to the coast under this extreme wind warning, which is kind of like the look. You're not going anywhere. Shelter in place. You're going to lose power. You may lose cell service. That's essentially what that is telling you right there. And that is what's going on, certainly for many, over the next 2 to 4 hours in this region here up in Lake Charles. Now, what's interesting, you're like, Jim, what high wind warning? You're not standing in any kind of high wind at all. No, because we've positioned ourselves in the front to deal with the eye wall later on. All right? So we're protected with a northeast wind right now. But let me take you to the back of L'Auberge. And this is what Charles Peak's got. This is literally right around the back where we were this morning for AMHQ. And you can see, and this is where Steph is right now. She's at the Golden Nugget. I'm here at L'Auberge. But this is the kind of weather they're getting as they're exposed to nothing blocking them. They don't have a big, fortress resort out through here to block any of the wind. So they're getting hammered. And believe me, it's going to get a heck of a lot worse before it gets better. So, Steph, I want to talk about that. You are going to move out of that area as the water comes in, because we are expecting about 10 to 12 feet of water rise, even back there on the river. Tell us your plan. Is this something where you get to go, because you can't walk outside when this thing is ramming, you're going to go through the hotel and get up toward the front? Is that the thinking?
Okay. Right, so let me show you. This is the Calcasieu River behind me. It hasn't really come up. I can see some white caps, which obviously we didn't see earlier. And, the water is coming up, but nothing that is too dramatic right now. But it will. It's just a matter of time. And we'll talk to Dr. Nab about the timing of when that water will rise up, because I'm about 30 miles to the Gulf of Mexico as a crow flies. Calcasieu River, there's all sorts of rivers and lakes and whatnot that drain out, and that's going to be part of the problem, is the rain coming down, 12, 15, 18 inches of rain coming down. That wants to wash out to the Gulf of Mexico, but the Gulf of Mexico is going to be washing in. So what we've done here is on the back of our hotel, which is an enormous structure. It is enormous, 20-something floors. It is huge. It is massive. It is sturdy. Where we are, there's actually, about 10 steps up to where my crew is. They are safe. In fact, they're very dry. And in between commercial breaks, I go up there. There's basically no wind. So we found this little nook that we could stay in. And as long as we can broadcast live, we could actually probably be in that nook with the eye wall if we can get a signal out, because it is very protected. When the water comes out, up, and obviously I'm watching it closely. We have a huge crew here. Everyone's watching it. We will immediately go up these stairs and get to higher ground. So we are very safe and very well protected. For those of you at home who are watching us and are concerned about that water rise, I want to bring in Dr. Nab to talk more about that. Dr. Nab, when can we anticipate? Listen, hours ago, I saw it was already overwashing, along the Gulf Coast. But how about for us, where we're the 30-ish miles inland? When can we expect that water to start rising?
Well, it will start rising gradually in the next hour or two, but the real significant rise is in the 3 to 4 hour time frame from now, because it's about 4 hours from now when the center of circulation makes its closest pass to Lake Charles, maybe just to the west of there. So maybe 3 hours from now, you really see it noticeable. It maybe maximizes 4 to 5 hours from now, and then that's all headed into high tide. So the timing is this. You've got the center of circulation that's about 2 hours off the coast. Now, in between the center and the coast is the northern eye wall, and that is within an hour from coming on shore. So, Steph, that's why with about an hour's notice, they issued this extreme wind warning for the eye wall to come ashore within the next hour. And then that northern eye wall is maybe 2.5 to 3 hours away from Lake Charles. So you got a lot to deal with, and it's going to be getting worse and worse here in the next couple of hours.
Okay, Dr. Nab, let's talk about some of these cities, these specific cities. As you're watching this position, and I know they can wobble, and this is something we will have to watch very closely, because a little shift this way or that way will make a huge difference in what happens to someone's property. But what are some of the cities that could sit in the eye wall or experience any part of the eye wall with this system as it pulls ashore?
Well, certainly on the northern side, that northern eye wall, Cameron and Holly Beach are going to get the northern eye wall. That is within the hour, and they are the first in line there that's in the extreme wind warning. Now, with the center of circulation is still going north-northwestward. It probably is going to pass just west of Lake Charles. So it could work out, unfortunately, that Lake Charles never gets into the eye. You get the northeastern eye wall, you get the eastern eye wall, you get the southeastern eye wall, and there's no break. And I don't know if anybody in Lake Charles has really ever experienced anything quite like that. The eye wall of a major hurricane for a few hours. You got to shelter like for a tornado. I mean, seriously, we could lose lives if people don't do that.
Okay, so as this is coming ashore, you've got the wind and you've got the water. How much time will you have that combo of the highest surge and the strongest winds, and how long will that surge stay up once the storm, the strong winds pass? How long will it take for it to go down?
Well, for it to completely drain, it could take many hours to a day or two, because there's going to be so much rainwater mixed in there as well. But trying to figure out when the highest water rise would occur due to storm surge and how long that'll take to drain. Well, let's take a look first that it's already 4 feet above normally dry ground on the northern eye wall, and 3 feet or so on the coast down there. But it's only 1.5 feet or so of rise in Lake Charles right now. But when you look at the timing of the onshore push, it looks like that we're going to be dealing with the high tide around 6 a.m. local time, but around 2 to 3 a.m. local time, that's when the southerly push will really begin in earnest, and it will last well past the eye wall, passing you past sunrise. So there could be a good 6-hour period there, either side of high tide, where you've got your highest storm surge flooding, but because of the rainfall-induced flooding being added to that, it's going to take a long time for all this water to drain, Steph. It could be flooded in Lake Charles for a day or more.
Okay, Dr. Knabb, now going inland, because I do want to service those in the Shreveport, Little Rock, even Memphis, up to southern Missouri, over to Kentucky. What should they expect to experience and when?
Well, the rainfall is going to be a big issue up in that area. And now, in northern Louisiana, it's not going to be too much longer before they start experiencing the winds of tropical storm force. And in Arkansas, when they wake up tomorrow, they're going to start dealing with tropical storm conditions. And sustained tropical storm force winds could be occurring in places like Little Rock when we get into tomorrow. But after that, and that can cause a whole lot of power outages, but after that, you're going to be dealing with strong winds that could at least be due just to the gustiness of the storm itself. But Steph, we're going to have a big tornado risk along into the east of the center, and that could happen in places like Mississippi and Tennessee and even Alabama. So a lot of people are going to get a lot of wind out of this when we get into Friday.
All right, Dr. Knabb, we appreciate all your expertise, of course, former Hurricane Center Director at the Weather Channel. That is Dr. Knabb for you. He knows all the details. Someone else who knows all the details as well is my pal, Jim Cantore, who is essentially on the other side of the building where I'm located. He's one building over, but he's basically on the other side. And so he's a little more protected from that wind. And Jim, it's incredible. I literally could walk over to you. It would probably take me, 10 minutes? For the moment. It's not going to last for 10 minutes, but that just shows how conditions, I'm making the point. How conditions can be so different in one neighborhood to another.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've got a fortress here of 20 stories, 23 stories or whatever to kind of block the wind from you, it works out. But our winds are going to come around, guys. As a matter of fact, the eye wall right now, just pop up the radar here quick, is just about 10 miles from the coast, which means it's about 40 miles from us here in Lake Charles. Now, that's the worst of the weather. Now, one thing we just saw issued by the National Weather Service, and remember, Brownsville's doing Lake Charles's work because Lake Charles evacuated their office because of potential inundation at the office. Okay, so it's a high wind warning. And this is kind of new, a little bit new to a lot of us. And Dr. Knabb, you can refresh me a little bit as to where and when this was actually implemented. It may have been, it just escapes me right now due to vapor lock out in these things for a few days. But what does it mean? It's kind of a ramp up of, hey, this is where you can't go outside. You're likely going to lose power, potentially even cell service as well, right?
Well, the real reason for the extreme wind warning is that the strong winds of a major hurricane, of an eye wall, can do tornado-like damage and can cause damage to the point where if you are not sheltering like you should for a tornado, then your structure could be damaged, debris could be flying around, and you could die in your home. And in Rita, we lost several people, even outside of the eye wall, over in Texas, for falling trees into their home. And so this is, it's not a hurricane warning, kind of warning that you issue a couple days in advance to do all the preparations and get ready. An extreme wind warning for the eye wall is you've got to get into your final safest possible shelter, like for a tornado, put a helmet on, and get ready for what could feel like dealing with a tornado, and to shelter from the flying debris of the wind, because you can't guarantee that your structure is going to be able to keep out the debris.
And my friend, there's a lot of trees down here in Southwest Louisiana and eastern Texas. So yeah, this isn't like a tornado warning either. I should say that, because usually you see those last, maybe 20 minutes at the most, but this lasts, till about 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so, it's essentially as the eye wall moves inland. So they are a little bit longer than that. So, just expect that ramp up though. Yeah, that's about as good a warning as you can get, Dr. Nab, that ramp up, right? Yeah, and this could get extended because they issued the warning about an hour before the eye wall first arrives on the coast, but they issued the extreme wind warning all the way up into Lake Charles. But I think, the center of circulation is going to pass near Lake Charles in about 3 to 4 hours, and that will be beyond 1 a.m. Central Time. And with the eye wall probably still intact, then they're probably going to have to extend that extreme wind warning. And Jim, this goes all the way back to Hurricane Charlie. Remember when that tiny Charlie was doing tornado-like damage across Central Florida? Then the Melbourne Forecast Office in Central Florida, without any other tool in the box to get people to shelter from the eye wall, they issued a tornado warning, and we realized we needed an extreme wind warning for the eye wall of a hurricane because it operates on a different time scale, and you can give a longer warning for the eye wall than you can for a tornado. Yeah, of course, Charlie back in 2004, a part of the assault that started on Florida for 2 years there with hurricanes and like a 30-mile wide hurricane, tornado essentially coming across. So that makes sense. And Dr. Nab, I knew you'd easily be able to answer that question and give me a great refresher on that. But I thought you brought up a really interesting point in the fact that, yes, this is for the northern eye wall right now, this extreme wind warning. We get into the eye, don't be fooled, because you're going to get a calm, but then you're going to get the southern eye wall. The winds will come from a complete different direction, and like you said, they may issue another extreme wind warning as a result of that, or like you just extend it.
I think it's going to be an extension, and especially given that Lake Charles, there's a decent chance that you never get into the eye. And so you could be in the northern and northeastern eye wall, and then the eastern eye wall, and then maybe the southeastern eye wall. And so if you're going to be in the eye wall that whole time, you're going to have to be sheltering like you would for a tornado the entire time. Okay, so that's, again, in this extreme wind warning area, it's for this. It's for this northern eye wall that's about to come ashore. But the center is probably going to pass just west of Lake Charles, so you get the northeastern and then the eastern and then the southeastern eye wall. You could be in the eye wall for several hours. And so I think it's going to be beyond 1 a.m. Central Time that you're going to have to stay sheltered in Lake Charles. And again, this is a life-saving step that people need to take to go to the lowest level, most interior room, have a helmet on, and treat it like a tornado.
Doc, you know what I think would be something interesting to do for everybody is when we come back and talk to you, because I'm going to throw it to Steph here in a second, is take the base velocity, look at it over Lake Charles. All right, and we know we're going to go up in elevation as we move away out over the water because it's away from the radar site. But to see the change in the wind as we go into that eye wall, I think that'll be a real nice visual for people to be able to see just how incredible that is. Now, granted, we may not get ground truth to that because it's elevated, but I think that would be really something good to show everybody. Steph, let's go over to you now at the Golden Nugget.
All right, so here we're on the backside. We are completely exposed. Now, remember, Jim has a little protection where he is, but we have the Calcasieu River right behind us, and so therefore there's less friction. And so we've just got those winds cranking right at us. There's nothing to slow it down, and that water is going to be rising up. Now, this is worst case scenario with a major hurricane. Major, by the way, is Cat 3 or higher coming in the middle of the night. It can't get any worse than that. And as Dr. Nat was saying, you have to treat this as if it's a tornado. Yeah, a tornado that's over 100 miles wide, as it literally is going to buzzsaw from Cameron up towards Sulphur, up towards, where we are, Lake Charles, and then continue north into Shreveport and into Arkansas, too. We already have 30,000 people in Louisiana without power, and we have yet to even be close to the worst part of this system. And so it's going to continue to deteriorate, and it's going to hit us really hard here. So be prepared, and we will walk you through this step by step. We're here for you before, during, and after the storm.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Domino's! Tums versus mozzarella stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking! It's Jumbo Snacks!
And still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over. Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Crest Gum Detoxify.
My gums are irritated. I don't have to worry about that. Do I?
Harmful bacteria lurk just below the gum line. Crest Gum Detoxify works below the gum line to neutralize harmful plaque bacteria and help reverse early gum damage. Crest.
Guys come in all shapes and sizes. There is no normal for everyone, but there is a normal for you. If, like thousands of other guys, you find that your normal isn't so normal anymore, it could be an addressable medical condition called Peyronie's disease, or PD. A curve with a bump that bothers you isn't normal and should be checked out by a urologist, because you don't have to accept this as your new normal. Find a urologist at learnaboutpd.com.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground.
Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees with light rain. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, you're looking live at Behind La Berge at what is obviously a whole different situation there with the winds in the direction they're coming in, not blocked by this fortress that is La Berge, getting the full brunt pretty much right off the Calcasieu lake there, that's back there, and of course behind that the refinery. So there's nothing really to block the wind. So we're just getting the full force of it. Which, by the way, according to Rob Macedo, my buddy with the Skywarn spotters out of Taunton, says we've gotten 64 now in Lake Charles in terms of a gust. Actually, 68. Just came in. They had a sustained of 39 miles per hour. We had 70 at Calcasieu Pass, and Sabine Pass has already been up towards 70. 20,000 customers without power as we speak. We know that number is going to go up, and it's going to go up exponentially because of this extreme wind warning, where we're going to get some of the worst of the winds coming in. The eye wall just about 5 to 10 miles offshore. All right, I left you guys with a little teaser here. I want to bring Dr. Nab back in because we can do a little rough work with the radar here, Dr. Nab, to kind of look at where the winds are overhead at Lake Charles and then go out into that eye wall to see just how powerful they are. And granted, I want the folks to know that the beam angle is a half a degree. So the farther we go away from the beam, the higher you up. And that doesn't always, and it never usually points to the ground truth of what actually makes it to the surface. So that's just kind of a precursor. But Dr. Nab, I'll let you take it and show just how dramatic the increase in those winds are once you get out into that eye wall.
Yeah, and we know some about this with regard to how LoRa is structured because of what the aircraft showed in the last few hours.
Right.
So, yeah, what you're looking at here are the wind velocities, and it's measured from the radar up in Lake Charles. So, and where you get that solid line down straight south from there is a change in the wind direction. You know, it's going away from the radar on the left, it's going toward the radar on the right. And again, like Jim said, when you go higher up, out over the water where the eye wall is, there you're getting, velocities, well over 100 miles an hour. And that's very similar, Jim, to velocities that we got from the aircraft at that 10,000, 12,000 foot altitude. And when you adjust that down to the surface, you take about 90% of that, and you get an estimate of a surface wind. And so this is very consistent with what the aircraft were showing. So you see that max velocity there headed toward the radar at 140 something miles an hour. The aircraft got winds almost that strong at 10,000 feet. Now I think this is probably maybe a little bit lower than that. We'll have to interrogate that exactly what altitude we're measuring at. But bottom line is that this is a solid Cat 4 with max sustained winds at the surface of 150 miles an hour. Now, it won't be that strong a wind sustained in Lake Charles, but it won't be a whole lot weaker. And the gusts are stronger over land than they are over water.
Yeah, it's just incredible, though, to see the difference in what's overhead Lake Charles right now, because that's real-time data, Dr. Nab, as you know. So we're looking at, essentially at what's going on right now as this thing is coming on in and what is going to, make its way in with the eye wall. All right, again, Steph, on the backside of these two very large casino resorts, some pretty strong winds back there. Give us an update.
Yeah, I am. I was just in our shelter. Sorry, Cantore. I was just taking a quick break there, but I'm out here now. And here's the thing. We've had a gust to 61 miles an hour, and my anemometer that I'm holding, I've been able to get a gust to 33. Obviously, this is unofficial, and you have to go with the stronger gust. And you can see how it's kind of really, if you're not standing steady and sturdy, it can really blow you over. Now, Jim is protected by his hotel. I'm actually on the back side of my hotel. He's on the front side of the hotel, which is, probably a 10, 15-minute walk from here for now. But behind me, the Calcasieu River, we're watching this very closely over the next couple of hours, I should say. That water is going to rise up, and then it will come up fairly quickly. Those winds are also going to crank here as we head over the next couple hours. There is the potential that we could stay in the eye wall the entire time. We're talking several hours of winds over 100 miles an hour. That's going to do significant damage to the structures. Chris Bruin's down here. In fact, our whole team, you can't sleep during one of these hurricanes. We've got Tevin Wooten, we have Jordan Steele, Chris Bruin, everyone's down here. Chris has told me that there's already some trees down actually on the other side of the building. We're all one big team gathering content for you guys to get you as much information as we can. And we'll be showing that to you on the Weather Channel and also on social media as well. This is a historic storm. There's only been 3 known Category 4s to make landfall in Louisiana, 2 of those in the 1800s, the other one, Betsy in 65. And Betsy in 65, if people remember that one, it was more mouth of the Mississippi River and then up to central Louisiana. We've never had a Cat 4 hurricane make landfall in this part of Louisiana. So this is going to be the first. It is a major hurricane. That northern eye wall is just coming on into Cameron, Louisiana. It will devastate, absolutely devastate the towns it goes through. The water rise here it's just tremendous because it could actually be higher than Rita. It's forecasted to be higher than Rita. Rita was 9.43, and right now the forecast for the river where I am here, 15.6. And then, of course, you have the rainfall on top of that, Jim. So the issue is you get a foot of rainfall that's trying to wash out while the winds are pushing that water in. And so hour by hour, we are going to continue to broadcast so long as it's safe to do so. And, Jim, we can actually get a signal out with the weather we'll be contending with.
Yeah, and guys, I'm telling you, you're going to be shocked at how fast this water is going to come up once this eye wall gets on shore, once the center comes on shore, which could be actually just to our west. So, Steph, we may stay here in Lake Charles in that eye. Destructive winds and catastrophic storm surge. We will continue to update you on Laura. Final approach into southwest Louisiana as we speak.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Tums versus mozzarella stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
At a place like this, you're never alone. I'm gonna walk through this with you.
It's loving, it's caring, it's everything the world should be.
To give and to care. If we can spread that, I think the lessons are enormous.
Being in the
we're all here to help one another. Because when you're together, you can make things happen.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
Jake from State Farm, I can't thank you enough for getting me the Serena savings on my insurance. Can I get you 10 free minutes in the broth bath?
Serena, with State Farm, everyone's offered surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, sure. How about a complimentary wet moss wrap?
Here's the deal. These savings are for everyone.
Seriously? She's just jealous.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hurricane Laura is going to be making history, making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. We've only seen 3 hurricanes in Louisiana at Cat 4 strength. 2 of those were in the 1800s. The other one was in 1965. And this is what it's looking like in and around Lake Charles, Louisiana. You see that there's some leaf debris. Chris Bruin is here with us as well. In fact, our whole team is here. No one can sleep when something like this is happening. Chris Bruin said he was out and saw that some trees were down, actually, already from the storm, and we're still a couple hours away from the worst part of Hurricane Laura, a Category 4 hurricane. We've never had a 4 or 5 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. And like I said, the last Cat 4 we had was in 65 in the state. So we've had some pretty gusty winds at times, and then it lightens up. But it's going to go downhill from here. Not only are we going to have to deal with the winds, but also the surge. I want you to listen to these numbers. The Calcasieu River is behind me, okay? And the forecast is for 15.6 feet, all right? 15.6 feet. The record, it was 14 set back in 1913. And the National Weather Service forecasting 15.6. Rita got to 9.43. Just to give you some perspective, Rita 9.43, devastated Lake Charles, and the forecast is for 15.6 for the Calcasieu River, where we are right behind me. That's the closest observation site. Now, this is not just a coastal event. And, you know, our job at the Weather Channel is we want to service everyone. We want to show you, you know, who's going to be feeling the effects of the system. And it's not just us here into southern Louisiana. This is going to be moving in Shreveport, northern parishes of Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, by the way, Memphis. We've already had 35,000 power outages between Louisiana and Texas. That's how many customers are without power. Remember, we tell you customers, you could have 4, 5, 6, 8 people living in one house. So many more people than we're actually reporting are without power. But that rainfall, this is going to be a problem, not only here near the coast, because you'll have that surge while the water's trying to drain out, the surge keeps it up. But look at Arkansas, flooding rain, 5 to 8 inches of rain could come down here. And then as this combines with the front and races off all the way into the mid-Atlantic, here's one of those stronger gusts. You're going to have that wind combination of what we call a synoptic scale system combined with our tropical entity, and that could still bring you some power outages. But Little Rock, I mean, you can see half a foot of rain. Now, there's always people, I shouldn't say people, there's always cities that will overachieve on the rainfall. So keep that in mind. We give you a range so you have an idea, but there's always cities that overachieve. And we will see that. And just an interesting note, tropical cyclones actually have very small raindrops. I just find this fascinating. This isn't going to make a difference in how much rainfall you get. It doesn't make a difference. But what is interesting is tropical systems have very small raindrops relative to big cold fronts that you see. You want to know why? Is because with the cold fronts, the rain that you get usually starts as snow or hail or some form of ice that's much bigger. And then it melts and you get a bigger drop at the surface. When you're talking tropical entities, it's warm throughout. And so So that's why your raindrops are smaller. We can go to Jim to talk more about that. And Jim, I know that it's not going to necessarily make a difference, on the type of rainfall people are getting or what they're going to see type of a thing. But meteorologically, it's interesting, A. And also, we've gotten more sophisticated with our radars in determining raindrops and what we're seeing in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing, certainly what those radars can do. They can look at wind speed. They can, estimate hail size. If it's raining in the thunderstorm or hailing, is it wet hail? I mean, it really is amazing. And it's all math. It's all math that figures that out at the end of the day, and a lot of research by a lot of fine meteorologists that went into that. All right, guys, Calcasieu Pass, gusting to 83 miles per hour. I think it's interesting that we've got as many power outages, Jason, tell me if I'm right or not, as we had 20,000 in Louisiana as we do in Texas. Okay, so 25,000 Louisiana, 10,000 Texas. Sorry, that makes a little bit more sense to me, certainly, with what we've got going on the South Coast, and especially now these gusts getting up to 83 miles per hour. Guys, we are under an extreme wind warning, which is essentially a long-term tornado warning, as Dr. Knabb so eloquently, talked about. And when this came about, of course, was Charlie, when it came across Florida diagonally like a 30-mile wide tornado. The weather service didn't have anything in their arsenal that could kind of talk about this. So this is really going to give people a tremendous amount of lead time as this eye wall comes in, and it is right offshore right now. All right. I mean, you can see where the eye is with this thing, the large eye, over 25 nautical miles here, making its way toward the coastline, potentially somewhere down there in Cameron Parish, coming on in and eventually moving on to the north over Lake Charles over the next 2 to 3 hours. Much more to come, guys. We continue to cover Laura. Final approach to Southwest Louisiana. Cat 4.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Facing leaks takes strength. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make a grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time. Yeah, time for grilled cheese.
My patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity in gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity in gum at home, it's giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Burger King spicy nuggets? I got some serious doubts.
We'll see about this.
Wait till you taste these spicy nuggets.
Oh, the flames are there. Burger King definitely brought some heat.
A lot more kick than I expected it to have.
They're back. 8 nuggets spicy original for $1. Also get free delivery on the BK app. Your way, way better.
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real, because you can't fake delicious. Special K.
From staircases supporting a grand entrance to floors kissed by bare feet,
Our all-new On-Guard termite protection system keeps termites out to strengthen your home for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINX.
And we're bringing you back live to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and showing you what it's like as conditions actually have been pretty consistently going downhill. This is what it looks like. Our Charles Peak, who's on our team, is driving around, and I want everyone to know, at the Weather Channel, it is safety first, without a doubt. I've been here almost 20 years, and there is never a risk that we will take. So Charles will go in when he feels it's unsafe, when we know it's unsafe. But you see there's a lot of trees. Chris Bruin is here. We have our whole team here. He was reporting there were some trees down actually already with some of these winds that we've seen, gusting to 61. I saw Calcasieu Pass just gusting to 82 miles an hour. And you see these winds, if you've been watching us, are definitely getting stronger. So I want to talk to Dr. Knabb about that. We're in the field. I try to get as much data as I can out here. But Dr. Knabb, of course, has all his computers and can do it all and help us out. So Dr. Knabb, I have to say things definitely are gustier from even just the last hour. Let's talk about what's changed and how much closer we are to that northern eye wall, because we've got to be getting closer to it.
Yeah, so let's talk about where the center is relative to the coast. It's about an hour and a half or maybe a little bit less away from making landfall. So here's the coastline. Center of circulation is 22, 25 miles off the coast, still moving 15 miles an hour, so a little bit more than an hour. So it'll be close to 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central Time, I think, when the center of circulation comes ashore. But the northern eye wall is already on the coast there in the Cameron area, and that's why we're getting those reports of that Calcasieu Pass gusting over 80 miles an hour, and it's probably stronger than that now. And then the center of circulation comes ashore, but then it's about 2 hours from the time of landfall till the time of closest pass of the center of circulation to Lake Charles. And I still think that's going to be west of you, so that keeps you in the northeastern and then the eastern eye wall for the most part, and then the southeastern eye wall after that. Not much of a break for Lake Charles, I don't think.
That's terrible. Okay, so let's talk about that eye wall, because when you're looking at this radar, you know, someone sees, I want to say, that yellow and orange, and I want to know from you, being, you know, PhD, Director of the Hurricane Center, you know this stuff better than anyone. When I look at the eye wall, would you consider, what part, let's talk about, do you consider the eye wall? Because is it really just right around the eye that you consider the eye wall? Or will you say that, you know, it goes out where we have those yellow and orange portions? Dissect it for us.
Yeah. The eye wall is called what it's called because it's really the part that is immediately adjacent to the eye. But we typically talk about an eye wall having some width to it. It's not just the interior wall that you see from inside the eye. And I think what is on the coast right now in the Cameron area is the northern eye wall. But there's banding in between Cameron and Lake Charles that is not the eye wall. And so, you know, the eye wall is a few miles thick. So it's like in a concrete structure. You know, your walls aren't paper thin; they have some thickness to them, and so that's why, you know, when you go through the northern eye wall, it'll be a little bit as the winds are strong. But the problem for Lake Charles, though, is that you're going to stay in the eye wall as it goes parallel to you. And look at what's going on in Cameron, Louisiana.
Cameron is that town.
Wow. Yeah, this is a live shot from Cameron, Louisiana, and you know we saw this kind of look in our landfalling hurricanes earlier this year with the horizontal rain. These are stronger winds than what we had in the other hurricanes that made landfall this year, but this is getting into the northern eye wall of our hurricane. Now, this might not be the strongest winds that the hurricane has to offer, because I think those would be in the northeastern to eastern eye wall, east of Cameron. But still, you're getting the northern to northwestern eye wall, and it is going to be major hurricane conditions there. And Steph said that's a preview of what's coming your way in a couple hours.
Okay, so here's my question. You know, how long will it take for this to say, let's move past late? How long are we going to be dealing with this type of weather and, of course, the worst weather? And then the southern part of this, you forget, it's not just that northern eye wall. It's going to be, I mean, what, another 8 hours until this gets past us and is, you know, in Shreveport and then eventually in Little Rock?
Well, yeah, it's kind of handy to talk about it in terms of how long will you be dealing with hurricane conditions. And I think the hurricane conditions for Lake Charles will be a nearly continuous period for something like 6 hours. It is my best estimate. You know, with it's moving 15 miles an hour, you've got, you know, 30, 40, 50 miles on the front side, same thing on the back, you know, so, but there's going to be tropical storm force winds after the hurricane conditions subside, and that will last well into the day tomorrow.
All right, Dr. Knapp, you know, I'm trying to take wind observations out here. And, I just have a very little instrument, but I just want people to know where I am. I mean, I'm gusting near 40 miles an hour. Do you think this is a good representation of the type of wind I'm standing in?
Well, you've got some obstruction that is limiting your exposure for safety reasons. So given that obstruction that you've intentionally put in your way, then yeah, that's probably a pretty good estimate of what you are personally experiencing. But if you were to not have that obstruction, if you were open exposure, the winds would be a lot stronger. The airport has gusted over 60, 70 miles an hour. And so, when that starts gusting over 100, when the center of the hurricane goes by, then what you personally experience will be a lot stronger.
And we've just had it kick up. I don't know if we can go back to the radar. We must be having some sort of band that is rocking through here right now, because this is a significant difference, Dr. Knapp, than even just, 15, 20 minutes ago. Yeah. All right, we just got a 72-mile-per-hour gust. And we will continue to follow the story. We have to take a quick commercial break, but we're with you live as long as it's safe to broadcast and we're able to do so.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. We hear older Americans loud and clear, and that's why we fight for what they and their families need. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future, ending age discrimination, a healthy, financially secure, fulfilling life. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves. Join us in fighting for what's right.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Do you know with Spectrum Mobile you can talk and text as much as you want for free? I can afford that. There are no surprise taxes or fees. Even better. And plans start at $14 a month. $14? I spent $14 on this cup of coffee. That's a lot for a cup of coffee. Well, it's got 6 shots of espresso, so. Why would you do that? Because I'm a go-getter. I got big plans for this place. I'm gonna repaint something softer. It's too bright. I'm gonna revarnish this table. You want some sandwiches? I'm gonna make you some sandwiches. With plans from $14 a month and no surprise taxes or fees. Get Spectrum Mobile. I'm making sandwiches and I'm sweeping.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And they're always
Our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go.
Applebee's. All your favorite burgers, all just $8.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms, low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early, scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we have a live look at Lake Charles, Louisiana, and things are going downhill and downhill fast. We've had gusts up to 72 miles an hour. Remember, hurricane force is 74 miles an hour. Getting pounded right now. The water, by the way, is still not going up, but the winds are ferocious. And they're only going to get worse as this system is coming ashore, that northern eye wall in Cameron, Louisiana right now. That is right on the Gulf of Mexico, which is about 30 miles as the crow flies from where I am going down. The Calcasieu River is behind me. This shot here is showing us an area not too far from where I'm located, but the Calcasieu River behind me, and it goes right into the Gulf of Mexico. Here's a look at Charles Peak. He's on our team, and he's driving around, and he's been giving us these images, but look at this. If you've been with us, we've been going downhill in the sheets of rain. By the way, if you ever wonder what it feels like someone is taking a handful of pebbles and just throwing them at my face. That's what it feels like. The rain is going almost horizontal. The winds have been picking up pretty steadily. Now remember, we're still a couple hours away from the worst of the weather, and it could be devastating for Lake Charles, Sulphur. We're going to look at all these cities because we could stay in the eye wall the entire time. No break. All right? Our eye about 30 some odd miles across. You get a little bit of a break, but don't let that deceive you. Because from my experience, and I've been at the Weather Channel almost 20 years, and I've been through a couple eye walls, Gene and Ike. And what I remember going through these eye walls is you go through one, and it really loosens everything up, okay? And then you go through the second, and there's so much more debris when you're going through that second eye wall, because that first one has really loosened everything up, has caused, debris and everything to be torn off. I'm not saying that the first eye wall is an easy one to go to. All I'm saying is that second eye wall, I always distinctly remember a lot more debris. So keep that in mind. You do not want to go out during the eye and get caught in that second eye wall. Wow! That one almost took me on my feet there for 1 second. All right. Quick check on the water. It's still not rising very high. We're watching it, and by the way, my crew is elevated. In fact, my photog is sitting in a chair. I mean, he doesn't have any rain gear on. That's how protected my crew is right now, okay? So we can easily get to higher ground here and move up when we need to do that, because we do anticipate the water to be rising, and it will be slowly rising and then coming quick. Whew, sometimes you got to catch your breath and slow down for a second. I want to bring in Dr. Nab here to talk about the winds, because Dr. Nab, I was just talking to you, 5 minutes ago, and it is significantly worse. If we can look at that radar, dissect the radar, and it's just on Twitter trying to update everyone. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the social media as well, for people. And they thought it was really interesting to learn about the eye wall. And so, I think that here at the Weather Channel, we can give that expertise. What has changed in the last 5 minutes? And I'm guessing it's just one of those bands and getting closer to the eye wall.
Yeah, you haven't gotten into the eye wall yet, Steph, but you're getting into the more consistent heavy bands. It's not that you're in the outer bands and you've got a break in between them. Now you're into the very consistent heavy rain, and you're solidly into the tropical storm force winds, sustained, and it's not going to stop raining and blowing. There aren't going to be any breaks now. And the center of circulation is about an hour away from making landfall at the coastline. And then it's about a 2-hour trip for the center of circulation from making landfall and making its closest pass probably just west of Lake Charles. So what that means is, with the eye wall onshore in the Cameron area right now, you're a couple hours away from the northern and northeastern eye wall being over Lake Charles. But then, because it's probably going to pass to the west of there, Lake Charles might clip the eye a little bit, but largely will be in the eastern eye wall as the center passes closest by there in about 3 hours. But then 3-4 hours from now, you'll be in the southeastern eye wall. So it is going to be a several-hour ordeal in Lake Charles. And, again, the center of circulation is not going to pass by you for another 3 hours, and it's going to make landfall on the coast in about an hour. And they issued this extreme wind warning about an hour in advance of this northern eye wall coming ashore to get people to shelter. Treat it like a tornado. That's what the extreme wind warning is about. Now, currently, that's in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time. However, that is going to have to be extended, because about 1 a.m. Central Time, the center of circulation will be making landfall. So, Jim, it's going to be a few more hours where people need to take that life-saving shelter like a tornado, lowest level, most interior room with a helmet on.
Hey, Dr. Navis, we like to do with this thing. I want you to call landfall. I'm thinking Cameron, Louisiana. I think we could get in the eye here in Lake Charles, believe it or not. It's really coming north. It's a big eye, so a part of that certainly is a possibility in through here. But here's the deal. We just had a weather flow station come in at 101 mile per hour wind gust, okay? 100 mile per hour wind gust. 101 actually. 35,000 in Louisiana alone now without power. A lot more are going to go down very soon.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal.
Enjoy your pizza.
Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Domino's!
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, Dad.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Tums versus mozzarella stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell head over heels in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Unfortunately for him, it's more of a forbidden love. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times OxyBoost and Febreze. Seriously good scent. And if you love Gain Flings, you've got to try the dish soap.
Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never-before-seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks!
And we want to bring you the latest on Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where things have been consistently deteriorating over the last, I would say, even 30 minutes here. Winds have been getting stronger. The water behind me, the Calcasieu River, we're watching that very closely because we anticipate that surge to rise up. And when it does so, we will be getting to higher ground here. Now, I want to talk about some of our wind gusts. That eye wall, that northern eye wall is coming on shore in Cameron, Louisiana, and they are getting crushed. We had a gust there of 101 miles an hour. We actually have a camera that we can show you in Cameron. The quality's not great, but you'll get the gist. I mean, can you imagine, going through the eye wall of a Cat 4, technology is going to be maybe perhaps not the best, but it's enough to give you a gist of what it looks like. There it is for you. That's what it looks like right now in the northern eye wall in Cameron, Louisiana. I know it's tough to see anything, but you can tell that rain is going in the horizontal. That is outrageous. I'm telling you, their surge has to be very high. This camera, nobody's there, just so we have that known. It's a Nest Cam, one of those you just tie up and let it go. But the fact we're still getting that signal is incredible that this is a live picture right now of that eye wall. And unfortunately here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, we could be in the eye wall for several hours. We might not get the eye. The eye might go just to the west of us, and that is worst case scenario when you stay in the eye wall. We have another perspective to show you as well. We also have a camera here on our building that we've attached to one of the balconies to give you a look, an overview look of what it is like here. There's those winds, by the way, those wind speeds. In Lake Charles, we've gusted to 72. And remember, hurricane force is 74 miles an hour. I think we're going to switch that other camera to just give you an idea of what it looks like. There are some trees down. This is a team effort. No one can sleep during a storm like this. So Chris Bruin is out there. He said there's some trees down. He was letting me know. Tevin Wooten is here. He's going to come up in a little bit as well and give you live reports, and Jordan Steele as well. But here is our shot. This is from the balcony of our hotel. And that is the Calcasieu River. All right, and you see it has not inundated the area yet, but during Rita, the river got to 9.43 feet. And the forecast for this one, 15.6. And Rita devastated Lake Charles. And so the fact that we're going to see potentially, surge up to 15.6 feet. Remember, a one-story house is about 10 feet high. And so you have to put it all in perspective as you're watching these storms come in. And we've never had a 4 or 5 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, we've only had 3 known Category 4s make landfall in Louisiana, 2 of those in the 1800s. And then there was Betsy in 65, if you remember that one, but it came in the mouth of the Mississippi. This is wild, guys. Look at this shot right here. And we are nowhere near the eye wall yet. It's going to take probably another couple hours. So you want to stay tuned to the Weather Channel, because when we get in that eye wall, so long as we can broadcast, we don't lose our signal. These days, we actually broadcast via the internet, a Wi-Fi signal. So as long as that can stay up, we will bring you live shots of what it's like to go through the eye wall of a Category 4 hurricane. Now, let's go into Mark Elliott so I can catch my breath a little bit out here, Mark. Sometimes it really can take your breath away at times. And talk about the timing of this, not only at the coast, but I also want to service our viewers who are in the northern parishes of Louisiana, Shreveport, going up into Arkansas, even Memphis. We have the potential because the diameter of the tropical storm force winds is some 400 miles across.
Absolutely, Stephanie. This is a significant wind event. Will continue to be so over the next several hours. You're right that we may never get fully out of that eye wall in a place like Lake Charles. Real quick, just to get everyone their bearings, new advisory is in. Hourly updates here, 150 mile per hour winds continuing as this eye is approaching the coast. And a look at some of that wind as we work our way through the coast and beyond. High resolution look at this across hundreds of miles. The eye wall is approaching the coast now, so that picture a little bit old. Here's a better look at it and what we can expect as we work our way through the next several hours. So where Stephanie is standing and will be broadcasting for us, the winds are already gusting above 70 miles per hour. We're easily going to continue to ramp that up. Give it another hour or so, 100 mile per hour wind gusts in the Lake Charles area. This will only continue to ramp up towards places like Natchitoches, 50 to 60 miles per hour by 6 a.m., but you'll get 100 mile per hour gusts in that 9 a.m. window or so. This is going to last a long time, continuing inland from there. Just another look at that. Look at the expanse of this wind field. We're talking tropical storm force winds through the whole state, more or less, of Louisiana, all the way through the morning. We could still have a core, Stephanie, of hurricane force winds that gets all the way to Shreveport. It doesn't get there until about noon, maybe 1 o'clock local time. That is a long duration event for so many. This is not just a coastal event at all, Steph. You are right about that.
Yeah. Mark, I appreciate your information. Also, let me catch my breath there for a second. Now let's switch to, there's so many different aspects of this storm, and I'd like to cover as many as we can here right now. The surge. That water is going to push in while the rain is coming down, and that gives us a really exacerbates a problem because that rain's going to want to flow out to the Gulf. Meanwhile, the Gulf is coming in. When is that all going to play out?
Right now, that is a significant storm surge, a life-threatening storm surge that is on the way. That eastern eye wall is picking up the Gulf of Mexico waters as Stephanie's kind of bending down against that wind. That is part of the eye wall coming through. The northern extent of the eye wall isn't quite to Stephanie yet, but there are these big bands rotating around our system coming right into Lake Charles. That's helping to force the wind down from aloft, bring it all the way down to the surface because of that heavy rain. It's transporting that wind aloft down to where Stephanie is. Back to the potential for storm surge, though. At the coastline, widespread alerts for this storm surge. Storm surge warnings are up. We're talking tens of miles inland with storm surge warnings, and these are numbers that you just don't see every day. We're starting to see a water rise at the coast 4 to 6 feet, but there's a potential here near Cameron, for example, 15 to 20 feet. That's into the second floor. The second story is going to have water into those levels. If people are still there, they are in big trouble. And we are watching that kind of event move through southern Louisiana right now. It will be towards Lake Charles, towards, say, 6 in the morning or so, with the worst of that timing for the Lake Charles area. So, Steph, it's just ramping up. From here on out, you're going to watch that river behind you continue to climb.
I'm telling you, I wanted to point out, I'm sure it's very hard to see. I don't know if you could see it at all. The water is definitely coming up, not quickly, very slowly. It is absolutely coming up. All right, we're going to take our camera that is on the balcony to give you a better view of the river. Again, it's the Calcasieu River that's right behind me, and that is what is going to inundate us here. There is the camera. I know it's hard to see, but the wind, the rain is obscuring the view of it, but that's the beach. Just to give you some perspective, remember this shot right here, okay? And we'll see as we go back to it, you see that brown area on the bottom? That's the beach. So how much will that beach be covered up the next time we go back to this camera? Well, try to remember what it looks like right now so you can get some perspective. It's what? Let's see, it's 12 o'clock local time, 1 o'clock Eastern. And you can see there's still plenty of beach left, right? So try to remember that. Around midnight local time, still plenty of beach. But I want to check in with Jim. I know he's been doing some repositioning. Jim, where's your location right now? We are getting hammered. And it's just getting worse and worse as we
Yeah, so we're just on the front side of LaBerge, stepping through here. Obviously, you know, what I think's happening a little bit with you two is you're getting the bounce, if you will, off the backside of the building, just enhancing those winds. Because you look out over the parking lot, you can certainly see the steady stream of wind going through the lights and through here. It was interesting, the arm of this parking lot actually just kind of opened on its own, which was really weird. Nothing even drove through there. Obviously, it takes weight on either side of the pad to open that. But we had a weather flow station in Cameron, Louisiana, gust to 110 miles an hour. So that's high-end Cat 2. So somewhere near Cameron, we're probably going to see a landfall here very shortly. The northern eye wall is obviously coming in there right now. So they're about 28 miles as the crow flies from where we are right here to our south. So, due to the timing, another hour and a half or so, we're going to get into that as well. We've already gusted to pretty close to hurricane force. Calcasieu Pass has been in the 80s as well, and we continue to see power outages really ramp up here. At last count, that was over 10 minutes ago, we had 35,000 just in Louisiana alone, and we know those are going to ramp up big time in through here. So again, Steph, let me ask you this. Even though you're getting hammered there, has there been any kind of a change in the wind? Do you notice a change in the direction at all? Or is it just basically due northeast at you?
Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting you say that because I feel like it had been northeast for a while. And now I want to say it's just coming right down this boardwalk, Jim. I mean, there's nothing stopping this wind from us. And that's why it is so intense. I have zero shelter where I'm located, so it's just rushing up. Now my crew is completely sheltered, as I mentioned. My photog doesn't even have his rain gear on. That's how protected they are. But I want to ask you, because I know you've been walking around your hotel. Chris Bruin is reporting some trees down. Have you seen any trees down?
I really don't, because I'm trying to look down all the roadways that are lit back and through here, and you can certainly see the trees that are in the parking lot, the landscape trees. They're pretty much taking everything from what we see, but it really depends on where you are, and I think a lot of that has to do with the funneling effect. If anybody's watching this from Chicago right now, you know what happens when you walk between the buildings, right? It's called the Venturi effect. The wind accelerates going through, because it has to go through a smaller area, so you get an increase in speed in that wind, and that can certainly, be a part of the trees down. The other thing too, Steph, is there's just a lot of trees down here. Okay, there's a lot of trees in Southwest Louisiana. Phenomenal amounts of timber, eastern Texas, all the way up the Louisiana-Texas state line into Arkansas here. So we expect, especially with this thing holding together, with this eye wall, I mean, you saw the model data today actually showing the eye going all the way up almost to Kentucky. Not necessarily the eye, but at least the circulation center, pretty much intact. So that's where some of the strongest winds are going to be. But rainfall continues to be very, very heavy. We mentioned that gust at Cameron, Louisiana, now 110 miles an hour. So that's high-end Cat 2. Remember, 111 is Cat 3 there. So we're right on the borderline. That's probably going to go up as they get into the teeth of that eye wall, and that is all coming our way. So the next hour and a half or so, or maybe even sooner, we're going to get into that. So Steph, again, give us an update back there of how difficult it is to stand up.
Jim, it's a little hard to hear you. I think you asked about how difficult it is to stand up, and it's getting stronger. And so I just want everyone to know, and I know you can speak to this, that first of all, it feels like someone is throwing rocks. That's what the rain feels like. It's so intense. Jim, I know you went, we got a little bit of a breather there. You went into a wind tunnel to see, what strength you could stand at. And I want people to understand that you really cannot stand out in sustained hurricane-force winds. And these are just gusts that are coming through, right? We're not at sustained hurricane force. We gusted to 72, Hurricane 74. But Jim, from your experience in that wind tunnel, maybe you can give our viewers an idea of really what a human can stand in before it's too strong.
Well, as we know, Steph, whether you're on Mount Washington trying to do the Mile High Club up there, and walk around on the deck and make a circle standing up without going down, it's very hard, remember, because winds are got to be sustained over 100 miles an hour, and not many can do that at all, staying on their feet. So especially when there's wind and even rain involved, there's a mass in rain, so that's hitting you too, pushing you back. But even I actually think that the fact that you're there is a little bit more truth, frankly, to what is actually going on with this hurricane now, because we're getting the gusts to what kind of wind that you're standing in. Okay, we've gotten 70, 80 mile per hour gusts very close by us here. I'm a little bit more protected, certainly, but we're waiting for those winds to come around. They will. They'll come around, so especially if the cellar goes to our west. They've got to come around to the south. It's southeast. It'll go east, southeast, and then south if the storm goes to our west. But Cameron, you're just about to get an eye and a potential landfall here as this thing comes on into Louisiana. And of course, this area is seeing a tremendous amount of water. It's nighttime. I can't even imagine the folks that stood behind what they're going through right now, especially with these winds up over 110 miles per hour. And that's just one anemometer. Right, Steph? We always talk about that on MHQ, how you've got one anemometer, but that doesn't necessarily reflect everything that's going on. And granted, that's more for convective storms that you miss the max gust, but still, you don't always necessarily get the max gust, even in a hurricane either.
Yeah. And, I want to talk to him about landfall, just so, I had a conversation with Dr. Rick Nava of what do you consider the actual eye wall? And people on social media found it very interesting. And so I want to talk about these little nuances, Jim. Landfall is when the center of the eye passes over land. It's not when a little bit of the eye gets in it. It is the actual dead center of the storm. And so that's just academia. But since we are in this, I would also like, to get some education out there too. So it's that center coming across. Unfortunately, here in Lake Charles, we have worst case scenario of being in the eye wall for the entire time. It will last for hours. It will be devastating. It's already a historic storm. We've never had a Cat 4 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. We're back after this break.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Super Emma just about sleeps in her cave, but when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to new Tide Plus Downy Free. It's gentle on her skin and dermatologist recommended. New Tide Pods Plus Downy Free. Safe for sensitive skin with eczema and psoriasis.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Or get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
I tried a new laxative that's both gentle and fast.
New great tasting Dalcolac soft chews works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft chews.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, scattered showers or thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, partly cloudy with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And Lake Charles now gusting to 75 miles an hour. These are hurricane strength winds here into Lake Charles. Down towards Cameron, we have had some reports of gusting 101, 110, and that is where that eye wall is coming in. Our conditions have been consistently going downhill. By the way, behind me, the Calcasieu River. Right now, we're actually getting a little break in the visibility, and I do see that water coming up. There's still plenty of beach. I'm trying to guesstimate, how many feet we have, but it is plenty. So I'm not concerned about the water at this moment, but 7.2 feet. Thank you. My weather producer back at work, I believe that's Jessica Arnaldi, saying that it is now of 7.2 feet. The record is 14. It's forecast to go to 15.6. And for some perspective, Rita was at 9.43 feet. And we are not in the worst of it yet, okay? So this is really the beginning of things to get bad before they get even worse than that and before they get even more awful, because we're going to be in the eye wall for several hours, it seems. Now, these systems, they do wiggle and wobble a little bit, and that can make a huge difference in if, you get tremendous damage or not. All right, that's a big gust right there. That's a big one right there. And that's probably the biggest one we've had so far. I have had a few that have kind of blown me over, but that was definitely the biggest gust we've had so far. Now, mind you, when we get consistent hurricane force winds, it will turn impossible to stand out here. It'll just be absolutely impossible. A little break in the rain right now, but I know that that's going to continue, as we could have 8 to 12 inches of rain here, and we're going to see even 5 to 8 for those of you. Do you live in northern Louisiana? Do you live in Arkansas? Do you live in Missouri? This is coming all the way up to you and over into places like Kentucky and then eventually into the mid-Atlantic. This is not just a coastal storm, though I know we are focused on that because that's where we are seeing it right now. So your heavy rainfall, your rainfall forecast into Louisiana, there's always going to be those outliers, those overachievers, okay? And those overachievers are going to be jaw-dropping. Look at the rainfall all the way up into Little Rock, 5 to 8 inches of rain, and notice the cone is on there. And yes, you're going to see that heavy rain within the cone, but look over, to the east of Lake Charles, heavy rain outside of the cone. And so this is, something we have to look for, because tropical storm force winds extend out some 200 miles from either side of the center. Hurricane force winds out, about 60, 70 miles from the center. So the fact that, there we go, they just keep getting bigger and bigger. kidding you. That's what this feels like. And again, we've gusted up to 75. All right, I'm just getting a report in from Matt Jones, our weather producer, and I want to give a shout out to our entire team and give you their names because I'm just the face representing a massive team of people at the Weather Channel that are making this happen right now. 116 is what Matt Jones just told me they gusted to at Cameron, Louisiana. Now remember, we can pull up the satellite. Maybe we can get the infrared, Jonesy, up to show that eye wall, or the radar perhaps. The radar, whatever is easiest for you to pull up. That radar will show that eye wall going through Cameron. And I was talking with Dr. Nab earlier about that eye wall. And, you know, it's not just that thin area right around the eye. There is some thickness to it. And so that eye wall is what is going to give you the worst weather. There's your look at your satellite coming in. You see it's coming ashore. Remember, landfall is when that center of circulation crosses land. And then if we can pull up that radar, it'd be great to see where that eye wall is right now and what we're experiencing here, because we are not near that eye wall. It's going to be a couple hours until we get that eye wall. And heavy rain is going to continue with this, and it will take several hours. There we go. All right, so thank you, Jones, so much for that. You see Lake Charles. We are not in that eye wall yet, but it's passed through Cameron. And Jim, it looks like Cameron is probably having the worst wind they've experienced. We've seen those numbers go up. I don't know if you heard me. Jonesy was just telling me 116 gusts we had reported, but they're about to go into that eye in Cameron.
Right. Yeah, I just tweeted about that very thing, Steph, so you're absolutely right. Looks like they're going to get into it. Do we get a landfall at Cameron, or is it Holly Beach off to the west? You know, it's all about the jog. This thing is still jogging as it comes ashore. But we're obviously seeing the wind pick up through here. During your shot, I don't know if you saw this, Steph, but behind off in the distance, you can see the transformers tripping. So again, power outages now. I just saw last report, 65,000 or greater in Louisiana alone. So they're going up really at about an exponential rate right now as we get into this eye wall. So all of Cameron Parish, it's coming into Calcasieu Parish. We've probably got sporadic power outages already up in Beauregard Parish as well, even though they haven't gotten into some of the worst of this yet. But it's all going to go downhill from south to north, all along the Texas-Louisiana line. Tremendous amounts of timber in through here. I can't even imagine the amount of water that's sitting down in that low Cameron Parish down along coastal Louisiana right now. Wind and waves just absolutely battering this area. And then, of course, once you get into the eye, especially around Cameron and in the parish, winds are going to come around from the other side. So for some unbelievable reason, you still have power down there. Guess what? It's not over when it goes calm. You're at the halfway point in the game. You're at halftime. All right. So big time issues down there. All right, Steph. Again, back to you as you continue to get hammered on the north side here of the Golden Nugget.
Yeah. And Jim, we just got a gust in Lake Charles, 81. We are now gusting to 81 in Lake Charles, and you see how we've gone from 72 to 74 to 81, and it's only going to go up from there. We will keep you as long as we can here, and as long as it's safe to do so, we'll continue to be live.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon. Oh, that looks good. Astounding.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
Ready or not.
Gillette Pro Glide and Pro Glide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
All right, guys, again, coming at you live in front of the LeBares Casino here. We're getting tremendous wind, especially off, away from the parking lot, away from really where I could give my cameraman enough protection, but you can certainly see it going on behind me here. We've had wind gusts in the Lake Charles area up to 90 miles per hour, okay? Airport hasn't been that high. They're going to get higher because they're on the south side. We've got a weather station certainly in and around Lake Charles that we can watch and look at. We've had winds there over 70 miles per hour as well. So everything is up now into this hurricane range and higher. Okay, so we're getting Cat 1, Cat 2 gusts, and certainly the biggest gust that we've seen down in Cameron, 116 miles per hour. That's a Cat 3 gust there in Cameron, Louisiana, where they're just about to get in the eye. You can see that on the radar. All right, so do we get a landfall in Cameron, or is it going to be to the west at Holly Beach? Because remember, this thing's still doing a little jog. And, of course, Holly Beach is off to the west there, and they could easily get it as well. But remember, it's got to be the center of that eye that comes across that point for it to be an official landfall. And that's certainly something that's coming up very, very shortly here. And the Hurricane Center puts that out. They'll tell you when you get a landfall point through here. The big question is here for Lake Charles, do we get another jog to the west and keep us in the eye wall? Okay, so northern eye wall comes in, then eastern eye wall. But do we get enough of a jog where we may even get in the eye a little bit here in Lake Charles? That's absolutely a possibility. But the water continues to pile up in many of the rivers in through here. Now remember, too, the rain that's coming down is trying to get out into the Gulf of Mexico. That's the low point, right? So that's filling up as you're seeing the wind push the water back up the river. So that's adding to the water rise that's coming up and through here. All right, Steph, you've had the shot of the night on the backside of the Golden Nugget there. Let's talk about that and what you're seeing just really in the past. We've had, what, a 5-minute break from you. What have you seen change? Because things can change quick.
Okay, yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Jim. The wind has been getting consistently worse. There's more and more times where I'm getting kind of thrown off balance type of a thing. The water behind me here, the Calcasieu River, it's coming up. We still have plenty of beach here, so I'm not concerned about the surge at this moment. But we've been getting rain nonstop here. You see how we get a little bit of a breather, and then it's, hold onto your hat. Literally, quite literally, hold onto your hat. I want to give you some numbers here. Cameron, Louisiana, where the eye wall, by the way, landfall is imminent, and it's the center of circulation at landfall. 114 at Cameron. We've had 81 here, a gust. And by the way, hurricane force is 74 miles an hour. Some numbers for you for power outages. Almost 70,000 in Louisiana. With that power, Texas at 13,000 with that power. You see how it kicks up like this? Jim, I don't know if you can actually see my shot or not, but I I got a breather for 2 seconds, and then you get some very strong gusts and consistent stuff here. I mean, we have no shelter where I'm located. I mean, it's literally coming right down the boardwalk, right off the water. My crew, however, is elevated, and my photog has no rain gear on. That's how protected he is right now. And so it's really a different ship. And what's amazing is I'm on the backside of our hotels. You're on the front side. And so I just want to let everyone know the conditions at their home, everyone is going to be a little different and see things a little differently.
No, Steph, I wanted to ask you the true test of when you know you're in that eye walls. Not only does the wind blow you around a little bit, but the rain actually hurts when it hits your face. Are you at the rain hurting your face yet issue? By the way, we just got 8.4 feet
I am.
At Cameron for storm surge. You are, okay.
Wow. Yeah, I am at that stage, Jim. It's been like that, I would say, for at least an hour, where, I don't know how you describe it. I try to say it feels like someone's throwing pebbles at you, or perhaps needles into your face. But Jim, as I'm watching the satellite come in, we don't have landfall yet, because it has to be that center of circulation. But Jim, things are just going to continue to get worse for us here, Lake Charles, Sulphur, and inland, Jim. We can't forget about people that live in the northern parishes, or even Arkansas for that matter.
Got to talk about that. We've been hitting it very hard for the last several days. Essentially, anybody who's in the cone, that's kind of a nice little look at maybe where power outages could be. All right, especially the western flank of that, where we know this thing is still going to be a Cat 1 going into Shreveport, and then northeast of that, wind down, maybe even have a circulation center left over when it enters Kentucky, for goodness sake. And there's really some really incredible things that go on with the mid-latitudes as they start to take in this system, and it goes what we call extratropical. So it becomes a strong low-pressure system in the mid-latitudes. And you can actually see the winds ramp up from there. So I'm worried about that once we get to the mid-Atlantic. So Virginia, North Carolina, maybe even southern Pennsylvania, keep an eye on this thing.
What's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right on the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese. How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at. Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
At Heinz, every ketchup starts with our same tomatoes. But not every tomato ends in the same kind of Heinz ketchup. Because you can't be everyone's favorite ketchup without making a ketchup for everyone.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
All right, so we've had winds officially gusting here to 81 miles an hour. Down into Cameron around 121 is what the winds have been gusting to. And by the way, landfall is imminent. It looks like it'll be in Cameron when that center circulation goes over. We are not near that eye wall yet. I mean, yes, it's getting closer to us, but we are still outside of the strongest winds. And this is what it looks like. And you can see you really at times have to brace yourself when those gusts come. I have absolutely no protection right now. The Calcasieu River, that one got me good there. The Calcasieu River behind me, it's hard to even turn and look at it. You know, it's not coming up yet. So that's the good news for us here. Say it one more time, Joe, I couldn't hear you. 8.3 feet, Brittany, thank you. That is the river now up to 8.3 feet, and it is steadily increasing. Do we have landfall? Is that what you guys are telling me? Sorry, it's a little hard to hear out here, as you can imagine. Wow. It's a workout to stand out in this right now. Whew. Okay, so what I was trying to tell you guys is I have no protection, so it is just that wind coming right down this boardwalk, right off the Calcasieu River. Nothing to stop it. You know, we don't have loads of friction because we don't have buildings, we don't have trees, and so that's why it is consistent, and it is going to continue to get worse before it gets better. And unfortunately for Lake Charles, we could end up in that eye wall for the entire time, not getting any break in the eye. But what you need to be prepared for are winds like this on the outskirts, even if you don't go through the eye wall. Remember, tropical storm force winds are extending out 200 from miles from either side. From either side of the storm. Oh boy. So I anticipate more gusts like that to continue as we near this eye wall. I want to check in with Mark Elliott and find out where we are, because I know that landfall was imminent. Cameron was getting into the eye. And Mark, maybe you can give us an update, show us the radar and where we are with landfall. Of course, the National Hurricane Center will make that official call, but we can certainly have a look at it.
Absolutely. We are getting closer by the second. Calcasieu Pass just gusted to 127 miles per hour. This is a significant event. This is the satellite view, and what we're waiting on for landfall is the center of the center, okay? So the middle of that eye crossing over land. The satellite itself is tilted just a little bit, so you're getting a little bit of a skewed perspective. Changing this to the radar, you can see that we're not quite there. We're almost to the point where the center of the center of the eye is crossing over to land. Another view of this, getting a little bit closer in. Cameron is now calming, right? You're getting into that center. You're not yet into the center of the center. That Cameron and northbound through Jennings, through State Route 90, underneath that extreme wind warning, that's a product that should tell you to shelter as if it is a tornado coming through, because that's the kind of wind that we are seeing in that eye wall. Let me turn this on its side just a little bit, Steph, and you can see another view. Those tall clouds are marching inland, and we are just about at the point where the center of the eye moves in. I think we need a couple more minutes. We're not there quite yet.
Mark, I think you've talked it to me. I'm sorry. I was just getting a little knocked around there. And if you saw that radar, we're basically outside of still that eye wall, which was pretty thick. And Mark, I was talking with Dr. Nav earlier about what exactly defines the eye wall. Yeah. It's not just right around the eye. It's a little thick, and we are still outside of it, and this is what our winds look like. And we still have a little bit of time. There's that extreme high wind warning, and that's essentially like a tornado coming through. They put those out, Mark, you know, when you're expecting those winds over 100 miles an hour. And this thing is just like going to be a massive tornado for some people.
Yeah, it's a relatively new product because in the past they would just put out a tornado warning, but it just didn't make sense, right? It's not actually a tornado. It lasts for hours. It doesn't describe what's actually occurring. There are some tornado warnings right now in some of those outer areas. You get all the way out here towards Basile, towards Lafayette, towards New Iberia, all under tornado warnings for fast-moving, spin-up tropical tornadoes. But what we're watching here in that original question from Steph, what is actually the eye wall? Technically, it is that border right between, right as you exit the eye and the clearing and go back into that wall of clouds, that, you know, stadium effect of the eye, but it does have a thickness. It's not what you're in Lake Charles yet. Lake Charles, you're in the bands, you're in the heavy rain, you're not quite into that eye wall. It's not exactly paper thin. Think about walls of a building, there's some thickness to it. The eye wall is considered to have some thickness as well. So you're through that eye wall, through the northern eye wall in Cameron, about to get into the eye and the calming, and then landfall, Stephanie, will take place after the center of the eye moves in.
All right, so Cameron, Louisiana, gusted to 127. 127 gusts. That is tremendous. Okay? I'm really just trying to take deep breaths sometimes to get through those gusts. But here's the thing. These winds are going to continue to push into us, all right? And it's going to get, you think this is bad, it's going to get twice as bad once we get in that eye wall. We're going to be in it for quite some time. So we'll stay live for you here. And remember, this is just not a Lake Charles thing. I'm in Lake Charles. But we're here for all of you. From Baton Rouge to Shreveport to Sulphur to Memphis to Little Rock and beyond. As this tracks all the way to the Mid-Atlantic, we've got you covered the entire way.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck. Wanna walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
They said it couldn't be done. They said it was impossible to offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at. Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
Applebee's. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call low-cost airlines. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, scattered showers or thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, partly cloudy with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Oh, we just lost power. We just lost power. All right, guys, coming back at you. The eye wall starting to come in to the Lake Charles area. Just lost power. Got a report of over 100-mile-an-hour wind gust at the airport there. Not surprising, certainly given what we've got with these winds down through here. So no power as far as the eye can see here. We had all sorts of parking lot lights on. We had lights going down the road to LaBerge. Now we are out of power everywhere as far as the eye can see. Now, I know there are generators on in the hotel. I'm trying to look around and see if any of those have kicked on yet, and they have not. But we'll see. We'll see in time. Either way, that's the deal. Remember, we're under that extreme wind warning. So now the worst of the weather coming in. Wind gusts over 120 miles per hour. We had 127 earlier on down toward Cameron. Now, Steph, just about to get a landfall there near Cameron, Louisiana. Did you lose the power at the same time we did?
Say it one more time, Jim. I think you asked me if I lost power. A little hard to hear you, but no, we have not lost power yet at our hotel. And what's interesting is Jim and I are just neighboring hotels. We're literally right next to each other in different hotels, and it's managed to stay on, Jim, for us here. And so, again, this storm will be affecting everyone a little differently. The airport is gusting to 97 miles an hour. 97 miles an hour. Yeah, Jim, can you see our lights are still on? I mean, forget this hot. This is ridiculous. We're going hot too, guys.
104 now at Lake Charles.
Here in Lake Charles. Yep, and we're not even in the eye wall, guys. So the fact that we're 104 and not in the eye wall just tells you how bad it's about to get. And that water's not coming up because of our wind direction is actually pushing the water out. Okay, it's pushing it out. So it is yet to really push it up and change that direction. But landfall is imminent. Along the coast here, the National Hurricane Center makes the call, but we can show you what the winds will be like as they come through. Again, remember, Cameron gusting 127. We're gusting over 100 already here. And we're going to get what they had in Cameron. Obviously, in Cameron, they're right off the water. They'll probably be a little bit higher there. Probably be a little bit higher than what we get, but you could still get very strong gusts here. This is a major hurricane about to make landfall. Sorry, I just heard some sounds. It was just odd. So I just wanted to take a look around. But we have never had a Category 4 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, there's only been 3 known Category 4s to make landfall. Wow!
Absolutely. It is tough out there. Stephanie's doing her best.
Maybe you can talk about where it is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie's doing her best to stand up in that wind. I've got a zoomed-in product for you here. This is the radar out of Lake Charles looking at the center of our storm. This is Laura coming in right now, and gosh, it is just about to landfall. I mean, this is moments away, just outside of Cameron. Again, what we're waiting for is the center of the center. Does that mean we're done? Absolutely not. That is just midway for Cameron, and it's just beginning up the road where Stephanie was just standing and getting battered around is in Lake Charles. This is the northern edge of that eye wall and about to come, through the radar site. That's right here. And then you've got a little bit more to go for Lake Charles. So, gosh, it could take another hour or so before the winds actually peak in Lake Charles. And this is a problem because there's a little bit of a jog off to the side, which means Lake Charles may stay in that, in that eye wall the entire time, not get a break for the eye at all. Now, we want to go over to Beaumont now. Beaumont is also seeing the winds increasing. Our own Reynolds Wolf is there. Reynolds, gosh, this is just an unbelievable event for the Louisiana coastline right now.
Absolutely, but what's terrifying is this really doesn't come as a surprise to us. We expected all this to happen, and sure enough, it's unfolding as we speak. One big issue that we're going to have this evening, too, we have a bevy of tornado warnings which could be popping up across the landscape. When you have landfalling systems, as you know very well, folks, it's not out of the question to have tornadoes. And the issue that you have at nighttime, obviously, you can't see them. And when they do form, they're usually relatively small, but they can still be very dangerous. We saw that with the Isaias across much of the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. So, folks, you've got to be prepared. Be in your safe place. And I'll tell you what, if you've got to go to, say, like a closet under a stairwell, make sure that you could crank up the Weather Channel. We'll give you the very latest. Let's send it right back to Mark immediately in the studio.
Yeah, and Reynolds, you're talking about those tornado warnings, so I was putting them up on the screen for you. Let's talk about that right now. We have Acadia, Lafayette, and Vermilion parishes all underneath a tornado warning. That is outside of the extreme wind warning. The extreme wind warning, as I back up here for just a second, is all of this area. That's for the eye wall. Outside of that eye wall, we have the tornado warning for you. This is still a real threat. Fast-moving, spin-up tornadoes that will give you very little lead time. You're seeing several of those in here, right? This is the motion of those raindrops where the blue and the greens meet up. We have that potential for tornadic activity, and that's why those warnings have been issued. But again, we are moments away from landfall at this point. You see the track there. The center is working its way towards the Louisiana coastline. Laura, a major hurricane knocking on the doorstep of landfall, and so many of you will feel impacts over the next couple of days. We'll be right back.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
It's so good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Jumbo Smash! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks!
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and tonight it is all about Hurricane Laura all the time. Landfall is imminent. Now, we've got crews scattered around much of the Gulf Coast, of course, in much of Louisiana and here in the state of Texas. Now, Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams, if you've been watching our coverage, you know very well they are in Lake Charles. They've been outside braving the elements, but right now, conditions too dangerous. They've actually moved inside. We have some images that you can see. The camera crews are well protected, and now Stephanie and Jim are doing the same. They've been seeking shelter. We do practice when we preach here on the Weather Channel, and we've got full team coverage for you. Of course, out in the field, great people behind the camera in our control rooms, in the newsrooms, giving you the information that is critical, that is crucial to you, your friends, and your family as we go on through. No surprises what we've seen. We expected this to happen, but I'll tell you, still some of the numbers are staggering. You hear the numbers? I'll tell you. And the landfall at this point, it is imminent. It is going to be coming on shore again, a major hurricane. We're talking a Category 4, history in the making as it makes its way on shore. And remember, folks, the story does not end right at the water's edge. It's going to continue. And with fast momentum, this system could be making its way all the way inland to places like, get this, Shreveport, Louisiana, well inland, but still with the power of a Category 1 hurricane. Now, with the very latest, for expert analysis, let's bring Mark Elliott for a moment. Mark, this is an absolute beast. Hard to believe that just a few days ago, this thing was off just the tip of Cuba. We have landfall. Let's go to Mark right now. We have it confirmed. We have got it confirmed at this hour. Landfall, Hurricane Laura, moving on shore. Mark.
As of the 1 a.m. advisory, we have a landfall, makes landfall near Cameron, Louisiana, and all of the impacts that we were worried about are happening. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, along with extreme wind warnings being issued. Flash flooding is happening. Tornadoes are potentially happening. There's been tornado warnings issued. It is all on the table right now. A very dangerous event. Please, shelter if you're still in here as if there is a tornado coming through. That is the best advice that we can give you. Again, 1 a.m. official observation and official, update from the National Hurricane Center has put this as a landfall in Cameron, Louisiana, still 150-mile-per-hour winds. Let's look at this from a couple of different views here. We have our white line now crossing onto the coast. That is the Cameron area right there. Look at this. You can see just all the fury rotating around this eye, and that's with the Lake Charles area, still about 30 miles north of the center. You can see the views of Lake Charles on your screen right now, but the satellite is showing us, gosh, you are in it. You are in that mix and only increasing from here for the Lake Charles area for the next few moments. Will you get a break? Will this part of the calm center of the eye actually get into Lake Charles? That's still a question. There's a little bit of a wiggle happening off to the west, which may prevent Lake Charles from ever getting into the calm. You may go directly from the northern eye wall to the eastern eye wall and stay in this mess for hours on end. That is a very frightening prospect. Shifting winds of just gargantuan, numbers here. Again, Cameron gusting to 121 or so. Lake Charles gusting to 104. We've seen some 127s. Our own Jim Cantore is in Lake Charles right now. Jim, we are going to see these winds continue to increase for you now that landfall has happened outside of Cameron.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that eye wall now, Mark. So with that, just before landfall, actually, it was really interesting. We lost power here. There was plenty of light to look behind us now, but now we've actually lost power. But remember, I've always been on this kind of protected side of L'Auberge. For some reason, we've always had some kind of northeast wind component that never has allowed us swinging around. But as you're talking about, if we get in that eastern eye wall, the winds have got to go south. All right, and that means they're going to come in from this direction, and they're going to come in hard. Do we get into the eye wall? That's a big question. Obviously, we'll wait and see because this thing still kind of wobbles. There's so much momentum and mass moving with this thing. It does wobble even after a little bit of landfall in through here, and sometimes that wobble makes all the difference in the world, Mark, as you know, getting in and out of the eye wall. It's kind of interesting. The rain seems to have subsided a hair for some, so maybe there's a little bit of a break before we really get into the hammering part of that eye wall. But you know, we're obviously set. I got my cameraman back under everything. You know, we'll come out here and give you what we can, but right now the winds, at least where I am, not super strong, only because I'm protected. We know we've gusted here in Lake Charles over 100 miles per hour, okay? And that's why we're seeing massive amounts of power outages. Now I think getting up around 100,000 customers just in Louisiana alone. We've had very high water, waiting for the water to come up at the Calcasieu River. We'll see what happens with that. That's forecast to go to 15.45 feet, which is almost, goodness gracious, it's nearly double the record that they set at about 9.5 feet. So that's pretty incredible there, Mark. Again, gusting over 100 miles per hour here, no power. At least where we are here at L'Auberge. We'll keep you posted. Let's go back to you in the studio as you continue to analyze this. A 1 o'clock landfall from what we're hearing from the Hurricane Center, 1 o'clock Central Time. Over to you.
Yeah, and you're right, Jim, that you are in a little pocket, and I mean a small pocket. Get ready for that rain to come right back in. What Jim was referencing, we had this band come through, and Jim and Stephanie were out there talking to us. They were inside some of this real heavy rain in here. There's a little bit of a window right in this zone that they are standing in at the moment, and then after that comes the meat of the northern eye wall. Once that comes in, the Lake Charles area is going to be in it for quite a while. Let's talk about where those winds are right now, because we're getting close to Lake Charles with the hurricane force winds. The tropical storm force winds now reaching all the way into portions of central Louisiana, 205 miles away from that center. This is a large storm in that way, and so that large amount of wind is moving the water. The storm surge potential is high. Embedded tornadoes, tornado watch all the way until the morning. And so what you're looking at here is the actual motion of those raindrops. And since we're so close to the radar site, this is the radar site, we're getting a real good look at that eye wall at this point. Remember, the landfall happened outside of Cameron. Look at some of the winds just aloft as seen in the eye wall, anywhere between 130 to 160, a little bit off the deck, but really, Jim, not that far up. And so some heavy rain is going to push that all the way down. And Stephanie, you've been standing in that at times. Get ready. There's more of that wind on the way. The heavy rain is going to push that all the way down to the surface towards you.
And I can hear it. I can hear it howling up through the rafters up in through here. You know, we're up 23 stories, not where we are, but certainly some of the building, and I can just hear it howling through there. So not surprising, Mark. So we're starting to get into some of the heavy rain you just talked about. So that brief break is now over. So here comes the rain again. And interestingly enough, too, you know, like I said, right about the time of landfall, we got just enough wind, about 100 mile an hour in gust to kick off the power in and around here. Mark, I want you to do me a favor, take a look at the river gauge. I want to see how this water is really supposed to be coming up pretty quickly here at the Calcasieu River, if you get a chance to do that, because, you know, obviously while I'm out here, I don't have any data, but that's another thing, too, because now we're getting this maximum surge potential up here in toward Lake Charles. All right, so we got Steph back. I think she's moved position, got into a little bit of a safer position. Steph, talk to us. Where are you? Where'd you move?
Okay, Jim, so essentially I just walked up the stairs to be closer to my crew and closer to some protection. As I mentioned at the Weather Channel, it is safety first. It's always been like that, and standing out there right now, it's just not safe. We had a gust to 104, and we're nearing the eye wall. We're not even in it. And so you get a little low like this, but overall, the wind, I literally tried to walk down there, and sorry, I know I'm not in a light. That's my photog, I can tell, is like, I can step down a couple steps. I'm still fine right here. I'm good. Are you good? Okay. We want to make good TV for you guys, but we also want to be safe. I could tell my photog was saying he couldn't see me. He pulled out a cell phone light, was trying to light me with that, just so you know what's happening. So I just walked down a couple steps. But the problem is there's no protection down there. And so I tried to walk down there and, you know, kind of got pushed off to the side. And so we want to bring you the shot, but we want to do it safely. And so, Jim, the fact that there's no protection down there, just going to hang on the steps so you can still get the experience and still see it, but we're going to do it safely.
Hey, Steph, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to go put a helmet on. I'm around a lot of trees, and I really don't feel like getting wailed on in the head. So I'm just going to put a helmet on out here since I'm standing out in it. So just take it for a second. I'll be right back out there with you, okay?
Okay, sure. You do that. So I'll just... We're fine with everyone. We are fine. We are totally fine. Everything's okay. Okay? Everything is fine here. So that's why we didn't want to stand far down on the stairs. Okay? So everyone is 100% okay here. There is nothing to worry about with us. But look at that wind picking up, guys. Again, let me look at the radar here on my phone. I can get a look at the eye wall. We're inside, guys. We are inside. I promise you, we are inside. We are inside. We're fine. So, Jim, we just had, a little debris come down here, but we're fine here. Yeah. And we've scooted back, so everyone is fine and safe. And we're getting near that eye wall.
Yeah, and I can hear it, Steph. It's just roaring out here. Of course, it's pitch black. You can't see anything, but I can just absolutely hear it roaring. We're just in enough of a protected space here to not deal with the wind, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens, when the eye goes to our west, okay? Do we get into that eastern eye wall? Do we get into those severe gusts? But I went and grabbed a helmet, too, because you and I have been out here enough. When we start smelling all the wood, we know there's like trees coming down everywhere being snapped. And of course, with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, they're flying through the air, and you can't see anything right now. There's no power. There's no nothing. So no sense in getting impaled by something out here in the head while this is all going on. But you can really hear the ferocity of this wind, especially higher up, which is typically where we get some of the stronger wind gusts in through here. And they are absolutely cranking. So again, guys, if you're just joining us this morning, we've had a landfall. Hurricane Center, 1 o'clock local time, Cameron, Louisiana. We had wind gusts over 125 miles per hour there. So, deep into the Cat 3 area, certainly with what we've got with wind gusts, almost Cat 4. And no question, the worst of that is now to come for Lake Charles. We're just now on the outer fringes of that same part of the eye wall that's already moved through Cameron. The big question is, do we get the calm like Cameron? And that may or may not be the case. It all depends on potentially even a last-minute wiggle off to the east. And you'll know it if you're watching us, because you'll essentially see, if we still have cell, we could lose cell as well. But if we can show you that, you'll see it calm down. You'll see it calm down everywhere. You'll even hear the noise be reduction if we get into the eye. It's kind of eerie, to be quite honest with you. There's just an incredible calm. I remember being an Ike back in 2008 with Steph, interestingly enough, in Galveston, when there was smoke from fires that got moved in with the eye. You could literally hear birds and even crickets. I mean, that's how calm and eerie it was. All right, so Steph, talk to me about, you moved from the back to the front. Are you outside? Are you looking outside? Give us an idea of what you're seeing right now. Can you see any trees down at all?
We cannot see trees down. So what we've done, Jim, is we're in a solid concrete structure. And lights came back on. The lights were going on and off. We have actually tucked back into our concrete structure. You can see our shot there. We're all back in the corner. And I know it's tough to see now because we really don't have light. We're trying to get that for you guys. But, of course, safety first. And let's see what's happening here. we have some guys that are, looks like they're trying to do a little exploring there. But we are tucked back. Actually, I can't feel any wind right now. That's how tucked back I am into the corner. I mean, literally zero wind where I am located here in the corner. We can give you a little shot here. We're back in a corner here in this huge concrete building, and you see this is where I was going down the stairs and whatnot. But we're just going to stay tucked back here so that everyone can be safe. And literally, I'm wind-free. I mean, you can see nothing's even blowing on my face or anything. I mean, we are so tucked back here in this corner. So, Jim, that's where we are. We're tucked back in this concrete corner, but we're nearing that eye wall, so it's going to get a lot worse here. And our power went out and came back on. I do know they had generators, so I don't know if perhaps a generator, powered up, and that's why we got our power back here. But we're watching. Even look at the roof of that little hamburger hut, which is where we were at, and look at the shaking of those lamps. Those are going to go at some point. Look at that wind. Wow!
It's coming
you can hear
now.
stuff breaking, which is what we anticipated. All right, I can hear Jim say the wind's coming around, but we are definitely getting into that eye wall. We're going to have this for a while. And this is when the damage, Jim, this is when the damage is really going to start happening right now.
Yeah, and that's what people, this is why we have the extreme wind warning that's out. Okay, this is the Weather Service saying, look, you essentially got the wind equivalent of a tornado that's going to move through, and they've extended this too from to 3 a.m. Local time. So until 3 a.m. that extensive wind warning. So we'll go through this eye wall here in Lake Charles, and that does include us here and what we're going to get in terms of the wind. Water's coming up, guys, as we speak. We got rainwater coming down that's trying to get down to the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, at the same time, we're getting that push. We're getting that push with the eastern part of the eye wall right now. So we've had a landfall. Again, guys, 1 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center talking about Cameron in Louisiana. Interesting enough, Jonesy just told me they're actually gusting to 39 miles per hour in the eye, which I think is really interesting. So maybe not a clean eye here. This could be good. This could be a sign of weakening. But still, we got a long night ahead of us. This is a powerful hurricane.
What did you say?
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Hey 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are handpicked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
And secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
do you do? Your husband or father was just diagnosed with lung cancer after being exposed to asbestos while on the job. You've got your hands full with his medical treatments. People are telling you to find an attorney, but there's so little time.
Let me help. Just call Whiteson Luxembourg. They've successfully handled thousands of asbestos cases and will put your mind at ease. They have achieved the highest verdicts for New York lung cancer and mesothelioma victims. Their clients benefit from the $30 billion in trust funds for victims, even for smokers. Your husband's case will have the support of one of the largest firms of its kind, and they know how to win. So many New Yorkers have made the right choice, so can you. Do what's best for your loved ones. Call Whiteson Luxembourg today or visit asbestosLawyerNYC.com.
Call 800-303-9100. That's 800-303-9100.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, scattered thunderstorms, low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain, 60%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel here. Look, we are not even in the eye wall. I just looked at my radar. We're getting near it, but we are not in the eye wall. Can you believe that? And look at this wind and the wind-driven rain here. It is no longer safe to be in the elements, so our entire crew, I can't believe these guys are going out there. This is like, you guys, come on. There's been a ton of glass. You guys, seriously. Oh, okay, he's a GM, okay. All right, there's nothing. Okay. All right, Jim, sorry, that was the general manager looking at the damage.
No comm. I don't know if I'm on or not.
I see her still outside.
Lake Charles now.
There we go.
We are definitely getting into the eye wall. No question about that. Winds are getting stronger. They're also changing direction. They're changing direction as well and coming around a little bit more out of the east versus the east-northeast, which has been so prevalent in through here. But very, very heavy rain, howling winds, gusty winds continue in this area here, guys. Power's been out now for about 30 minutes, and I can't even tell you what's going on back there. All I can do is hear it, and let's just listen to the wind. Just incredibly ferocious here, right behind me here. So you can see it kind of sweeping on by. The building is causing the wind to do weird things. I'm in a spot here where I can actually stand up, but occasionally we do get some gusts that kind of rush under this overhang, which is where I have most of my crew protected here this evening. So yeah, we're into this. And you know, now we're at the mercy of whatever this eye wall is going to do as it comes up yet. It's good, believe it or not, it's going to get worse. We know that we've had gusts over 120 miles per hour down at Cameron. We know we've had gusts now almost 110 miles an hour in Lake Charles as well. There is power loss everywhere here as a result of that. One of the things I can't tell you is I don't know how high the water is. Okay, do we have large amounts of water that have piled up in this area? That's entirely possible. I just don't have any data with me right now. We'll let Mark deal with that fact in the studio where he actually can access that data. But it is, just an eerie quiet. It's amazing when you go from, okay, I can kind of see, I can get perspective what's going on out along the drive and into the parking lot, but you lose the lights and then you lose them inside the hotel. You really can't see anything here. Nothing. The only chance we have to see something is if we get in the eye. Do we get in the eye to a point where it's calm enough to potentially even see the sky? You know, the moon's out. Do we get some moonlight down through here? We're going to just have to wait and see. That eye could just be to our west, okay? It's all depending on those last-minute wobbles. Either way, power is out. We've got tropical storm force wind gusts into southeast Texas. It's been that way for hours. We've got power loss there, too. We've also got them into southwest Louisiana, heading up towards Shreveport. It's going to be a rough early morning for you guys, so batten down the hatches. Here it comes. All right, Steph, Mark, one of you take it.
All right, Jim, just looking at the radar, I don't know if you can hear me. We are in the eye wall right now, and we're going to get that eye. It looks like we will get that eye. So we're going to stay up. We shockingly still have power here, perhaps generators kicked in. Again, we are tucked back in, so we're safe. We are not at any chance of getting that debris to sweep in where we're located. And when the eye happens, we will be able to go out. And by the way, it looks like a pretty clean eye. What does that mean? You can have dirty eyes where there's some clouds and a little bit of rain, but I got to say, this eye looks pretty clean. If we are lucky, we will see stars. We could see stars. That's how you're going from this. Stay with us, because we're going to go from this to seeing stars. It's unbelievable. It'll be unbelievable. So make sure you stay with us here as we're getting hit really hard right now. We're seeing damage. We've seen windows getting blown out right where we're located. There have been reports of some trees down, but I don't have any other reports that I can give you at this time, but I guarantee you damage is being done. So we are in the eye wall. So I am in Lake Charles, Louisiana. As you look at that radar, Cameron right now is in the eye, and it is calm. But then you have to deal with the back side of that eye wall where your winds are going to shift around. Our winds right now coming out of the east, basically a due east wind on the north side of a storm. But look what happened. Everything's going to shift. Once it pulls north, we will get a west wind. So watch where the wind is going right now on your screen, okay? It's going from right to left. You see that? Right to left. We'll get the calm of the eye. I really think we're going to get it here from what I can tell. Someone at work can tell me if they think otherwise. Since I'm in the field, it's a little tougher, obviously, to look at radar and whatnot. But then you will see when things switch around, that wind is going to go from left to right on your screen. So that everything that's been loosened by this eye wall is then going to get tossed around even more with that second eye wall. Because right now, it takes some time to loosen, to do that damage, to rip everything up, and then it's just going to get tossed and moved in the other direction. So here's a look at those winds. Again, we're gusting over 100 miles an hour here. I bet you we're getting, 108 was the last we heard, but I got to tell you, that looks stronger than 108 if you ask me. 128 here in Lake Charles? Wow, there you go. 128 at Lake Charles, sustained at 85. That is more like it. I was like, there's no way this is 108. This has got to be way higher than that. We have about 30 seconds left. For these last 15 seconds, I just want you to hear the sound of a hurricane. Hear that roar that people talk about. So I'm going to be quiet and let you hear the sounds of Hurricane Laura.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers, and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C, and time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain keeps coming back, tell your doctor and say yes to Linzess.
Burger King spicy nuggets, I got some serious doubts.
We'll see about this.
Wait till you taste these spicy nuggets. Oh, the flames are there. Burger King definitely brought some heat.
A lot more kick than I expected it to have.
They're back. 8 Nuggets Spicy Original for $1. Also get free delivery on the BK app. Your way, way better.
There it is. It's just the one thing. We got it.
And I am coming to you again from Texas, right here in Beaumont. But you're seeing a shot from Lake Charles. You've got Stephanie Abrams and Jim Cantore that have been there. Jim is, again, seeking cover for the time being. But you're getting a shot, getting a taste of what they've been experiencing. Just the relentless fury of this system, which just a matter of days ago was just off the coast of Cuba. It built, it rolled. There was some conjecture that it was going to become a major hurricane, and that became the reality at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock this morning, came on shore with the fury, winds of 150 miles an hour, and Cameron, Louisiana. Now I've got the eye. It's making its way through Lake Charles. We practice what we preach at the Weather Channel. We want people to be safe, and sure enough, that's what we're doing right now. I can tell you, we do know that the winds are very strong. We know where it made landfall, but what is even more terrifying at times is what we do not know. We don't know the condition of things at the coast the time being. Eventually, the sun is going to come up. Then we have the revelation of fact of what exactly we're dealing with in terms of aftermath. And then another part of the story begins, and that is the recovery and the rebuild. But right now, we're dealing with the fury of this. We have winds, again, that continue to roar across. When you think about the landscape across much of Texas and Louisiana, well, and along the coastal plain, it's flat as can be. There's nothing that's going to stop. There's nothing that's going to harness, nothing that's going to impede the wind as it rips its way across the landscape. Now, earlier, you may have heard Stephanie and Jim refer to at times you can actually smell trees. I can tell you from experience, especially when it comes to landfalling tropical systems in an area where you have a lot of pine, you have a smell that is it smells like Christmas. And what I'm talking about is these trees get splintered and you can smell the resin, you can smell the sap. And sure enough, it travels through the air, and it's one of those byproducts, one of those things that heightens the senses. Some other things you'll feel or hear a lot of times in the darkness, you'll hear the sounds of those trees. I can tell you right behind behind me where we happen to be, you've got a hotel. We had a transformer on the top that just exploded a short while ago. No power there. They do have power in the structure that we happen to be in, which is really mind-numbing, but I'm willing to bet that within the next 90 minutes, if not sooner, it's going to go down here too. In fact, by the time the sun does rise, the winds die down, millions of people are going to be waking up to that absence of power. But there are trucks that are waiting at the standby, some amazing crews that are going to work those long hours to get those supplies, that power that is so important, so critical to people that live here to make sense of it all and trying to get things back to normal. Another thing to think about with the system is we often compare a lot of the tropical entities that make their way to the shore. You'll think about roughly 3 years ago, you had Harvey, entirely different animal altogether. Came on shore with a lot of force, but you'll remember it dropped anchor near Houston. The water piled up, and we remember the scenes in places like Buffalo Bayou, all across much of southeast Texas. Now, this system, it is going to be a quick mover, but because its momentum is so robust at this time. Okay, wait, we're going to go back. Let's go back to Lake Charles if we can. And right now we've got Jim Cantore. Jim, I know you've taken some precautions. You now have a bit of extra protection, so to speak. Let's send it back to you, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Just trying to continue to, as this eye wall comes through, we just continue to get hammered here with winds over 100 miles an hour. Jonesy, I don't know if you've seen them increase since then, but give me the word. 128, okay, we've had 128 now at Lake Charles. More than likely pressure dropping rapidly here as we get, again, and go through this eye wall and get close to the center. It's all about the jog here and what we get. But the other thing, too, is the winds have started to come around a little bit more easterly here. But the howling, the smell of the timber, which is so plentiful here in western Louisiana and also into eastern Texas, we're going to lose a lot of this, unfortunately, just because of the wind energy. I mean, you got pine, which is a soft wood, and it snaps very quickly, especially in the kind of wind gusts that we're going to see. Guys, we are under an extreme wind warning. What does that mean? That's essentially a beefed up tornado warning over a large area, okay? We're talking about destructive winds for an extended period of time, and that's why it goes till 3 a.m. So these are a lot longer typically than what we get excuse me, with tornado warnings, okay? Those are 20 minutes. These can last 3 hours, and it essentially takes you through the eye wall. So that is for destructive wind, the kind of destructive wind that you see with tornadoes. To me, it's also a tip to you that if you haven't lost power yet and you get in that warning, you're going to very, very soon, okay? And you may even lose cell service as well, especially given the fact that we get these 120-mile-an-hour winds. So far, so good, guys, with the cell, especially with 128-mile-an-hour wind gust now at Lake Charles. Just incredible wind coming up this way. Again, a bona fide Cat 3, almost a Cat 4 with the wind here coming up in toward Lake Charles. The water's piling up. Don't go outside if we get in the eye, guys. We're not done yet. We still have to go through the bottom side of this and potentially here in Lake Charles, the eastern side of this. Over 100,000 without power and climbing rapidly in Louisiana alone.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Teddy loves tug-of-war. In his lifetime, he'll pull hundreds of tons. That's why he needs a tailored recipe from IAMS to help him stay fit. IAMS who I am.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking! It's Jumbo Snacks!
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling feeling extremely sad and disinterested? Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Tums versus mozzarella stick. When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
Yeah, guys, back here in Lake Charles in front of the LaBerge as we've lost power now. Not surprising because winds have been gusting over 100 miles an hour now up here for the last hour. We maxed out about 128, now down to 109 with the gust, but still the damage is done. The water's being pushed, and the water is rising in many, many areas. So the full fruition, the full force of this thing coming into the Lake Charles area and obviously all across southwest Louisiana. If you're just joining us this morning, again, Cameron, Louisiana was landfall officially at 1 o'clock local time. The system continues to pull north. Now, the big question for us here in Lake Charles is, do we get a jog to the west to give us the eastern eye wall, or does it stay on path where we actually get into the eye a little bit here in Lake Charles? But regardless of where that happens, don't be fooled. If you've still got power and you are watching us, you still got to go through the other side of the storm. All right, a lot of us have had to retreat and get some technical issues taken care of. My partner, Stephanie Abrams, is one of those steps. You just had to retreat and get inside. Tell us what's going on over there. Just about a 10-minute walk from me in the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, literally a 10-minute walk. So, Jim, we're in the back of the building with no protection whatsoever. So we were getting the brunt. Lake Charles gusted to 128, okay? 120. Do you hear that whistling? So I'm gonna explain what that is coming up. Gusted to 128, windows were shattering, we were not comfortable. So what we did was we tucked back in. Then what happened was it got too bad, they've locked the doors, and we're now inside the casino. And that is the wind whistling through the building. And I'm looking right now at the radar. We are in the eye wall. This is the worst part of it, and we're about to get in that eye. I sure hope so, and we don't stay in that eastern eye wall. I think we're going to get into part of the eye here. It's going to be a close one. If we do get into the eye, we will then go back outside. But right now, the fact that there's debris flying everywhere, it is not safe for us to be out there. So we're going to stay inside. In fact, they locked those doors so no one can even get out there. And so we'll stay in here, watch the radar, stay safe, and then, Jim, if we get in that eye, it's going to be real close here. We might be kind of half in, half out in Lake Charles.
Yep. Yes, it is going to be close. But right now we're in the eye wall, Steph. You can see the debris just flying around. Thank God it's only leaves. But man, I'm telling you, there's the other thing too about the eye. There's little swirls and little vortices in the eye, and they enhance the wind gusts and obviously the potential of the damage there. And that's what's coming in and on top of us right now. Max gust 128 for Lake Charles. We've been over 100 for the last hour, maybe even longer than that. I can't even remember. But either way, the damage is done. Power is out and through here, enough so, a lot of us are at least in a position to broadcast to you where we can retreat quickly, keep our camera crew and our crew as safe as possible. Steph decided to go inside, and that's fine. That's a great idea, and I might have to do the same here before not too long. So you can, I mean, the wind, I'm telling you guys, you can hear the wind. You can actually hear the wind actually howling in through here. I'm going to just step in a little bit to a little bit more comfort because it's still going to come through this overhang either way you slice it. But whew, what a storm. Going through, a Category 4 hurricane here, and even 30 miles inland from where it made landfall, it still has some of the same ferocity that it met the coast with. What we can't see, certainly because of power outages and the time that this came in, is what's happening to the water. We know that we're maximizing the storm surge in many of these areas. And remember, we're going to hold it up in that eastern eye wall because the wind is going to keep pushing it inland. Now that it's come in, it's going to be held up and it's not going to be able to go out. The other thing, too, is remember the fact that we have all this rainwater coming down. So with the rainwater coming down, that's trying to get back out to the Gulf of Mexico, but that's adding to the component and making the water potentially even higher. So, guys, I hope you heeded the warnings because this is exactly what we thought we would get. We just won't know until first light tomorrow just how extensive the damage is and what people here in Lake Charles have been going through. And, Steph, if it's anything like what we're getting out and through here, it's not pleasant. We just happen to be lucky enough to be on high ground right now. Others, not as fortunate. Over to you, Steph.
And have a little protection too, right, Jim? I mean, you still have a little bit of protection. You can hear that whistling of the wind from the backside where we were for all those hours with no protection, just hammering. I mean, it wouldn't be safe for anyone to be out there no matter what you were wearing. So Jim does have a little protection from his building. I just want to give that as an FYI because he is standing out in it. And you might have seen my reaction. Another window broke here. I don't know if it broke just because of the winds or if there was debris that hit it, but that's why we are inside because there is debris. We saw that flying around and some of these windows can break. And do you hear how loud that is? How eerie is that? That is what a Category 4 eye wall sounds like inside a building. It sounds more like a freight train outside. You get more of that whistling sound as you come inside, and wind gusts have been up to 128 miles an hour, and it's going to be a close call for us in the eye. And you got to stay tuned to find out, do we make it into the eye or do we stay in that eastern eye wall? And then, by the way, regardless, we're going to have to go through the backside of the system, which is going to be just as strong. And now that we have debris weakened and has been flying around, that's going to pick that up and toss it around as well. So things will be getting worse as the night, we might be in the morning hours at this point. I don't even know what time it is, to be honest with you. As we head through the morning hours, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it might get better for a minute if you get in that eye, but then it's going to get really bad again for that second eye wall. It's not like that other eye wall is going to be all that, it's not going to be weaker. The eye wall is that strongest part. And then if you live in places like Shreveport, Little Rock, Memphis, this is all headed your way. Obviously, its interaction with land is going to slow it down. It's going to tear it apart and whatnot. But it is still, when you have a Cat 4 that's just buzzsawing through, it takes time for that to come down, for it to wind down.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real because you can't fake delicious. Special K.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home.
Order and pay on our app
or at ogtogo.com.
Choose from all your favorites like fettuccine Alfredo or soup, salad, and breadsticks. Then bring it all home with contactless Carside Pickup. The hardest part is deciding where to start.
Olive Garden.
We're all family here.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3 because 3 is better than 1.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, 4 forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
From staircases supporting a grand entrance to floors kissed by bare feet, our all-new On Guard termite protection system keeps termites out to strengthen your home for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINIX.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, scattered thunderstorms, low 72. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain, 60%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain, 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage of Hurricane Laura. You're taking a look at a live image in Lake Charles. That's right. You're watching the storm cam. And, well, one of the byproducts you often have from a landfalling hurricane, you have rising water, and that is what we're seeing. Exhibit A in Lake Charles. And this is just a small sample we're going to be seeing across much of the region that could be affecting millions of people, not only in Louisiana, but even into parts of Texas. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming from Beaumont, Texas. Beaumont, Texas, for the time being, dealing with occasional bouts of wind and some rain that has been kind of a pulsing effect. It's almost like a breathing organism. You have an inhale and an exhale. Every now and then, a flash of lightning here or there. We do have a light that keeps on flashing back and forth. That is not the lightning. If we did have any lightning, we'd be seeking cover. By the way, Jim Cantore and Stephanie are seeking cover at this point. It's all about safety at the Weather Channel. And the key takeaway, if you've been watching their incredible narrative this evening about what has been coming from Hurricane Laura, they are experiencing parts of the eye wall, the ferocity of it. Mark, I got to tell you one thing, and Stephanie, gosh almighty, when she was inside the building, you could hear that piercing wail.
Yeah.
That was the voice of Hurricane Laura. I mean, what an eerie thing to consider. Mark, can you please, for the sake of our viewers who may be tuning in across much of the region, I'm sure there may be some confusion because you got a lot of folks that are moving here. They may not be so weather savvy when it comes to the tropics. Landfalling system, but a tornado threat.
Absolutely.
Can you share that with them?
Yeah, that is very common with landfalling tropical systems. Because of how the winds change with height, you get enough spin through the atmosphere that we do have a tornado threat. And that's largely featured in these outer rings. And we'll get to that in just a second because we do have some tornado warnings popping up off to the east. What I want to talk to you about first is this presentation on the infrared satellite. This is a very well-formed storm, maybe a little bit of a wiggle off to the west. What that could mean for those of you watching in Lake Charles is that even as we may get get into part of the eye and get a brief calm, don't go outside. Don't expect this to be a long duration break, as you may very quickly wind up on the eastern side of the eye and wind up in that eastern eye wall. Now, this is a view of the radar, but the radar is actually coming all the way from Houston. Both the Lake Charles and the Fort Polk radars are not currently operable. Maybe a communication issue from the Lake Charles office, which, remember, if you were watching earlier today, that office was left because it was not safe. And so to continue that, Reynolds, there is a tornado warning off to the east. Tornado warning continues for Iberia, Lafayette, and St. Martin until 2:15. Fast-moving spin-up tornadoes, very common in these landfalling systems.
Hey, Mark, another question for you. Right now, we've been talking so much what happened down in places like Cameron as it made its way into Lake Charles. Right now, we've been talking so much about Lake Charles, understandably so. But can you tell our viewers what they can expect farther upstream? Because we know the story is not stopping there. We're going to follow this for days to come. Upstream, places like DeRidder, spots like, say, Shreveport. When do you think we can expect as we make our way forward in the next several hours?
All right, so right now, it's all about Lake Charles because that eye wall is approaching. But it's not going to stay there, right? This is not just an event that stays at the coast and ends. This is going to be hurricane force winds that goes much further inland, approaching the western towns west of Alexandria by morning. It's going to take the next several hours to go from Lake Charles to somewhere west of Alexandria. Now, this is just one model. I'm using it to give you the flavor, what to expect with these winds. And you can see the wind scale up here, that there could still be 85 to 95 plus gusts associated with this storm. Okay, these are significant wind gusts. Now, a little bit more wiggle room as we look towards this time frame towards tomorrow afternoon. There are some models that bring this center very close to Shreveport, others that are basically near Monroe. This one, we're splitting the difference. We're going in between. But look at that, Reynolds, this is 85 mile per hour gusts around that eye still by noon tomorrow. And then we go all the way to Little Rock, Reynolds, by the time we get into tomorrow night. Gosh, this is going to be a long duration event. There could be wind damage all the way through Arkansas with this easily through the day tomorrow.
Hey, we're going to commercial break real fast. I want to ask you one more question. For the benefit of our viewers that may be tuning in from the Northeast and the Ohio Valley, they may see this and say, oh, this is a world away. This could be going into parts of, say, the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the official forecast track as issued by the National Hurricane Center. This is our latest track as issued by our friends down at the center. We're talking about winds that do spin down at least briefly, but you see this big curl on off towards the north. And north and east. This is a meeting up with a cold front. This front is going to be sweeping what's left of Laura off the coast and away. But at that same point, high pressure starts to build in. And so you have the low from the remnants from our storm and high pressure to the north. High pressure going this way, low pressure going this way. Gosh, we could have an onshore flow, a squeeze play, a very strong wind event into portions of the mid-Atlantic and the northeast. So do not put your guard down on this system. Do not turn your back on Laura is the bottom line here, as we could have very strong winds going all the way across the Appalachian chain and Reynolds into the mid-Atlantic and the northeast through this weekend.
Unbelievable, Mark. There's so many moving parts of this as this pinwheel of destruction continues to march its way to the north onshore, and still the story's got a long way from finishing. Let's go right now, we can, to a live image. I want you to listen in. This from our friend station, KPRC. I want you to listen to, we just missed it. Sorry, folks. Technology does happen. Folks, we've got more information coming up for you. The wind beginning to pick up here in Beaumont, and you know what? There's nothing here to stop it. We're going to see it pick up a bit more. More power outages expected. You're watching the Weather Channel. Folks, be safe. More coverage after this.
Hurricane Center. This is our latest track is issued by our friends down at the center. We're talking about winds that do spin down.
My patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity and gum at home, it's giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
And we've upgraded her with the Sonic Shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However you healthy? Naked.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Just call these up, but you were telling me to turn it down. All right, yeah, good. All right, brother.
It went from a whisper to a roar. Lake Charles, Louisiana, you're seeing this video here. Now, you can't see wind, but you can sure see what it pushes around. This is a very heavy, several-ton satellite truck being rocked by intense winds, complements of Hurricane Laura. Hard to believe this system was in the tropics just a little over a week ago. A puff of clouds here and there, then brought some heavy rain to our territory of Puerto Rico, continued to make its way across the northern Caribbean. It made its way into the Gulf of Mexico, and then exploded in power to a major hurricane. Made landfall, if you're just tuning in. That's right, made landfall in Louisiana, at Cameron, Louisiana, at 1 o'clock this morning, local time, and now we are still feeling its fury. This system, my goodness, this is something that we're going to be talking about for years and years to come. And I can guarantee you that as a meteorologist, you know that things like this can happen. You know it can be the stuff of nightmares, but you hope it never occurs. But this is the reality we're dealing with this morning. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. You're watching continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Laura. It truly is, and we're going to watch this story affecting so many people. I got to tell you, from this vantage point where I've been, we've seen here in Beaumont some interesting things. Every now and then you hear snapping of trees off in the distance. We had, I want to say, about an hour and 15 minutes ago, a loud pop off in the distance. To be honest with you, with the darkness, it doesn't reveal what the source was. Could have been a blown transformer, could have been a down tree, could have been both. We have no idea. That revelation will come with the morning light. But what we do know is that we've got power outages. Our building where we happen to be, where we have Ben Trailer right there safely in a good spot. Right now, our building has power. I don't expect that to stay that way. More power outages are going to be a guarantee. And I can tell you that you've got crews that are just waiting right now at the ready, resting because, goodness sakes, the job they've got ahead of them. Let's bring in Mark Elliott for a moment. And Mark, in terms of the winds here, I think the strongest we've had, maybe some gusts up to 40, 45, but I know that the strongest still on the way. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, there is a lot of wind still to come with this system. We are not done by any stretch. In fact, the newest advisory just issued from the National Hurricane Center, 2 a.m. update for everybody, 140 miles per hour. Still a strong Cat 4. We've lost a whopping 10 miles per hour with those winds as this continues to move inland. So yes, landfall took place a little over an hour ago. Now 140 miles per hour, 10 miles southwest of Lake Charles for that center point. And there is still at least some question, does Lake Charles get into that center? Does it get into the eye when all is said and done? Let's take a look here as we zoom in onto the path of this storm. From the satellite, it certainly looks like we're going to get at least a window where Lake Charles gets a bit of a break from the wind. But remember, that satellite's coming down at an angle, and we've turned that even a little bit farther. You can see that the eastern eye wall is actually still cranking. That right side, that eastern eye wall has all the onshore flow, has all that action with it. It is going to be a beast of a time on that eastern side. And Lake Charles, even if you wind up getting a little bit of a break, you're going to be on that east side. So I bring this up again because I don't want people to get complacent, to say, whew, everything's calm. We can go outside and check out the damage, check out what occurred, because we know there's damage. We've seen it firsthand. That debris is going to get picked up, blown around, thrown around, and so be careful in the Lake Charles area. Reynolds reporting to us from Beaumont. He's on that western side, seeing banding features coming through. We go off to the eastern side farther, and we have some tornado warnings to tell you about as well. Iberia, Lafayette, and St. Martin still under a tornado warning until 2:15. There is at least a chance of these quick spin-up tornadoes. These things are really moving a couple of different spots of rotation north of New Iberia. So Reynolds, this is a wind event in southwest Louisiana and eastern Texas. Tornado event continuing. A new update on that warning just popping up, but same storm. Gosh, this is going to be just a bear for the next several hours in Louisiana tomorrow, and really through the day today into tomorrow, going all the way through Arkansas.
You know, it's like something out of Greek mythology, like a hydra. We're talking about a creature that has got a variety of heads, so many threats. If we can we talk a little bit more about the tornado? Well, the wind picking up a little bit more now. Can we talk a little bit more about the tornadic threat? You know, Mark, we always compare, contrast tropical systems and what they've done in the past and try to apply that knowledge to the present and then to the future. Recently, we had Isaias, and we had the tornadic activity that struck the Carolinas. I mean, there are places that are going to take a while still to clean up at this point. But when it comes to these landfalling tropical systems and these tornadoes, they are typically small, but they can be just as destructive, can't they?
Oh, absolutely. They are still tornadoes. And you know what? What's interesting is each landfalling system is different. People may say, oh, well, we've gone through a hurricane already. We've gone through Rita. Rita had 90 tornado warnings, almost to this, a slightly weaker storm when it came ashore, almost the same size, almost the same location, and yet 90 tornado warnings. We haven't seen this be a prolific tornado producer yet. There's still time for that. These tropical tornadoes, they often these embedded supercells in the outer bands as the system comes on shore, and then really lasting for the path of the storm, along that path and off to the east. Land interaction plays a bit of a role in that, and Reynolds through the day today, all the way to Little Rock, maybe to Memphis and Jackson, a threat of tornadoes as well.
Mark, impeccable work, man. Thanks so much for making the complex understandable. I'll tell you, we got a long night ahead, and you know who's been dealing with the long night so far? The great people in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's where we find Stephanie Abrams. Stephanie, I know you guys have been battered about. You're dealing with the eye wall. Can you give us the latest of what you've had over, say, the last 10 minutes or so?
Okay, so what we did is we were inside for our last live shot because they locked all the doors. We found one door they let us come out of, and we're now in the garage, in the parking garage. Do you hear all that? That is damage being done right now. We're safe. We're literally in the back corner of the parking garage. And what I'm doing here is I'm patiently waiting for those winds to drop. We are getting in the eye of this system. And so it'll be momentarily that the winds will drop and we'll be able to go outside. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to see some stars. I've been through two eyes, eye walls and eyes, Gene and Ike. And I remember in Gene, I actually heard frogs going ribbit, ribbit. And I remember seeing stars. It wasn't a totally clean eye. Some of them are very crisp and clean. Some of them are a little cloudy. We'll have to see how this one plays out. I haven't gotten a good chance to look at the radar with the moving around and whatnot. But I do know that we are very close to it the last I saw it. So I'm just patiently waiting for the winds to die down because there's a lot of debris out there right now. And we don't want to be out there. And I mean, you can hear it. And you hear those winds still whistling. But it is, I mean, I'm hoping they threw up the radar. I can't see anything right now. Let me look at the radar on my phone. team is here. This is a team effort. We have Jordan and we have Chris Bruin with us. We have Tevin Wooten with us and their crews as well. And so we're all in it together. We're all helping each other. We're one big team out here, and everyone's keeping their eyes open and helping each other. And we're just listening right now, right? And so as I look at the radar, I mean, we're really in that eye. Well, we're right on the edge, I should say. We're actually very much right on the edge. So these are going to be some of your absolute worst winds, and then it's going to be almost miraculous that there's no wind. I mean, it should be calm. Again, every eye is different, so I can't say for sure how it's going to be, but I can see on my radar that we're getting into that eye. It's not going to last super long. Maybe Mark back at the studio or one of the weather producers can give me an idea of how long that eye will last, and that way, Mark, maybe you give me a heads up of how much longer you think it is until we get that calm, and then also how much time do I have before we got to get back in?
Unfortunately, well, the calm is knocking on the doorstep, although the calm, as you mentioned, every eye is different. This one's a little bit muddy. We've seen some reports of anywhere from 15 to 30 mile per hour winds inside the eye. So that often means that there are some small mesovortices rotating around, that there may be some clouds above you. You may not have that star. Plus, gosh, we're looking at this from a skewed look from the satellite, right, because we're looking down at the Earth, or we're looking at the radar from Houston because the Lake Charles radar is down. And so we're not getting the clearest view of, you know, exactly where you are with regards to the eye. There's a little bit of a tilt involved. What I think might happen, Steph, is you'll have, you know, maybe minutes, not hours, in that eye before the eastern edge catches up to you. And so you got to be real careful. All of a sudden, those winds are going to come screaming south to north again.
And you hear all the destruction that's happening, right? So now all that debris that's been ripped apart with this first eye wall is now free to easily fly. Not just like, oh, you know, we have more to rip off. You have now these huge chunks of debris that can easily go flying. And that's why that second eye wall is a lot more dangerous. And so that's what we'll be watching for. We'll probably have to, you know, be inside or maybe be at this location for the second eye wall because there's just absolutely too much debris, let alone the winds that I'm blanking, what do we get to, 132? Sorry, there's been a lot happening tonight here. I wrote it down. 132, right. Sustained at 98, gusting to 132. So my memory was still with me, shockingly. So 132, right? So we are feeling those Cat 3 gusts. And there's these huge, I don't know if you can see them from here. I'm looking at the radar. I mean, things should be calming down, but in this garage, Marshall, I don't know if you can show those huge, so hey, it's live TV, we're in the middle of a hurricane, so we're gonna just work with it. Let me pick up your live view so you don't pull that there. Oh, he's gonna go to the other side and show you what we're seeing here in this garage. It's quite a ways from us, but you see those massive, that's made of metal. It's like a screen, if you will, but it's obviously made of metal, and we were down there and we were like, okay, not safe, we're gonna pull back from that. So that's some of the destruction that we're seeing. We've seen a huge awning in the parking lot. It was kind of like as if you're waiting for, you know, a bus or whatnot, awning type of a thing. That has crashed down, and obviously we've not been able to get outside because the winds have been so bad and there's been too much debris. I'm just hoping that, you know, we get into this eye and these winds will calm down already and we can get out there and assess some of the damage. But for right now, as you can see, it's just too dangerous. So we're going to hold back here with our crew. You know, everyone is staying safe. Mark, I know you're there, and you know, I'm just so curious because I'm looking at this radar, and again, I'm in the field. You guys have much better technology there where you are. I'm just surprised that it's still cranking like it is.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that because we're looking at it from a radar site that's off to the side, we're looking at it from Houston, that you're actually a lot closer to that eastern edge than you think you are. It's not from the Lake Charles radar, so that's the skewed view that we were talking about. That's why I think you're actually right on that eastern side. It's so close to giving you a break, but I don't know if you'll make it.
I was going to ask, so do you think, we got a little dragonfly joining us here, holding on for dear life as we all are, right? I mean, is that not a metaphor for all of us right here, just holding on? Do you think we're even going to get a good note about the radar, and sorry that I blanked on that one, but do you think we're going to get in the eye, or
I think there's going to be a break, but it's not going to be as long as you want it to be. This side is slightly closer to Lake Charles. It's wider in the center, and so I think you will get a brief window where you'll be just inside that eastern eye wall. But the storm is actually jogging west and north, and so you'll get shoved right back in that eastern eye wall. It's going to be a brief window to kind of survey what's happening before all that debris could get launched into the air again. Kind of like the dragonfly.
Kind of like the dragonfly, right? Well, okay. Where we're at right now, and you know, that's why you always have to watch the Weather Channel, right? Because if you just look at your radar on your app like I am, you forget these things like which radar sites are up and how that will affect what you're actually seeing. So Mark, I'm glad that you reminded me of that and also pointed that out for me. Let's talk about, however, you know, is this losing any strength? Because it still looks quite powerful right now, if you ask me. But you would think it would start maybe weakening a little now that's interacting with land.
Yeah, so it's spinning down a little, but not as fast as you'd want it to. It's still a very formidable Category 4 hurricane, 140 miles per hour for that top wind speed. And because it came in as strong as it did, it's going to take a real long time to spin down these winds. What I can show you is the forecast here for what these winds will look like over the next several hours, going through the overnight and into tomorrow morning. Look at these winds as forecast going up towards Alexandria. These light blue colors on this graphic correspond to wind gusts that could still be over 90. This is by 7 a.m. tomorrow, wind gusts 90 plus as far north as Alexandria. The Shreveport to Monroe corridor, as this thing will expand, lose some wind, but expand in width, could still be having 60 to 80 mile per hour winds through noon on Thursday, noon through the day today, noon Thursday, and then by Little Rock, getting all the way to Little Rock at the end of the day Thursday. It'll take until almost midnight. This is going to take a long time, Stephanie, to really get rid of all that wind. Yes, we'll have a drop, but not nearly as much as we want it to this quickly.
Lake Charles, we have 1 minute left here. You know, all those towns just to the east of Lake Charles are going to be sitting in this eye wall the whole time. Possibly we're going to be sitting in the eye wall the whole time. And it's going to be devastating for people, absolutely devastating. And this is something that we will be watching and waiting. You know, I see we have a whole team here, so everyone's eyes are in a different direction. I see arms that start pointing, and, you know, I want to look and be able to show. But, I mean, look at that sign, those signs swinging. Look at that, slapping up to the roof. Do you see that, Marshall, those yellow signs? That's that wind pulling in the garage. All right, after the break, we're going to check back in with Jim. I know he had to reposition and find out where he is and what his situation is right now. So we'll be doing that after the break. We'll be right back.
Wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh?
The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun, or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauties all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Or get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Planters is for the cravers. The crunchy, savory cravers. And the cravers that deserve something special. Planters Deluxe Mixed Nuts. Stay satisfied.
You try to stay ahead of the mess, but scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It's the faster way to clean as you go. Just spray, wipe, and rinse. It cleans grease 5 times faster. Dawn Power Wash. Spray, wipe, rinse.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
I tried a new laxative that's both gentle and fast.
New great-tasting Dalcolac soft chews works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft chews.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Xyzal at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Xyzal at night.
Did you help build New York or New Jersey? Did you work in the building trades or military or do industrial or automotive work where you were exposed to asbestos that led to a mesothelioma or lung cancer diagnosis? If so, you are a real hero, and Weitzen Luxembourg wants to speak with you and help achieve justice and compensation.
Call 1-888-411-LAWS. That's 1-888-411-LAWS.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Thursday, partly cloudy with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 76. Chance of rain 50%. Friday, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 89. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Lisa, you were telling me 134. Is that correct? The highest gust that we've seen so far here in Lake Charles? 133 and a half. Okay, so we can round that up. 133 and a half. We've been sustained near 100 miles an hour. And unfortunately, we might stay in that eastern eye wall here, which is worst case scenario. You hear the destruction happening. We are now in the garage. We started off the back of the hotel, then we were inside the hotel because it was just too bad to go outside, and now we're in a garage. We were hoping for the eye, but we might stay in that eastern eye wall. Now, Jim was also outside. I know he has relocated, so we're going to check in with him. He's just one hotel over from me. Jim.
Hey guys, again, I was just talking about producer Steve Heterak. Steph, about your situation. Now, you hadn't lost power from what I heard. We've lost it here, but we do have a generator on, which is why we're getting some of the lights in through. You hear the emergency flashing going on. There's also been an invasion. I was on the eastern side of the building where there's been a big roof collapse there. You can see this area has been compromised. Water is leaking. You can see it down on the floor, on the rug here, where it's coming out of the roof. I don't want to go too close under that because I don't know, obviously water's piling up there and it's finding a hole to get down to the ground and through here. But basically, I have no idea where this is coming from. Is it a window? Is it a part of the roof that's been torn off and through here as a result of the wind? There's a lot of wind just actually blowing through this hall. There's a hole on one side of the building, and there's 2 doors here on this side of the building. Come on over here, Brad. And you can see them flapping around toward the outside here. So the air is trying to make its way through. And that's the one thing about wind, certainly. It's going to try and make its way through any way it can. So obviously we retreated in that eye wall, came inside, and this is basically what we found in through here. I don't have any comms right now, but I'm going to go back out as soon as we can get into that eye. And it certainly looks like from the radar that we're in it. But interestingly enough, the winds are still cranking outside. Which is rather odd because from a radar perspective, both on base reflectivity and also base velocity, it looks like we should be calm right now. Steph, what's going on?
So, the problem, the problem is that radar signal, as we were talking about earlier. And so that's the issue, right, of where the radar's coming from and what it's looking like here. Now, I know Jim has lost power, and I know he can't hear me right now, but we actually still have power at our hotel. We actually even have a spare room, so I'm going to tell them they can come over to us and check it out. What we have seen and we've heard of is, I was told there was doors that have been ripped off of the hotel, windows obviously, broken doors. We have some water that's coming down. This is just the entranceway. Sorry, Marshall, to do this to you. Jordan there is going to open the door. You can see that water that is dripping down here. So, you're going to see that type of stuff. Yeah, coming through and seeing some, damage being done. But remarkably, we actually still have power. And it doesn't look like we're going to be getting in that eye. I don't know if we can go back to the studio and we can talk about the fact that I kind of feel like we're still in eye wall, and I don't know if we're going to make it, guys.
Yeah, Steph, Mark here in the studio still. It is such a difficult conversation because we're looking at this eye from Houston as opposed to the Lake Charles station. The Lake Charles station went down. The Fort Polk station went down. Probably a communications issue out of the Lake Charles office, which they left earlier today. So no one really there to troubleshoot it for good reason, right? Everybody's taking on safety. So if you look at, just this site, you're like, okay, we should be in the all clear. We're not. We're probably getting a skewed view looking at it from the side, and we're actually a lot closer to this eastern eye wall than the views would lead you to believe. And so I think that's why Jim and Steph are both still reporting all of that wind and all that damage that they're hearing ongoing outside, all that water still going, because you're right on that eastern edge. This eye is not cooperating to give you a long break. Maybe a few minutes, Stephanie, but that's about it, because as it is working its way kind of northwest, a little bit of a westward jog still, that eastern side is basically going right over the Lake Charles area.
I just feel like I'd be surprised if we got a break just hearing the wind, because I got to tell you, Mark, it doesn't really feel like it's dying down even at all. I mean, it's been pretty consistent. I mean, maybe it's not as bad, but it's still pretty consistently rough. So we're watching it. I mean, you're hearing the damage that's happening around us. And this is why we're not outside, because there's now debris. This is going to last now, unfortunately, for several more hours, seeing that we're in that eastern eye wall, and then we've got to go through, that second eye wall, the southern eye wall. So, Jim, I don't know if Jim can hear me. I think that his producer is helping cue him. So I'm just going to toss it over. He cannot hear me. All right. I'm just going to toss it over to Jim and crew, and Jim, you guys can take it away.
Oh, no question. Okay. All right. Mark, we just had you on, and I don't know, because I don't have any communication at this point. If we talked about this eye, it's just kind of weird. I'm looking at radar scope, and I'm like, how could we be getting wind like this still? Maybe you see something I don't see, but either way, the less time we get without a break means the time we won't get any break at all. So we're going to have to deal with the southern side of this thing and then have it come on through. It's just weird because especially a storm of this magnitude, maybe the eye's just collapsing on itself. That's the only thing I can figure. But usually a storm this well defined and of this magnitude, you really do get an eye. I mean, Michael had a clear eye. There were pictures in Michael during the day. Guys, much more to come here on Laura as we prepare here in Lake Charles for the southern eye wall.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, dab.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just 1 pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
And a satellite truck rocking in the wind, and I'm told that those weigh about 2 tons. All right, so that just tells you how strong it is. We've had winds gusting to 134 here in Lake Charles, and I don't think we are going to get out of the eye wall. On your satellite, or I should say on the radar, it looks like we're going to go into the eye. But the fact is that all the radars are down here. And so we have to use the radar from Houston in order to, get that radar. So the angle at which it's hitting the storm is going to make, Houston's quite a ways for a radar. And so that's the problem. Just to give you an update of what's going on with us if you're just tuning into our coverage here. We have moved now to the front side of the building and the parking garage at our hotel because the doors have all been locked in the back. There have been windows that have been blown out, the curtains flying out of people's rooms. That's how bad it is. One of our one of our photographers went up to the third floor of this parking garage, and he said that water is starting to really pool up on the third floor because all the wind is just blowing in all the rain and there. And then you've just been hearing all the destruction that's going on around us. And, you know, Mark, we just feel safer back in this corner instead of going onto the edge. I might try to do that. It seems like the winds, I don't want to say have calmed down, but they seem a touch calmer. Yeah. And so I might try to venture that way, but we'll see. I'm going to assess it.
Yeah, just be careful because we know how much debris is out there, and it really won't take much wind now to pick that up and send it flying again, send it airborne. Just to, again, as you mentioned, get everyone caught up to speed on what has already occurred. Lake Charles gusting officially at about 134. There were some weather stations, local stations in like people's yards that gusted, a report of a gust to 137 in Lake Charles. So there's some verification there. Calcasieu Pass was gusting to 121. The surge there topping out in Calcasieu Pass a little over 9 feet. Some good news there. It's come down a little bit in the past hour or so, now down to 7.64. But gosh, 9 feet's enough, and it doesn't mean that everyone only saw 9 feet. There could have been areas off to the east that were actually more kind of optimized for that water push. So, you know, 7+, 9+ is what we'll call it right now. That's just the last observation site. And then there is still a tornado threat with this, Steph. I want to quickly mention that we have a tornado warning off to the east side in this band, not too far from Morgan City, Iberia, St. Martin, and St. Mary until 3 a.m. The rotation within here, pretty impressive at this point. Couplet right in here, should stay just outside of Franklin, but could go north quickly to New Iberia. So, Steph, the New Iberia area has to watch out for a fast-moving spin-up tornado.
Mark, what did I can't find it on my notes. What did Cameron gust to again? What's the highest gust you remember seeing in Cameron so far? Because we're going to take our viewers there with a camera that was set.
The Cameron into the Calcasieu Pass area, I saw a gust of 121. That was the highest that I've seen in that area. But it's possible
my producer's
that
talking to me. Give me one more time, Mark. What Cameron?
121 at Calcasieu Pass, but it's possible that the site did not report all of the wind because we know that it was stronger than that in Lake Charles. It doesn't make sense for Calcasieu Pass to be lower than that. Sometimes the equipment breaks as the big winds come through.
Yeah, and especially since we had 134 here, and they have a lot less friction down there. But, you know, cameras are failing, obviously, in this type of weather, and it's due to the wind. I mean, this is essentially like a tornado going through, like a very massive tornado. So we do have new video in of a camera. I'm told this is Lake Charles, though I thought Suttis' camera was actually down in Cameron. Are you sure it's Lake Charles, Lisa? Because I thought he had a camera in Cameron. Okay, well, apparently the one in Lake Charles also went down. Okay, he has multiple. Okay, that's good to know. I was not aware of that. Thank you. So Lake Charles and also in Cameron, and both those cameras actually are down because I know the one in Cameron, Louisiana also went down, and it's obvious why. When you have winds gusting 120, 130 miles an hour, and it's, you know, consistently sustained around 100, that is going to do some significant damage. And unfortunately, you can hear it happening all around us. You hear the whistling of the wind as well around us here. And we're going to continue to show you not only what's happening at the coast, but also as we go inland. For those of you who are watching in northern Louisiana, Arkansas, towards Missouri, and Kentucky as well. So we will continue to follow this storm for you and give you updates all through the night, round the clock, right here on the Weather Channel. We'll be back with more after we take a very short commercial break.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Summer is here. So it. Here are the rules for summer this year. Lays are preferred. Pants are optional. Backyards, bathtubs, and patios are always open. And snack time? Snack time is anytime. Recipes are better with Cheetos. Tostito salsa goes with everything. And bedtime? What's a bedtime? Yeah, summer rules. Frito-Lay, let's summer.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Showing you a video that we're getting into the Weather Channel, and we're going to get more and more video into the Weather Channel as we've been live all night long, taking you through landfall in Cameron, Louisiana, or near Cameron, Louisiana, I should say. Winds here, gusting up to 134 miles an hour, and we have taken protection now in the parking garage as it's just too dangerous to be outside with all the debris that's flying around. So we are tucked into a garage. We have our other crews. We have 3 other crews here, and everyone is looking for a safe spot to be able to bring you the best pictures. But it is safety first. It has always been that. I've been at the Weather Channel nearly 20 years, and it is always whatever it is for your crew to be safe is all that matters to us. And so that's the rule we live by at this network. And so, I mean, I can see Jordan Steele and his crew walking off. I see Tevin Wooten behind me setting up. He's going to pick up coverage and carry coverage starting at 5 a.m. But right now, we've been going since 11, and so we're kind of tucked back in. And Mark, I will say the winds have died down a little bit. It is not raging like it was. Now, obviously, we're going to get that second eye wall, but where exactly are we? I guess we're on the eastern eye wall. I haven't looked at a radar in a bit. Maybe you can give me an idea of what is happening right now.
Yeah, gosh, you are basically at the midpoint of the eye, but on that eastern edge of it. So you're now getting to the latter half of that eye passing, but you're right on the edge of what would be quieter conditions just west of you versus compared to where you are, and then you'll stay on that eastern side before the rest of the southern eye wall then swings in and fills in. You'll have another batch of heavy rain and winds that then switch going west to east on that south side.
Okay, so how much longer do we have, I guess, until those stronger winds pick up? And it's not just only for us. And I know that this hurricane is going to morph as it goes north, but, you know, how much time do you really have from that northern eye wall until you're hit with that southern eye wall overall?
Yeah, so far from the passing of the edge of that northern eye wall to you has been about half an hour. I think you have about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes until that second half of the eye comes through. Although, again, this is all skewed. These lines that I just drew are actually more like out here because we're watching this from far away. This is the Houston radar, not the Lake Charles radar.
Right.
So these lines are off to the side. But for people that are west of Lake Charles, that is the break that they are getting right now. It's about an hour or so inside that eye. But I think what you were getting at is that this does not end here, and we can quickly move this forward to show where these winds go. And as we work our way through the rest of the overnight to tomorrow, to the morning really of Thursday, 7 a.m., we're still forecasting 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts on the eastern side of the eye. Could be going right through Alexandria, maybe just west from there, and then continuing up to that corridor between Shreveport to Monroe. The I-20 corridor could have hurricane force winds with wind gusts up to 85 or so through noon on Thursday. This is a long duration event just to get through Louisiana, and we're not done there, Stephanie.
All right, so now we're going to, Mark, thank you for all that. Really, really appreciate it, and your analysis as well. Now I want to go over to Jim. He hasn't been able to hear me for a while, so I'm just going to straight toss and say, Jim, take it away, and I know someone will hopefully cue him to go.
Go ahead, Jim. Okay, we got enough strength to actually open up one of the doors here and get outside. It's amazing, we could not even open one of the doors to get outside, but I'm just under this overhang in front of LaBerge. You can see some of the damage to some of the trees here. Some of them look a lot more stripped of their leaves. Not surprising. We had an unofficial gust of 137 miles an hour in the Lake Charles area. So no question, damage there. If there's any potential silver lining, we may have not seen some of the water rise that we expected, but you remember we got a high tide at 6 a.m. We're going to have southerly winds at that point, and that certainly could cause. Oh wow, we got some damage right here. What is this, Brad? That certainly could cause the water to stay up, is what I was trying to finish there. I don't know if that's a part of an air conditioning cover or some type of unit, but that's been blown off the roof, and you can see, obviously that has come down from high of the building. There is damage inside LaBerge right now. On the eastern end, we've got really a whole wall that's collapsed and water has been pouring in there. We showed you the shot here on the other end where we also have water that's kind of pooling up above the roof that's coming in as well. And of course, not surprising, debris like this where you get large chunks of trees. And a lot of landscape trees here. Okay, I can see branches broken off of some of those. We got more branches down here. Otherwise, though, the wind just continues right now out of the southeast. So that tells me we are on the eastern side of this eye wall. The reason I think I'm standing out here, frankly, is because we're kind of teetering in and out of the eye a little bit. So it's giving us enough to get out here. So I'm not blocked from the wind anymore. And this is what I was planning on for our live shots. The southeast wind here with that eastern eye wall is coming this way. And so that's what we're getting right now. But we're not getting the full part of it because we've gotten, again, kind of on the western edge of it, or probably just outside it, frankly. I don't think we're in it. So here's the deal. Storm's going to continue to head to the northwest. We will eventually get in on the southeast, or on the southern part of this. That means winds will change direction. They will come around from the west at that point, so they'll come through it this way, and certainly could be over 100 miles an hour in gusts there as well. This is still a very good-looking storm from even the last radar image that I saw back an hour ago. So there's no reason why we couldn't continue to ramp up the wind potential here, the wind damage potential. And that's one thing. What blows the storm this way, now we'll turn around and blow all the trees that way. And structures as well that may have not got hit on that side, get it from the other way. Stick around.
Three weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over.
Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh?
The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Well, it's time for wrinkles. Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. We've got the retinol that gives you results in 1 week. Not just any retinol, accelerated retinol SA for not only smoother skin in 1 day, but younger looking skin in just 1 week. And that's clinically proven. Results that fast, or your money back. Unless you're attached to your wrinkles. 1 week, it's all it takes. Neutrogena.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by attorney Andrew Van Arsdale. Attention Boy Scouts of America's sexual abuse survivors. The BSA has declared bankruptcy, which will ensure financial compensation for abuse survivors. But you must file your claim on or before November 16, 2020, or you may lose your rights to hold the Boy Scouts accountable forever. Thousands of men have joined Abused in Scouting in the past 18 months to stand up together and have their voices heard. The Boy Scouts of America have already taken your innocence from you. Do not let them take your opportunity for justice from you too. If you were abused as a member of the Boy Scouts, your time to act is almost gone. Stand with us, let your story be heard, and contact Abused in Scouting today for a free confidential consultation. Call us right now.
Call 800-749-0789. That's 800-749-0789.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Thursday, partly cloudy with an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. A few storms may be severe. High 93. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 76. Chance of rain 50%. Friday, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 89. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Now we want to show you what has happened here and some of the damage. An RV has been flipped over on its side, and that's just, you know, what we can get to, because right now it is just too dangerous to start driving around and looking at damage here. But that's video that was taken by Charles Peak, who's driving around just right around the hotels for us. And if we come back out, oh, this is live. Okay, this is live. Excuse me. Live of an RV flipped over, and then that's some of the damage. And we can show you as we come back out live, some sort of box truck that has flipped over on the side. We have now made our way to the edge of the parking garage that actually is close to where Cantore's hotel is. So that's Cantore's hotel off in the distance. You see they have no power. Shockingly, our generators are working at our hotel. I tried to get... Jim can now hear me. Okay, Jim, you know, I'm curious as where you are. We're on the edge. I'm literally at the front of your hotel, at the edge of my parking garage, where that box truck is flipped over. Have you seen that damage? Because that's where we're located. And by the way, we still have power and we have an extra room. So feel free for you guys all to come over and get in that extra room. It's quite large. You guys could all fit in it. Jim's audio has gone, but you see we're on the edge. Obviously, the winds have calmed down a little bit here, but this isn't over. We still have to go through that southern eye wall. So those winds are going to pick up yet again. So let's go to Mark to talk more about that. And Mark, I mean, you can tell, I know you've been with us all night long, quite a difference here in the winds outside than what they were, an hour or two ago.
It's a far cry. I mean, we had gusts in Lake Charles estimate to 137. They were steadily ramping up through that northern edge of the eye wall. You're going to get the southern edge, won't be quite that strong, but the weakened parts are going to then be hit from a different direction. I'm worried about more damage. We're starting to see some reports from downtown near the Civic Center of windows blown out on some of the big buildings, like the big bank buildings there, with lots of the windows blown out. So, gosh, there is going to be a long cleanup to go in the Lake Charles area. I want to go back now to Jim. Jim, the hotels are getting hit hard. The big buildings are getting hit hard. The damage is just still ramping up, and then we have the whole south side to go.
I know, that's that. You know what? And it's like a loose tooth, Mark. What you didn't get wiggling this way, you wiggle back the other way, and there it goes. We're still cranking out here. We're definitely not in any kind of a clean eye whatsoever. Maybe occasionally, I think the only reason, frankly, we got out the door is the fact that we kind of got just a little lull there where we may have just gotten a squeak into the edge. So where we are positioned in terms of the city of Lake Charles is we're just to the west of it. So, in this case, that's better because farther west is the actual center and certainly a much, much calmer part of this. But unfortunately, for places like Lake Charles downtown, they're right in the teeth of that eye wall, and it continues to be an issue. Again, we've had damage here. We've got, I think, one generator on inside right now in terms of what we got, but everybody's okay. And it's just the most eerie feeling going through that eye wall. I mean, you feel the whole building. It's like somebody's squeezing it from the outside. It's amazing. Steph, how did you guys make out? I haven't even talked to you since you went through that thing, through the eye wall.
Jim, say that one more time.
Yeah, I just said, I mean, I haven't really talked to you since you went through the eye wall as well, and we all had to retreat. How did you guys make out?
Yeah. So, Jim, what happened to us, and by the way, I'm curious, I'm going to answer that, but don't go anywhere, because what happened to us is we had to come inside, they shut all the doors, and then we did live shots inside our hotel for a minute, and now we're in the garage on the front side. And speaking of, Jim, I can see your hotel now. So I was curious as where you are, because I'm on the garage looking at the front of your hotel. The power is out, and I want to make sure that the note has gotten to you. We actually have a spare room that's quite large that all of you guys could fit in if you want to get over to our hotel tonight or tomorrow. We still have power here. So I just wanted to let you know that is available. But where are you actually?
Thank you. We're in the front side. There's this huge overhang that you may not be able to see it because I think there's a part of this hotel step that kind of wraps around and blocks your view. I don't know if you can see any of Brad's light. Okay. Brad, like shine a light on a tree or on the arm of one of the parking posts that keep you out of the parking lot. I don't know if you can see any of that light, but I don't think that light goes far enough to reach around the side of the building that shows you where we are. But we're kind of wrapped around in front away from you. But either way, again, we're going to deal with winds, like Mark was saying, coming in from the other side as we deal with this southern eye wall. What does that do to you in your position right now? When you let's talk about that. What are winds from the west now going to do for you?
Okay, so that actually will be a little blocked. Because of where we are, and so that west wind will be coming from a different direction, Jim. So we will be a little bit sheltered here in the garage, but it'll probably coming right at your face, is my guess, because it's coming from us right directly into your hotel.
Steph, actually, we'll be a little blocked as well when it comes around from the west. But, that's the one thing. Do those winds swirl? Do they come in from a direction you didn't anticipate? That's always the possibility when wind goes in and around buildings. Guys, we are going to continue to cover Laura, a major hurricane making landfall at 1 o'clock this morning in Cameron, Louisiana.
Little choices make a big difference, like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions.